we're losing dollars and we're losing talent when it comes to our state. These young African American scholars who are going to be denied admission to UAB now was a part of a healing process to our state. And now we're just opening this door for more people to come in that may not be as qualified as some of these folks. I am ashamed of what UAB is doing, that they would not stand up for those students who are coming to and making their program a much better program. UAB is a beacon in this state. It is something for us to be proud of. It's one of the top research programs in the state in terms of medicine. And with that, it's diversity what makes it great. And now we're talking about taking away that diversity because a South African up in Washington who is an alien decided, as the name of Elon Musk, that UAB in its diversity program, that they would take away all of our scholarships and other programs. We've already hit through the NIH program to where they lost a lot of grants program to where doctors are beginning to leave our state. It's not like we have an overabundance of doctors in the state of Alabama. And when we started utilizing programs like this and denying people the right to admission to our medical schools, we're not going to get the number of doctors that we need. Health cares are going to always be a problem, and that's what we're going to be seeing in the long run. I'm appalled that UAB would not stand up for its students. I'm appalled that UAB would not stand up for diversity. And it's a sad day in Alabama, and when their budget come back up for them, I'm going to be asking for what UAB to justify the money that they're spending here in the state of Alabama when they don't want to deal with it in terms of diversity. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President.
Senator Smithman.
Could I be recognized for a moment of personal privilege?
You're recognized.
Thank you. I too am very concerned with these actions that I'm seeing taking place. I actually think that people are going, I actually think people are going above and beyond what even is being asked of them and being reactionary to it. I think under this circumstances that the Harvard University should be applauded. Harvard University, one of our most prestigious universities in this whole country, took a stance by simply saying that they were going to continue to provide whatever their students may need to be successful. I'm very concerned with this whole mindset of not being concerned about the plight and the well-being of all our citizens. I think that we have a mentality of at this moment of a Robin Hood. You take from the poor and give to the rich. You know, I think that's what we begin to see in many of these situations that we are addressing. Because as I leave and look at this calendar, I see a few bills in there that that's what it does. And I have some concern about it. I have some concern about the reaction and response that UAB has given. And I mean, the facts are sitting here in these papers that I'm holding. This is not somebody up there spouting out what their emotions and feelings. These are the facts that the senator presented here. And I think that it's a sad day. It's a sad day when we are going to go backwards. And as hard as we in the past tried to go forward, it seems that we're taking these steps backwards. And I'm concerned. I'm real concerned. I'm concerned because I don't see people having the courage to stand up for what's right in these situations. It's easier to go along just to get along than it is to stand up and have the courage to stand up for what's right, even in the face of being criticized by your peers or associates. This is the same situation here. They don't have the courage to stand up and said that we are going to stand up for the opportunity for these students to be in medical school and the opportunity for our medical population to be able to be enhanced. The easier route is to go create another school somewhere else and then have a limited policy by which these issues are not even brought up or addressed. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to speak on this issue. And I'm sure that as we go forward, this issue will continue to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Smitherman. At this time, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand, the guests of Lieutenant Governor's Office and Senator Gavan, the Whitesburg Christian Academy, SGA class, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, now move on to House messages. Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 251 by Representative Lipscomb and others regarding alcoholic beverages is referred to the Committee on Tourism. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 111 regarding the Education Opportunities Reserve Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd move that we concur with the House amendment using the previous roll.
Need
Okay.
a new roll.
Need a new roll.
All right.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Smitherman.
I'd like to be recognized to speak on this.
You recognized.
All right, thank you. Can someone tell me what took place down there in the House, what they did, what did they do?
Well, I'm sure they did good things down there.
I just want to hear about them. That's all. Just hear about them. And I'm gonna pre-tell you ahead of time. I'm gonna vote for whatever you ask me to do regarding this. So now that we got that concern out the way, you can share some information with me.
This is the Education Opportunity Reserve Fund that we took the funds out to prepay for the RAISE Act for 3 years. We took funding out of there, and this is money that we used to do that with. I'm trying to remember the RAISE. Give me a little background. RAISE Act is I don't think it's coming back, so I think it's gone. The RAISE Act is the legislation that established the student-weighted funding formula. So that's got the formula embedded in it. So that says how we're going to spend the money. This bill is the one that appropriates out of the Opportunity Fund to the RAISE Fund. And I agree, it's complicated to the RAISE Fund, and we did $375 million, and the money's going to trickle down over 3 years for the gifted or the poverty students or the EL or the special education buckets.
Tell me about the Choice Act. I mean, and the reason I say that, I've heard two kind of. Is the Choice Act a educational savings account like that old one that we used to have with the governor? Remember
the SGO, the Scholarship Granting Organization.
Well, you remember we had that
Opportunity
board.
Fund or Opportunity.
Way back, because we ran out of money in it. We changed it. we kept appropriating each year.
I don't.
Because my child was in that. It was way back where we had a savings account where you match.
Oh, you talking about the PACT program?
Yeah, that is the
PACT?
PACT program. How is the Choice Act in relationship to the PACT program?
Yeah, so the Choice Act was some people call it a voucher or whatever. It's a tax credit, but that we passed last year, and that's the Choose Act, and so the money follows the child more or less.
But it's not a savings account or anything like that, is it?
No.
Oh, okay. That's the one where if they go to another school, the money go. Because I remember talking about it. What happened when they come back? Does the money come back with them?
The money ultimately will come back.
I got you. So, well, this one seems like a pretty good one right here, because it's the money to do what you and I talked about in that. So,
right. Well, you've been such a strong advocate. You even got a bill in my committee for taking the lowest performing schools and giving them additional money. Well, this is a way to do it with those schools that have higher students that need more resources to be able to achieve. So,
let me ask you one other question, and then I'll turn it back over to you. Okay, is that what about we had I don't know if it's called maintenance fund or some kind of fund we had with the HBCUs.
Yes, that's still in the.
It's still in.
Yes, that's in a different bill, but that's still in there.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna turn this one back over to you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, Senator Orr.
I move that we accede to the wishes of the House to adopt the amendment and call the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen.
Off my head.
Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Somebody check Weaver. She said aye.
Mr. Williams.
29.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 111. Secretary, call the next House mess. Or before you do that, hold on. Let me go to Senator Chambliss first.
Mr. President, I move that committee reports be allowed throughout the day.
All right, any objection? His motion was allow committee reports throughout the day. You object to that, or? All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right, thank you. All right, so now Secretary called next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 112 regarding appropriations for the development of public education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the budget bill that has come back. I'd go ahead and move to concur, and I think the gentleman across the way wants to be recognized.
All right, Senator Smitherman or Senator Singleton, who wanted to be recognized on this one?
Can you, I'm gonna talk to you. Senator. Okay. Let's see. What I want to find out is that what appropriation are we talking about, and what kind of changes that they made, and why? Yeah, why is that it more than anything?
I heard that question, Senator.
Okay.
And, we'll go through it real quickly. The changes, as far as substantial changes, and I'll say $1 million, they had to move $1 million from assessments. I put it in one bracket. I put it under the distance learning category, and it had to go to the statewide assessments category. So it just went to a different pot. Another thing that they did was they put back in the budget an amount for the culinary or ProStart career in tech. That was the food service, the restaurant.
What did they do with? I know
$365,000.
they got some extra money.
I put it in the supplemental. They moved it to the budget. And
I got you.
It had been in the budget,
Okay,
but they hadn't come to see me. So
I understand what
see
that
if they're
means.
live out there or whatever. There's a scientific game that called Plasma Games. It's been in the supplemental before. That got moved to the budget. They bumped community service grants $1.1 million.
So what that mean to us? I mean, in terms
I think
of
you know what that
the
means.
amounts.
That means to your children in your district.
Community service grants. Yeah.
So it'll
Okay.
help the children in your district.
Okay. How much do you know? What increase we'll get? I'm not even asking the bottom line or what we'll get, but in that, will that increase us? And
Yes.
by how much you think?
I told Miss Doyle she and I gotta get, because you're gonna have a revised upward amount because of the moves that Chairman Garrett and I discussed and he put in here. So you'll see a bump in that amount that each will be available to the children in your district. The next thing is AIC. We added money for the Re-Engage program. That's for people, some college, no degree, working with Dr. Purcell, trying to get the people that have a little bit of college, get them to go ahead and get that 2-year or 4-year degree.
I remember that in committee.
Yep.
Yeah, I
And
remember
then
that
RC&D, they added some money there
Okay.
for RC&D. Another one that hadn't come to see me was the Motorsports Hall of Fame, and I got a call from our friend, the General, and I said, well, nobody's come to see me, and but Chairman Garrett had grace and pity on the Motorsports Hall of Fame. And they hadn't filed a report either. And the general and I talked about that last night, actually. So if you don't start sending in a report of what you're doing with the taxpayer dollars, no more dollars. So that's important. We added a little bit of money to the historic grant program that we have for historic structures that you should be. Are you familiar with that one? You really ought to be. Every member ought to be. That's to the Historic Commission.
Yeah.
And that, for
Oh, yeah.
new churches, and there's a special carve-out for civil rights sites that we made a couple years ago.
Now, let me ask you this. They ain't trying to cut that out, is they?
No.
I'm just asking,
It's still
you
in
know.
there. Yeah, it's still in there.
All right.
They added they probably visited with you. It's a teen suicide program, Helensky's Hope. That got added in.
I remember them. They
Some
did.
things for autism, United Cerebral Palsy, and rehabilitation projects got added. As far as the universities, not a lot there as far as the changes.
Let me ask you this. Now, I heard you call the chairman's name several times downstairs. So let me ask this question. I'm talking about, it's nothing about you. Let me just say that quick. But I am asking about this body. When I say we, I'm talking about all of us. When we get a chance to put in that denim, look like they do all their denims down there and then send it up into us. Oh. And then we either say yay, nay, or then you got to push back or you got to agree when they all said, look, we got, like they kind of do, your other process, how you kind of try to find a balance as even if it starts there first and come here, why that doesn't take place in that same scenario when we got what we got before us.
Yeah,
now.
when you're actually, I would respectfully disagree that we made many more changes than they did.
All right, okay, that's good enough.
When you're second up to bat, usually, and the way the other chairman and I are working, he knew what I was going to do, and I knew what he was going to do. And
Okay.
I knew what this body wants and what's important to you. And therefore, he knew what was important to this body and what was a no-go zone and don't touch it. And so that's kind of how we play it. And I know the same thing about his group down there. But there's some things we figure everybody's for, such as community service grants and things like that.
Is it any pathway for Vulcan to come back from purgatory? Any pathway,
I think the cake is baked.
They don't know
We'd
what we
like to have
laughing at.
cake.
Remember, they don't know what you and I are laughing at this
Right.
point.
I think that's an important project for consideration next year, and I know you and your colleagues will be advocating strongly for it. And then we'll be ready to do something.
Well, I see these senators. I don't know if they got something you want to ask. You can come over here. Oh, okay. All right, I'm back to you.
All right, Senator Orr.
I'd go ahead and renew my motion using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw Britton. Mr. Williams.
$31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 112. Thanks, Senator Orr. All right. Senator Coleman Madison.
I knew that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to bring up a local bill,
To
introduce a local bill. A local bill, ask for unanimous consent. No, well, not bring it up, but to introduce it.
the motion, you need unanimous consent to introduce a local bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right, Local bills introduced.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, if opportunity comes to me, I want you to wear their ass out.
Senate Bill number 347 by Senator Coleman Madison, relating to Class 1 municipalities, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County, with notice and proof.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message when you're ready.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 114 regarding supplemental appropriations for the Education Trust Fund Advancement and Technology Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I would move that we concur with the House amendments.
Mr. President,
Would you like to?
want to speak to the moment?
All right, you're recognized.
So what is this House amendment doing?
This is the Advancement and Technology Fund. So not a lot changed, but there were some local earmarks that some people up here, they didn't get them all right. So they had to be corrected downstairs. And but nobody's money changed. We have that same, it goes to the formula. It's this, we did do up here that career tech carve out of $100 million for a grant fund. But then after that, I think it's at $900 million or so goes to K-12 per the formula, funding formula. But we had a few earmarks up here that members wanted to do, and some of them were late and got them done down there. Some of them wanted them changed.
Oh, on the earmark side.
On the earmark, just the earmark for what your little school system was getting. You know, some people wanted to designate what was going to happen with those funds.
So this is just the AT fund here.
A&T.
So this was just K-12 side.
Well, just earmarked on the K-12 side, but there is a higher ed component per the split.
Yeah. The UAB getting that money on the higher ed side?
They would have.
Ooh, I think I need to put together me a little amendment on UAB.
I would say this, though.
This K-12
I think
side.
it may have been collapsed all in one under the university system. So they were
Okay.
not broken out.
Well-
UAH, UAB, UAT.
Well, I
They're
think that
all
university system that denying African Americans the right to be able to have admission to their schools, I wanted to speak to their budget on the last time and try to get me a little amendment over here, something to try, you know, when you were talking about concurring or a non-concurring, I wish we could have gotten an amendment to take about $50 million from them. I'm sure they would have felt that. So they need to understand that when you started doing things in terms of diversity that's going to make our state better, before you just bow down to bullies in Washington without standing up, it is a sad day, you know. So with their A&T funds through the system, maybe the UA system need to understand that, because none of them are speaking up for that. But I know in the posture that we are, and I can't get an amendment on it now to try to do it, but woo boy, wish this had been a couple of weeks ago or before it left the house, we could have gotten something on it, because I think that there needs to be messages sent to these universities that won't stand up for students. So with that, I'm not going to prolong this any longer, because there's nothing I can really, in terms of actions, that I could do what I really want to do, what my heart really wants to do with this. And so I think you've done a great job with the A&T fund and making sure that the schools are getting their money. But maybe next time we just get all the K-12, don't worry about these other four-year institutions, so-called flag institutions, get anything. So we'll just have to talk about that.
You make some people much happier and some people much sadder.
I don't care about those that are sad. We'll make a lot, because we got to be interested in what we're doing for our babies, and these grown folks who sending private dollars back. They obviously don't need no money. They're sending private dollars back. They don't need any money. So if they don't need any money, we need to put money where people are not able to generate their own dollars and make sure that they're getting the best of it. For these people who can generate their own dollars and they got such big and huge endowments that they can send their money back, then maybe we just need to allow them to go and send their money back without receiving any back from us. So with that, I'll just go on and let you concur with the House. And but at the end of the day, we're going to have to look at these folks and how they are being funded and when they don't want to fund any kind of diversity in their medical school. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the concurrence using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 114. Thank you, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 113 regarding supplemental appropriations from the Education Trust Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the 2025 appropriation bill, and we'd go ahead and put in play the motion to concur with the House amendment.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Chairman, what does this do? Tell us about this.
Yeah, so this is the...
And can I, excuse me for a minute, a point of order. At what point can I ask for the change to be read? I don't want to miss the boat, so I should ask now or after, since he made his motion, or can I ask questions and then ask that? Yeah, you told me how that go. Yeah, I just want to know, I don't want to miss. But I can speak a little bit before I ask for it to be read, right? Okay. Can you tell me then what this is?
Yeah, this is fiscal 2025 appropriations, our current year. You want to know what the House did? Is that fair enough? Okay. So
That's what I want.
the substantial changes down there, the Holocaust Commission had a increase. There was Jazz Hall of Fame was included. I think that's something the chairman and I had talked about, and
Yeah.
we, lo and behold,
It just happened, didn't it?
we had a savings of, we had appropriated up here some money for the principal bill. That's to help them with the stipend and assistant principals.
Right.
We changed the definition to stick with our state definition, so not use the federal. The federal changed theirs, and that caused the price to go up, so we took it down
Good.
a couple $1 million. Then we had a very late arrival that sits next to you, actually. He had asked for help with schools in that area.
And they need some help for real.
I understand, but right next to his home county. Then we did the WISE Institute, with the hearing. I think that's based in Birmingham.
I know what you're talking about.
We moved that one that I told you about earlier, the culinary for high schoolers at the Restaurant Association, Pro Start.
Okay.
That went from the supplemental to the budget.
Okay.
We raised the amount for the semi-quincentennial, the symphony in Birmingham.
Okay.
We also raised down there, I'm looking for it, we did AIDB, the deaf and blind school.
Oh, good. That's real good.
The women's sports at the community college system.
Yeah.
Got
They
a
need some help.
$300,000. Then another one of our senators who was kind of late that I worked with at the college west of your town, but not all the way to Tuscaloosa.
Okay.
So I think you teach there, maybe some or did.
Yeah, at the law school.
Yeah, at the law school. This is not for the law school. I hate to, but it's for a new program they wanted at that college.
That
Right
president,
off at 2059.
that president's doing a good job.
Then higher ed, there was a little bit more for a couple. One was where you've been a trustee. You may still be a trustee. I think they got the most of all the higher ed.
Did they?
Yeah, residential facilities upgrades and safety repairs. And
They need it.
oh, John Stewart must have come down here and worked them hard. Then community service grants, got a little bit of love. And,
Okay.
Then the Historic Commission, that's the grant program got a little increase. Cahaba, Jesse Owens, Willie Mays was another one of our members. Went down there a little bit late and
Okay.
worked with her to the Birmingham Revitalization Project. I think.
I know of that.
Yeah, and then space science, the Space and Rocket Center, the
Okay.
then let's see, rehab services, early childhood, small magic. I think that's something that
Yeah,
happens
I'm
around
familiar with
Birmingham.
them. They are good. God, they are good.
So, anyway, a lot of good and positive changes.
it
I know,
is.
put a big smile on your face, Senator.
It is. You know, I'm smiling, so I'm going to just say, hey, it's back in your hands.
Okay. This time, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I would move using the previous role to concur.
All right, any objection to using previous role? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 213. Thanks, Senator Orr. Secretary called next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill. House Bill number 123 regarding the Alabama Sunset Law, State Board of Pharmacy, and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Representatives Wilcox, Underwood, and Lawrence. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to accede to the wishes of the House and go to conference.
Using previous role?
Using previous role without objection, please, sir.
All right, any object? Okay, you want to speak to this?
Yes.
All right.
What? Can someone who's handling this explain to me what this is?
Senator Gudger. Hey,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Can
that.
someone explain to me what this is that took place downstairs that we're asking to, non-concur
It's a
with?
pharmacy bill, so Senator Kelly, would you like to do that since it's your bill, if that's all right? I'd like to yield to Senator Kelly.
Senator Smithman, this is the pharmacy bill where we had some problems in Sunset Committee with this group, and so we had to reestablish them and reorganize them, put some more accountability in there, expand the board to where there's more diversity on the board. And so they made a change down in the House, and then we're going to see what that is. We originally tried to have a little more diversity, put it in congressional districts to spread it throughout the state. But because of the degrees that they have to have on their members of that board, it's not as easy to say you're going to have one from each congressional district. You need to be able to try to do that, but because they have to have certain degrees for each one of the positions that are on that board, we need to remove that.
Then if I can make the request, and I'm gonna request it if it's feasible. I want to read I want to hear what they did different that causing us to have to non-concur with that. But number two, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying by any means that you are saying it. Don't get me wrong.
We're good.
Okay, but I just think that is a personal insult for them to tell us, whoever them are, that is hard in a congressional district to come up with one person when a congressional district has 500,000 people or more. 500, imagine 500,000, or more people, and they're gonna sit there and say that they can't find one person in there. I find that very hard to believe, and I think I told the story when we were looking to broaden the representation on one of our college universities, which it happens to be a flagship, one of our flagships, and the people who represent them had the audacity to come into my office right down the hallway, and not the people at the school, but their representatives in their government relations, had the audacity to come and tell me that we can't find. We've been looking and looking all over the state of 5-point-something million, and we haven't been able to find anyone that looked like you that would be qualified. They didn't use the word qualified, but that's what they meant.
Yes, sir.
And the reason I said that is because a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, who happens to be at that time was the pro tem of the board of trustees of this major university, walked down the streets of Birmingham on 2nd Avenue North and turned into my office, unannounced, unscheduled. And I saw him, and I knew we know each other. And I opened the door, and this is what he said to me. He said that, first, I want to apologize, CEO, Fortune 500 company. I want to apologize to you he called the person's name, and he said that I will not insult your intelligence by telling you that you can't find, quote, a person that's qualified nowhere. So I want to apologize, because that is the most unheard of statement that I've heard in a long time. That's what he told me. Make a long story short, we started from there, and the rest is history. The flagship university has a broad representation as it relates to the people who sets its policies. So I wanted to say that, that's why I want to hear this, because I hope I don't hear, in essence, them saying we can't find nobody. It's so hard that we got to change these rules to something else. So if we can I request to have what they did, so we'll know what they did?
Yeah, I think they just non-concurred on the amendments, what the Secretary's saying, so.
We can't ask the amendment that we're asking to non-concur up here on be read? That's what I'm asking.
I think it was our amendment, is what he's saying. It was our amendment. It's already engrossed in the bill. And then they non-concurred on it, so now it's going to conference.
Okay. I cannot ask for it, since that's the point of this. I ain't talking about the bill. Whatever we addressing on this bill, you cannot find out. I can't find out.
I think right now we're just addressing whether or not it goes to the conference committee. We can get you whatever you need separate.
Okay. I understand. I'm gonna talk a few minutes while I get a page to go out there and get me a copy of the bill and the amendment, and then we can kind of know what it is that may be coming back out with us. So
I think Senator Smithman, I think the non-concurrence, I believe, is on that, what we had put in there at Pier, where you took those members from the congressional districts, and I think that's what they non-concurred with.
What by them doing that, if we didn't have that, how would they be picked?
Well, you got the way the board's made up is through different professions that serve that industry. So some may be a pharmacy tech, for example, not a full-blown pharmacy. Well, controlling how those on that list, and there's also a consumer member. So those that are on that list that make up that board, say for example, if you have to have a pharmacy tech, for example, and there's a congressional district that doesn't have a pharmacy tech in it, although I can't imagine that.
Me neither.
Then that would allow some movement in that.
Okay.
So, but I do think the diversity throughout the state, we've got to figure out a way to make that work, though, because we need all areas of the state represented.
Do you know the makeup of it right now?
Right now, there's not but 5 members, and you've got a lot of those members that are from either Auburn or Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken, the former members.
Okay. 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 I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see the amendment now. It said it's dealing with the monetary penalties and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's another part of it too, is where they have to publish the monetary penalties so they can't make it up as they go.
Okay.
Where it would be set and established if you did a certain violation, then your penalty would be within this range. And they have to publish those and make them on their website.
Okay. All right. So they want us to non-concur. So you can go to conference.
Yes, sir.
All right. Who appoints this conference? Is it the pro tem, or if it's the pro tem, Doug? Is the pro tem in there somewhere?
I believe the pro tem would do that.
Is he in there? Yeah, I'm trying to make it an appeal with this conference committee that we have a little diversity on it, because it's, it's I think that's important if we don't concur.
Senator Beasley?
Senator Smithman, I've just been informed the conference committee from the Senate would be myself, Senator Beasley, and Senator Butler.
Do you want me to put you on the spot, or you want to answer? I got a question to ask you. You want to do it? Me ask you privately or from this mic? I don't matter.
What depends on what kind of question it is.
Oh, it's a direct one. Because about this conference committee, y'all ain't gonna go in there and try to wipe this thing out where we don't have no representation in it. Because that's what.
Quite the contrary.
I didn't say y'all, but y'all got to hold tight, and I ain't seen a bunch of holding tight up in this place lately.
Yeah.
If you in there, that's the issue. I'm talking about the Senate got to hold tight.
Yep.
I don't expect them to do what I think that we ought to do down there. That's their different body. I would hope they would. But the Senate need to stick with Senate, and you got to have 2 people to sign it. So it's not just enough to have one advocating if it ain't no concern for what we actually did up here.
Senator
So
Smithman,
that's why I'm asking, that's why I'm saying about the conference committee. Got some strong folks in there who ain't gonna break down and go along just to get along with the people down there who want to wreck what we tried to do up here. I'm satisfied with what we did up here, but I ain't got a bunch of confidence right now that will automatically happen if we don't have some strong people in there. So, and I keep saying the word strong people in there. I ain't say nice, I ain't say kind, I ain't say polite, I said strong people.
Senator Smithman, I think with myself, Senator Beasley, and Senator Butler, and this is something that I've been working on for over a year, or approximately a year. So I've got a lot at stake of this, a lot of time in that. So I think with Senator Butler and Senator Beasley, your concerns will be addressed. You know, that's one of the things that we want. We want the representation balanced throughout the state as much as it can be controlled with the different degrees that have to be have that serve on that board. So I think that'll take care of your concern there. And, you know, Senator Beasley and Senator Butler both have a long history in that profession. And so their knowledge and expertise, I think, would take care of the problem. And I can assure you, with me working on it for almost a year and listening to it on every weekend and hearing from pharmacists throughout the state, I'm not going to be an easy pushover on this. I've got too much time invested.
All right, well, Mr. President, all right, now you being, hey, look here, I'm like Santa Claus. I'm taking names and checking them twice. Well, you gonna be solid or just be nice? Which one it gonna be? You know, so I got my little list now. So I'm gonna turn it back over to you, and I'm gonna have confidence in you. I'm gonna give you your chance.
Yes,
whether your word means something or not. See, I can't judge your word by somebody else's. So each person stands alone. And so this is my moment in my life that I'm gonna have enough confidence in you that if you say it from that mic, you got it. Not me trying to get you to say it, but after I tell you what my situation and you say it, I want to know I can rely on that. And so the only way I can know is give you that opportunity. Okay, so I'm passing back over to Mr. President. I'm passing back over to him. I'm giving you that opportunity.
Santa Claus, I'll get the job done, I assure you.
All right.
All right, we don't need to be calling people names now. All right. All right, so the motion is, you want to use previous role?
Yes, without objection, for adoption.
And this is to non-concur and go to conference, correct?
Correct.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate non-concurs to go to conference. The conferees are Senator Kelly, Senator Butler, and Senator Beasley. All right. Secretary, call the next House message.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, before you do that, Marshall, let me recognize some special guests in the gallery. Guests of everybody in the Alabama Senate, the EDAA Young Professionals Committee. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Great to have you today.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 303 regarding the School Principal Leadership and Mentoring Act. Signed, John Treadwell, clerk.
Look at that smile on your face. I come running up here. Mr. President, I would move that we concur with the House amendment using the previous role, but I'm sure.
Mr. President, can we recognize?
You're recognized.
No, I was smiling because I'm over here using the word Santa Claus, but hey, you really Santa Claus. That's what I was about to us. I know you don't think of yourself that way, but that's why I was smiling. I said, "Oh, he back up here. They got him working today again."
That's right.
Because see, we don't have like a pre-list of what the House messages are. So
that's right.
When I saw you come, I said, "Oh, okay. Yeah."
Yeah. So this bill is the principal. Bill, you remember 2023, maybe 24, I can't remember, maybe 23. We changed the salary matrix.
I remember.
22, maybe. And so when we did that, they're getting annual raises now. They didn't used to get that. It was every 3 years, but we changed that to help our educators. Well, that moved everybody's salary north. As a block, all classroom educators. And if you had a lot of years of experience, plus maybe a master's degree on top, you were doing pretty good.
I saw that.
Financially. Well, they were almost passing principals or assistant principals, depending on the school system. And the principals are like, well, wait a minute. I'm up here 10, 11 months out of the year working, and they're only, they're here 9 months, 9.5, the teachers, so what gives? So we established this principal training bill, but we also wanted to pay them a $10,000 stipend. And so where that came from. And so we passed a bill, give them the stipend. If you're in a high poverty school, you get some extra. If you're in a very rural school, you get some extra. So there was some add-ons there. Well, this bill changed. We went back to the state definition of which high poverty schools would qualify, because the feds were doing this to their definition. So we passed it downstairs, and when it got downstairs, they wanted some more clarification, principles around the state of who was included. So this House amendment includes like career tech, alternative schools, lots of other principles that we just kind of said principles in round one, but this clarifies the group just to make sure that they qualify, and the House made that amendment to the bill.
Okay.
So I'd make my motion, Mr. President, using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 303 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 567 by Representative Wilcox regarding Class II municipalities with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 589 by Representative Brinyark regarding Jefferson County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, can I have the title read of that?
Yes, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Jefferson County to amend Section 4537-260.02 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the authority of the County Building Commissioner. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 590 by Representative Wadsworth regarding Winston County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, could we have the title read?
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding Winston County to levy a lodging tax and to provide for the collection of the tax and the distribution of the proceeds from the tax. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 602 by Representative Ingram regarding Montgomery County with notice and proof, signed John Treadwell, Clerk, is referred to local legislation. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 581 by Representative Collins and others regarding Morgan County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, could I have the title read?
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Morgan County to amend Section 4552-161 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the distribution of the county's Tennessee Valley Authority in lieu of taxes payments, to further provide for certain funds and to repeal Sections 4552-161.03, 4552-161.04, and 4552-161.05, 4552-161.06, and 4552-161.07, Code of Alabama 1975 relating to the distribution of the Morgan County TVA money. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 416 by Representative Oliver regarding cardiac arrests is referred to the Committee on Health Care. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, could we get the title read?
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to sudden cardiac arrest, to amend Section 2 of Act 2024-392, 2024 regular session, now appearing as Section 1630D21, Code of Alabama 1975, to further provide for the placement of automatic external defibrillators in athletic venues and at athletic events. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 425 by Representative Bedsole regarding regional mental health authority boards is referred to the Health Care Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, could we have the title read?
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding regional mental health authority boards to amend sections 2551.8 and 2251.9 Code of Alabama to revise the composition of executive committees, to provide for the appointment of certain local officials, to prohibit the corporation from creating additional qualifications through its bylaws or other legal instruments, and to provide further for a quorum.
Is that all the House messages? All right, now move on to committee reports. Secretary, call first committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 67 receives a favorable report with one amendment by vote of 5 ayes, 3 nays.
Mr. President, could we have the title read?
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to parental rights to prohibit K-12 schools and public libraries from presenting or sponsoring certain performances in certain circumstances, and to prohibit certain state entities from allowing minors to share certain facilities with members of the opposite sex in certain circumstances during certain overnight programs. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 161 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding building codes to amend section 419160, 419161, 419162, 419163, 419164, 419165, 419166, 419167, 419170, 419171, 419172, 419173, and 419174 Code of Alabama to provide for the standardization of certain building codes in the state, to require the Division of Construction Management within the Department of Finance to adopt certain building codes, to further provide for the applicability and enforcement of the codes, and to add section 419166 to the Code of Alabama to authorize certain coastal counties and municipalities to adopt supplemental coastal building codes, and to amend section 34230 and 34232 Code of Alabama to further provide for the practice of architecture and duties of local code officials, and to provide a criminal penalty for a violation. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 165 receives a favorable report by vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding state holidays, to amend section 138 Code of Alabama 1975 to add Juneteenth as a state holiday, and to delete duplicative language and make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 91 receives a favorable report by vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to county housing authorities, to amend section 24161, 24166, to further provide for the powers of a county housing authority, to ratify certain previously created subsidiaries of county housing authorities, to exempt county housing authorities from all taxes in certain circumstances, and to make non-substantive technical revision to update the existing code language to the current style. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 90 receives a favorable report by vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 471 receives a favorable report, vote of 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
President, request title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding local water, sewer, and fire protection authorities to amend Section 1188.6, Code of Alabama 1975 to remove the prohibition on a state or local officer from serving on the board of directors of an authority. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 363 receives a favorable report with substitute by vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Fair Campaign Practices Act to amend Section 1752 and 15.1 to define foreign national and prohibit foreign national contributions and donations to fund Alabama campaigns and ballot measures. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 479 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, we ask for the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to voters and voting to amend Section 17430, 17438.1, and 17439 Code of Alabama 1975 to remove the Electronic Registration Information Center as a voter registration database that the Board of Registrars or Secretary of State may use to identify voters whose addresses may have changed, and to require the Secretary of State to conduct a voter registration list maintenance program through the Alabama Voter Integrity Database.
These bills receive a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 509 receives a favorable report by vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, could we have a title read, please?
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to game breeder licensees to amend Section 91130 Code of Alabama to prohibit state agencies from killing, testing, and prohibiting the transfer of cervids due to disease, subject to exceptions, to provide that cervids possessed by a licensee are the personal property of that licensee, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to current style.
These bills received a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 345 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 572 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, would like the title be read, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding Escambia County to authorize the County Commission to levy an additional motor vehicle license and registration issuance fee and to provide for the distribution of the proceeds. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 573 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 601 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Escambia County to amend sections 4527.231, 4527.231.01, 4527.03, 4527.231.26, and 4527.233, Code of Alabama 1975, to further provide for the deposit and use of monies by the sheriff. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 586 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 571 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 585 receives a favorable report. From local legislation, House Bill number 495 receives a favorable report. From local legislation, House Bill number 574 receives a favorable report.
President, could we have a title read?
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Jackson County to provide for the compensation of the judge of probate and to repeal sections 453683, 453683.01 Code of Alabama relating to the compensation of the Jackson County judge of probate. From local legislation, House Bill number 576 receives a favorable report.
These bills receive a second reading and completion and calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Local Legislation Committee, House Bill number 591 receives a favorable report. From local legislation, House Bill number 592 receives a favorable report.
All right, these bills received a second reading, and this concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Any motions or resolutions? All right, Senator Melson. All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Yes, and I'd like to make immediate consideration.
All right. All right, any objection for immediate consideration? Here and none, so ordered.
I got to read it. Senate Joint Resolution number 82 by Senator Melson commending the International Fertilizer Development Center on its 50th anniversary.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask all members be added to the resolution.
All right, any objection?
Not to be added, but I would like for it to be read at its proper time.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, so any objection on his motion? All right, hearing none, so ordered, so all senators. And then you want it read?
Yes, sir.
All right, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution commending the International Fertilizer Development Center on its 50th anniversary, where its highest commendations are extended to the International Fertilizer Development Center, IFDC, in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, on celebrating its 50th anniversary of groundbreaking contributions to global agricultural sustainability. And whereas IFDC was founded in 1974 in response to a global food crisis, with nearly 500 million people lacking sufficient food, prompted by U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger's call for improved agricultural production in developing countries. IFDC was established with funding from Canada's International Development Research Center and the U.S. Agency for International Development, and land from Tennessee Valley Authority and Muscle Shoals, initially operating out of temporary facilities. IFDC has since expanded its reach, establishing offices in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and working to enhance global agriculture sustainability in nearly 100 nations. Whereas over the past 50 years, IFDC has trained millions of smallholder farmers in sustainable soil practices to enhance their livelihoods and ensure the resilience of future food systems. IFDC's efforts are crucial for fostering sustainable and equitable agricultural practices worldwide. Whereas headquartered in Alabama, IFDC leads global agricultural innovations to improve soil health, crop productivity, and food security. Its Alabama pilot plant and research labs develop and test fertilizers, ensuring efficient and scalable solutions for farmers. With over 500 employees worldwide, including 60 in Alabama, the IFDC continues to advance sustainable agriculture and support international farming communities. Whereas an IFDC marks its 50th anniversary, its legacy highlights the need for ongoing investment in agricultural research to address global population challenges with a solid base in Alabama and expanding influence in Africa and Asia. IFDC is poised to advance its mission of enhancing soil health and agricultural productivity. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the International Fertilizer Development Center is honored and commended on the occasion of celebrating its 50th anniversary, and by copy of this resolution for appropriate presentation and display, we convey our highest tribute, along with heartiest congratulations and best wishes for the future.
Mr. President, before I ask for adoption, I'd like to say Mr. Skaggs is looking quite dapper today. It looks like he's...
Mr. Skaggs is looking great here, so I think he's looking really good up here.
I'd like to ask to adopt the resolution using previous...
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry. Anyway, the resolution is adopted. Sorry about that. No, we already did that. All right.
Long row.
What now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we've already, yeah, we're
Thank
good.
you.
That's motion, yeah.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right. Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 83 by Senator Orr, commending the Alabama Center for the Arts and the Alabama Arts Hall of Fame.
Mr. President, I'd move unanimous consent for immediate consideration. And
All right. You object for unanimous consent?
I would like for it to be read.
Okay, no, that's fine. But do you object for it coming up?
No, no.
Okay.
No,
All right.
no.
Okay. All right. Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution commending the Alabama Center for the Arts and the Alabama Arts Hall of Fame. Whereas the state of Alabama has a rich artistic heritage and that has contributed to its cultural, historical, and educational identity. Whereas the Alabama Arts Hall of Fame was created by the Alabama Center for the Arts to honor and recognize Alabama artists who have achieved preeminence in their fields and made significant contributions to the artistic landscape of the state. Whereas the Alabama Arts Hall of Fame has recognized outstanding individuals in the arts, inducting the following distinguished Alabama natives and residents. In 2016, Wes Chapman, Tillman Crane, Emmylou Harris, Noel Hollis, Dean Jones, Bruce Larson, quilt makers of Gee's Bend, and Mildred Nungester Wolf. In 2019, Truman Capote, Nell Carter, the Drive-By Truckers, and Henry Panion III. Whereas the Alabama Center for the Arts, a collaborative partnership between the Calhoun Community College and Athens State University in Decatur, provides accessible and high-quality arts education while fostering a private arts college experience. Whereas the ACA maintains strong partnerships with K-12 school systems in the area, including the Decatur City Schools, Hartselle City Schools, and Morgan County Schools, thereby expanding arts education opportunities for students. Whereas the ACA has received investment support from municipal, county, and state entities and has promoted public art displays throughout the city and reaching the community through our outdoor artistic engagement. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the Alabama Center for the Arts and its Alabama Arts Hall of Fame are highly commended for their outstanding contributions to the preservation, promotion, and advancement of the arts in Alabama. Be it further resolved that the Alabama Center for the Arts is designated as the official host and site for the Alabama Arts Hall of Fame.
Mr. President, move again for unanimous consent for immediate consideration.
All right. And then, Senator Smitherman, did you have, I know earlier you had your hand up. What, did you want this thing read? Is that what you were saying, or?
Yeah, if it hadn't been read,
It just got read. It just got read.
It just got read.
Okay. All right, so we've already read the whole
Long
thing.
roll.
All right, you want the long roll? All right, it's call sustain. All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted. All right, any other motions or resolutions?
President,
Senator
I
Wagner.
have some resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 273, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on PTSD and First Responders, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
What's my, oh, this is Rules Committee.
Motions
like
and
to-
resolutions.
Motion, okay.
You want title to be read or something, or you want to talk on them?
Yeah, let me talk on that for a minute. Let me-
All right.
I was listening to something else in my ear, and it just, I'm getting old, okay? This is this resolution for, could you read that? Can I hear that title again on it?
All right, Secretary, read them the title, please.
House Joint Resolution number 273, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on PTSD and First Responders.
Oh, this is a good one. I need this study, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we need this study done here. This.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
I like that one.
All right. Do you have any other motions or resolutions, Senator Wagner?
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 226, establishing the Alabama Unmanned Aircraft System Study Commission, receives a favorable report. Committee amendment pending.
I'm gonna get with you. Okay.
Mr. President,
All right.
move adoption of the resolution. Move adoption of the amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment's adopted. All right.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution as amended.
Okay, do you want to speak on this?
I'd like for it to be read.
All right, Secretary, could you read it, please?
House Joint Resolution establishing the Alabama Unmanned Aircraft System Study Commission, whereas the rapid development of unmanned aircraft technology, often called drones, has provided great benefits to government agencies, businesses, industry, and agriculture in Alabama, whereas the use of drones to protect citizens, law enforcement officers, and first responders from danger is an especially important function, whereas defense and intelligence authorities in the United States, among our allies, have found that certain drones manufactured by companies in or affiliated with hostile foreign nations have the capacity to engage in unauthorized transfers of data to intelligence and government authorities in those hostile nations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that there is created the Alabama Unmanned Aircraft System Study Commission to evaluate the use of drones within the state, the vulnerability of drones to unauthorized transfer of data by hostile actors, any practices or protocols necessary to secure sensitive data, and the feasibility of alternatives to current foreign-sourced drones. A, the membership of the study commission shall consist of all of the following. One member appointed by the governor, one member appointed by the lieutenant governor, one member appointed by the president pro tempore of the Senate, one member appointed by the minority leader of the Senate, one member appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, one member appointed by the minority leader of the House of Representatives, the state budget officer, one member appointed by the Secretary of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency, one member appointed by the Attorney General. The appointing authority shall coordinate their appointments to ensure the study commission membership is inclusive and reflects all the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity in the state. The study commission shall evaluate all the following: the use of drones within the state, the potential vulnerability of drones to unauthorized data transfers initiated by hostile actors, any practices or protocols necessary to secure sensitive data, the feasibility of alternatives to current foreign source drones. The first meeting of the study commission shall be held at the call of the governor no later than 90 days after the resolution's passage, at which time the study commission shall elect a chair and a vice chair. The study commission may then meet as necessary to conduct business. The Legislative Services Agency, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, and the Secretary of the Senate shall provide administrative and other assistance for the work of the study commission as necessary. The legislative members of the study commission shall be entitled to their legislative compensation per diem and travel expenses for each day they attend a meeting of the study commission pursuant to Section 49 of the Constitution of Alabama. The non-legislative members of the study commission shall serve without compensation but may be reimbursed for necessary expenses in attending meetings of the study commission pursuant to the policies of their respective appointing authority. The study commission shall prepare and submit a report of its findings to the legislature not later than the 15th legislative day of the 2026 regular session, at which point the study commission shall stand dissolved and discharged of any future duties and liabilities. Pursuant to Section 3614-17-1 Code of Alabama 1975, the study commission shall provide a notice of all meetings and the name of each member serving on the study commission and a copy of the final report and any other documents produced by the study commission throughout its duration to the Secretary of State. Each appointing authority named herein shall be provided a copy of this resolution and its passage.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Is that all of them?
All right, one more. Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 262, commending the Troy Regional Medical Center. Also, House Joint Resolution number 266, celebrating Veterans Week. And also, House Joint Resolution number 274, commending Jimmy Sanford, receive a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I have an SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Rules.
Go to rules?
Rules.
All right, Secretary, send to rules.
Mr. President.
No, you go.
Senate Joint Resolution number 84 by Senator Livingston, commending Skills USA state competition medalists and competitors, is referred to the Rules Committee.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
I have a SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 85 by Senator Orr, commending the Cook Museum of Natural Science.
Mr. President, I'd move unanimous consent for immediate consideration.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, now we're on there.
I'd move adoption of the SJR, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Request that it be read.
All right, Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 85, commending the Cook Museum of Natural Science, whereas with great pride and special pleasure, highest commendations are conveyed to the Cook Museum of Natural Science in support of their mission to introduce the natural world to students of all ages in North Alabama. Whereas the Cook Museum of Natural Science began in 1968 when John Cook opened his professional insect collection to the public by appointment. Whereas the Cook family in 2016 expressed their vision of the museum as a more engaging, exciting, and educational experience for the next generation, and the new Cook Museum of Natural Science reopened as a nonprofit organization on June 7, 2019. Whereas today, the Cook Museum of Natural Science is a 62,000 square foot state-of-the-art natural science museum with STEM classrooms and an exhibition space that holds 9 themed galleries, providing a hands-on immersive experience where kids can explore, interact with, and learn about nature. Some of the highlights that museum guests can experience include an immersive cave experience, live animals, including baby alligators, lizards, snakes, insects, jellyfish, fresh and saltwater fish, an endangered Kemp's Ridley sea turtle, a forest exhibit with a climbing tree, and much more. Whereas since its opening in 2019, the museum has partnered with North Alabama schools to bring students to its STEM classrooms. During 2023, the museum's total number of visitors was 85,626, which includes 16,243 students from 72 cities and 19 Alabama counties. Those numbers are increased to 86,725, with 18,764 of those being students from 90 cities and 21 Alabama counties. The program is so successful and enriching for the students that the museum has plans to raise funds to expand its STEM program. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that the Cook Museum of Natural History is highly commended for bringing essential learning experiences to the residents and students of North Alabama, and designated to serve as the North Alabama STEM Center as a partner in education with North Alabama schools.
Renew my motion, Mr. President.
All right, all those in, you want a long roll? Call sustain? All right. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Orr's motion's adopted. Any other motions or resolutions? All right, now move on to local bills, uncontested. Call the first uncontested local bill.
On page 106, Senate Bill number 339 by Senator Gavan regarding Madison County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using the previous roll.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to speak to the BIR.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. This is, it's amazing. It's amazing that we find ourselves at local legislation. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the protocol has been reestablished as it relates to local legislation. I think that protocol has already been reestablished. I didn't seek to establish it. I didn't suggest to establish it. I wasn't asked whether or not we ought to reestablish that. I was just the first example of it's like what my mama said to me when I was in the 6th grade. I had been worried my mama about being in her classroom because, thank you. My mama taught 1st grade. I want to be in a, okay. Okay. My mama, I just kept worrying her. Then 2nd grade, they moved up teaching 2nd grade. She said, no. She said, I'm not going to have you in my class. And that's all she would tell me. We got to the 4th grade. I want to be in my mama class. Want to be with your mama. She said, no. So finally, the little school I went to stopped in the 6th grade. And so I went to a little 1A high school before integration, where you had 7th grade to 12th grade.
Shelby County?
It was a school called Prentice High School.
In Shelby County?
In Shelby County. You know, it's a middle school now. But now it's a middle school, but it was called Prentice High School. It was the first black high school in the Shelby County, because kids from Alabaster would be bused down there to the school. Kids from Calera would be bused down there to go to school. So I went to school with people from those different communities coming up. And so this is what I'm getting at. So finally in the 6th grade, she said that I could be in her class. And so I'm sitting there in her class, and we had a little spelling test. And see, back in them days, you know what the rule used to be. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Okay? Okay. And so back then, you could use that paddle. Okay? And see, before I tell you what happened in that class and tell you how it relates to in here, see, my basketball coach had the same kind of paddle. And he had holes in the paddle, you know, wood about that thick. And it was made about like that. Had a little handle, had the holes in it. And then he said, get ready. He said, get ready for the heat to the meat with the velocity applied. I mean, even they come with and see them holes, you know how when you get a paddle and the wind slow it down? Well, see them holes, let that air go through. Mm-hmm. So it was like a jet. And when it hit you, that meat is sucking them holes in your hip. And then when they pull it out, it's like they pulling your meat or separating your meat from your body. Well, I was getting back to my mother's class. I was in the 6th grade, and she was like this. She was the teacher who was taught, the pilot instructor back in the day, who taught kids how to read with phonics. Not like Dr. Spark by sight, but by phonetic sound. And so I knew, and I'm sitting up in her class, so we had a spelling test. And she had a rule in there. And that, remember now, I told you could use the paddle back these days. It wasn't child abuse. It was called educational motivation. And so I got up there, took the test, and made a 90, missed 2 words. I got an A. I'm sitting up there like you see me standing here now. And she said, class, she said, as I told you all, there was going to be consequences for missing, when you don't spell a word. See, that's how they make you go home and study. Back then, see, that's why we had a problem we got now. Little kids talking about they don't like a teacher. You didn't like them, but you better do what they tell you to do. So she said, I'm going to give you all an example. She said, Roger, come up here.
Uh-oh.
I'm talking in front of the class, her own child. She said, go get that paddle. Man, I got 2 of the hardest licks I ever got in my. So you got one for every word you miss. She said, she told me, she said, I'm going to show y'all what's getting ready to happen to y'all. And I'm the example. So them licks came strong. Okay? Now, you said, what they got to do with us being in here?
I'm trying to figure out if I'm the principal or the student. I'm trying to figure that out.
I'm going to hook it up. See, you remember I told you the example? You remember I told you that? Well, see, that's the way I consider my little local legislation. Because that's all that was. I ain't got nothing else to say about it. But it was. I don't want to hear that mess. Well, they counted out there. Oh, man, please, you can craft anything you want to in this process and call it what you want. But a duck is a duck. I don't care if you want to call it a bird, you want to call it a chicken, whatever, it's still a duck. And now, I'm getting right back to where we are. That president, to show everybody else, was me. When the pinnacles of this body stepped into the local legislation of my district and decide that they're going to shape and make that decision and not locally, well, I mean, I can't do anything about that. As you see, that's why it is what it is. But what happens is that you open up a precedent. And you open up a precedent, it's all right to stick your hand in anybody's local stuff. And so, remember what I always said when I'm standing up here? Once a month, Roger Smithman, reporting for duty, I take your rules and your twos and try to be successful. I didn't set the precedent. I had never dipped into not nobody's local stuff for the whole 30 years I've been here. And nobody can tell you that I put my hands and tentacles on anybody's local stuff. So that's fine. I mean, I'm not no kind of way. I wanted you to, I want just to say that. I ain't no way. I ain't been out of shape or nothing like that.
I got it now.
You got it now. You got it, yeah. I didn't, but remember what I said? I take your rules. So the body's told me that's the rule now. You can go into people's local stuff. So I don't, I'm not upset. If that's what the rule is, so be it.
But
so
just
be
think,
it.
but
I didn't say it.
Just think, if you do it today, it'll be the first time in your, how many years you say? 30 years?
Yeah, but see the difference.
And you won't be able to say that anymore.
But see the difference with me, I'm not fit to go and try to kill nobody's stuff, take it away from them, or change it.
It's gonna make us earn it.
Talk to me. Talk to me. That's all.
I knew I got this.
And I'm gonna vote for it. See, I ain't gonna be the way I was treated. I don't do that. Okay? See, and it's my second. And you know what? When you unroll that rodeo once, you understand that. See, it ain't. But if I look around in this room, it's probably only two. Yeah, it's only two senators in here who was in here at the time, maybe a few more at the time when, in fact, I can give you the number of years it was. 15 years ago, I dealt with something like this. 15 years ago. And I told them then, I said, now let me explain something to you. I said, I know you treat me like you're a snake and you can bite me, and then I'm just gonna die on off. I said, but the Lord has blessed me to have the anti-venom. The anti-venom. So, when I get bit, it stings a little while, but I ain't finna die off or nothing. See, so that's where I just kind of have to share that where we are now with, with our local different stuff now. It's just fun to talk about it and see. So now I'm gonna learn a lot about these districts.
Mr. Smithman, time's up on the B hour. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 106 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 339 by Senator Gavan regarding Madison County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Mr. President, to be recognized,
Wait, Mr. Smith.
speak to the bill.
Wait, Senator Smith.
Okay. Can you tell me what this bill does, Senator, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. This is a local bill, and it relates to Madison County, and it provides for the compensation of the sheriff.
Oh, okay. How much they gonna pay him? What does it say in the bill? Does it say how much they gonna raise him to?
Now, Senator, I'm like you when it comes to local legislation. I don't get in everybody else's business, so I can't tell you. I don't know.
The bill don't say. You up there handling the bill? That's why I'm asking you now. If that's the case, I respect that what you said, but let the sponsor get up there and answer it then. You know.
Okay.
And then if you know, I ain't gonna put you on the spot, but I do need to know the answer. So
Gotcha.
at least the sponsor can come up and tell me if you don't feel comfortable with telling me. And I don't mind talking to you and get him back in here if you want to.
He'll be here in a minute.
Yeah.
But between then and now, we can talk about the office of sheriff, constitutional officer.
Oh, yeah.
One of the, maybe the only local constitutional officer. I believe it is.
The sheriff?
I believe it is. I believe it's the only local constitutional officer.
Okay. Okay. Now, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So when I was on the county commission, we always had an agreement with our sheriff because he's a constitutional officer. He's able to control salaries, raises, insurance, everything. But normally, they ask the county commission to do that because it's a lot of administrative work. You got to hire somebody to do that, somebody who knows all of that. So you'll appreciate this. When you come over on to our side, because I was on the county commission, you got to play by our rules, right?
That's right. You're right.
So that caused always a little bit of problem. Still does, between county commissions and sheriffs, because the sheriff has the authority to do all that himself.
Yeah.
But if he asks the county commission to do it, well then my policy was always, you got to live by the county commission's rules.
Yeah, if you got
If you don't want us to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you want us to do it, you got to go by. We're not going to treat the sheriff's department different than every other department.
Yeah.
So that was the back and forth that we always have. And I mean, it was we had a great sheriff at the time, great sheriff, and he and I got along great. But that don't mean we didn't have friction over this issue and, you know, other similar issues. I mean, it's kind of built into the system between the county commission and the sheriff, because county commissioners are not constitutional officers.
That's right. Now that much I do know.
The sheriff is a constitutional officer, so therein lies the problem. I mean, the county commission sets the budget.
That's right.
But the sheriff is a constitutional officer, so it was always a lot of interesting situations and dynamics that was always back and forth. And, you know, up into and including, you got to come to the legislature to adjust your salary.
Yeah, I got you.
I think the sponsor is ready to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Good.
The senator is raising his salary to $170,000. We're now the second biggest county. He's got a big jail to handle, which he actually handles the jail for the city of Huntsville and the county. It's a joint jail. So he does that in addition to being the sheriff of the second largest county in the state. So he was woefully underpaid, and the county commission had a resolution to increase his salary, and that's what this bill comes from.
You know, I like how you corrected yourself. The first thing came out your mouth, you said the largest county, so and so and so and so.
I already said largest.
I heard that at first.
No, second largest.
Well, I know you corrected it. I'm giving you your flowers. I was listening too. You know how lawyers, we listen. So I don't want you to think that you up there talking, I'm just kind of up here. No, I listen, tune in every word you're saying over there. Now, let me ask you something. I'm finna put you on the spot. I thought I'd tell you that up front, so you know you don't think it's a sneak attack or something. All right? Now, how would you feel if that decision for your county was made by people that had no relationship to your county, about whether or not, even though you brought that bill and you explained what the situation was, so for you to bring it, you must have confidence or belief that that ought to happen. How would you feel?
If it's something that's solely related to my county, it might be somewhat, that would depend on the issue, I actually would say.
Okay.
There are some issues that I think do relate to other, depending on the nature of it, can relate to counties around them.
Okay, see, I figured for you, I got to narrow the scope. Forgot, lawyer, I forgot that. Now, I'm going to narrow it for you then. Okay. Suppose that you have gone and gotten you this brand new Tahoe. I'm talking about 2025. I saw one the other day that was black, and actually had the black rims on it, and all of that. It looks beautiful.
You can keep them clean. They're the prettiest ones out there.
There you go.
I can't keep mine clean.
Now imagine you just bought one, and you got it parked at your house, new. And I come and I tell you right at this mic, I said, look, I'm coming to your house. I ain't gonna tell you when, but I'm coming to take your Tahoe. Take it. I ain't talking about ask you to borrow it and all that. I'm telling you up front, I'm gonna steal it. Take it. What would you think about that?
I'm gonna call my sheriff and say, I got you $170,000 not raise, but salary. You better come take care of this. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay. Now, see, I figured if I narrowed it, I could get to my point. Had to narrow it. So you haven't said that, and I mean, I respect that. I respect what that meant, because that was your truck. You don't have to answer this question. Then you can imagine how I feel when somebody come and take some stuff that belong to the area that I represent. I feel just like you would about that Tahoe inside of me. I just had to get that point out. Not just to you, I just had to get it out. That I feel just like you would feel if somebody came and took your stuff at your house. You'd be one of us. Hey, this is what we said in my community. Say, you better not come around my house trying to steal my stuff, because I'll bust a cap on him. That's what they said. They'll bust a cap on him. You know what that means?
I know what that means.
That's right. And I imagine you bust a cap on me because you wouldn't know it was me. I'm not saying that you would do that. Roger Smithman, I'm going to bust a cap. No. But you just see somebody out there taking your stuff, and you bust a cap on me. Well, I just had to you just happened to be the first person to come up that I made the example. I wasn't waiting on you, by the way. Thought I'd tell you that. But I wanted to make that example. So whichever way somebody would feel with me having these conversations, or kind of we gonna go through in depth about local stuff, just always remember, he feels twice as whatever I feel, because his stuff was taken. Mine is just being delayed by him up there, but his was taken. So I just had to get that point out that because I want folks to feel how I feel inside about that aspect of it. It's kind of like being, you ever had anybody break into your house I have, by the way. I just want to tell you that.
My car.
Oh, okay. I've had somebody break in my car too, but I had somebody break in my house. I went to teach at the law school, like, the first day of class, and you know how that is. You ain't there but an hour, assignment, get the roll, introduce, everybody introduce themselves, and then you kind of let them go early. Well, it was the first day of class, and I just had not too long moved in this house, and it's in a horseshoe like that. So when you come down, this horseshoe is right in the curb, and it's facing. And went to school, had class, came back in right under an hour. And when I came down the road and turned that left into that curb, I knew out there it got me. Because my window was up, okay? And the door was open, not open, but it was open. And I knew then. And they had come in there and got my stuff. They had wrapped up my suits and stuff. They were coming back for the second load. They were, so after that point, when I would go into my house, I would feel that I had been defied, And I begin, when I walk in checking out everything, making sure ain't somebody in there that don't supposed to be in there and whatnot. But yes, it was a defied, like I had been defied. It was a feeling that I hope nobody ever faces, okay? When somebody done been in your house like that, and that happens. And so only reason I said that because if somebody that has happened to them, they can relate how I feel, okay? How I feel inside about the fact that something like of that magnitude would happen on that level, on the level that happened. Now, I have my own theories, and I ain't gonna go into all that, but we just talking about the fact that, and the only reason I'm mentioning that because we're on local legislation. That's my reason. It's not to sit up here to talk about that, but it's the connection that I'm making that see, and the reason I say that, because you have, even in here, you have people that feel very justified by being, how dare somebody do that? But I want to know that when you ain't been a victim, or when you've been a victim, then you got a testimony that you can testify about what impact something like that has. And so that's why I said what I said earlier. You may have been in here, may not. But Roger Smilman, reporting for duty. It's my job to take your tools and your rules and try to be successful. I take the tools that you give me each day, not you personally. I'm just saying that's what I be saying. I take the tools.
We all voted on it.
Yeah, I take the tools that I'm given each day, and I try to do the best I can to be successful, okay? Today, I just happen to have these tools. I happen to have the rule that now we can go into local legislation and mess with folks' stuff under any name that we call it. So I just kind of wanted to share my thoughts about that. You just happen to be there. If you wasn't there, if it had been bill number 2 being number 1, I'd be saying the same thing. So no, I'm not talking to you personally.
I understand it's not personal.
I'm not talking to you personally. I'm talking about the process that was used. And so, but as you were saying this about the sheriff, Sarah, when will it take effect?
Any newly elected sheriff.
Okay, when?
Will be the election's in 26.
You all have election in 26?
Same time we're up.
So you all are not those handful of, probably more, but those handful of cities, counties that, no, this county sheriff isn't it?
County sheriff.
Oh, that's different then. I'm thinking about
Our
cities.
county commissioners are in a presidential cycle, but our sheriff is on our cycle, same as the legislature and the governor, and then the probate judges are 6 years, so they flip-flop back and forth.
Okay. So, what I had in my mind was the cities, because the cities is this year.
Depends on the city, Senator. Huntsville was last year in August.
Okay. 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 Oh, okay. Y'all just elected
There
him.
wasn't an election for mayor. He ran unopposed.
Said, well,
Mayor ran unopposed, but we did have 2 city council members run at that time.
I know you had one running that had a little mishap.
Yeah, I had a little issue.
I remember that. I remember that issue. That in fact, and unfortunately, I don't think he was successful when he ran this time.
He was not.
I didn't think he was. But and that's if what happened, it's hard to come back from that. Cause see, that's one of them ground zero things he did, and being a city council person is ground zero. You see what I'm getting at now? So
Close as you get to the people.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate that had to happen, because I only met them on a program. That was on a program a couple years ago, and I was kind of impressed with that aspect of them. So that I see why they were elected. But if you got them other tendencies that what took place, that ain't good. It's not good at all. So did your county commission pass a resolution in support of this?
They did.
Okay. Well, that was good then. Yeah, that was good. Well, all right. Well, I'm gonna turn it back over to you and let you do your thing.
Well, thank you.
It's back over to you.
Mr. President, this time I would move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Is there an objection? Secretary, call short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Bill passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 106 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 338 by Senator Gavan regarding the city of New Hope in Madison County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous roll without objection.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Senator Smithman.
I'd like to speak to the BIR.
Go ahead.
Now, what did bill do?
So, Senator, what this is a changes part of the city limits of the town of New Hope. Actually, I think they're officially a city. Yeah, city of New Hope.
New Hope,
Alabama. It's in southern Madison County. And the issue has been, this is Representative Horton's bill. I only filed it, both of these bills, recently because some of the issues we've had in terms of local bills between the House and the Senate. So I dropped these bills as an accommodation. This is not in my district. I did this as an accommodation to Representative Horton. And he's frustrated because one of his constituents cannot get access to their property.
What now? They can't get to their stuff.
Property because there was apparently at some point in time, there was a vacation of a part of the right-of-way, which therefore denied him access to his property. And you probably are familiar, there is a procedure to get a private right-of-way or condemnation for a private right-of-way, but the law requires that the local city, if it's in the town limits, that the local city approve it, and this town council would not approve it, and so Representative Horton wanted to remove as narrowly as he could the town limits for this, basically this strip of road, which is not being maintained by the town or city of New Hope. He wanted to remove it from the city limits so they could go and pursue that private condemnation action without permission from the town council.
Wait a minute. I want to make sure I understand this. I want to speak wrong. So this bill is basically, I'm going to say it in the way I perceive it. So this bill takes away home rule. That's what it does in essence. I ain't saying whether folks like the home rule, whether they agree with it, or whether they consider it being oppressive, but they take away home rule.
I don't know that I characterize it that way. It's simply removing a portion of the city limits to allow this person to go to probate court, he would still have to prove that A, he didn't have I think it's a he, that he didn't have a legal access to his property, and he would have to compensate the other owners for it, just as you would in any condemnation action with a before and after valuation. But when the town council just won't even have a discussion about it, nobody, I mean, they really won't have a discussion. They certainly won't move to approve it. And then it forced it to be landlocked, so that your choices at that point in time are change statewide law or remove the city limits. And Representative Horton chose to redefine the city limits.
So he took home rule weight because they have the decision. Now, I hear what you're saying about that one person, you can't get on the property. I understand. But we getting ready to take the power away from a whole city for just one person. Let me just finish this, I'm gonna stop. That's Robin Hood. That's what I said up here earlier. I mean, I only can go back to examples. That's all I can do. That's what we did in the situation that I was involved in. For the good of everybody else wanting to do something else in some other area, we're gonna take it away from them and let them do what they want to do. That's what we're doing right here. We ready to take away the power from the city so this one person can do whatever it is they, in this case, might need to, that need to do or want to do. That's taking away home rule. We don't give them but a 1% home rule. Now we put them on point, what it is, 0.5.
Well, in this instance, they had a public road there, and they vacated it.
Who vacated it?
The city of New Hope vacated the road because they didn't want to take care of it anymore.
Okay.
And so there's no more public road, so the man can't ride down the public road anymore. So I think it's a little bit different. I mean, I get what.
Can he cut his own road on his own property and get on where he going?
He can't access it. He's too far away. It's not as convenient. He's got property up a mountain, and when you start dealing with mountain property, it's a different animal. Because you can't go straight up. You know, you got to kind of do like this. I've had to go down like this with a vehicle with no brakes. That was challenging.
Yeah, it is. It is. And no, you can't go just straight up. Now, let me tell you about straight up, since we talking about that. You need to get in, Doc. Yeah, when you talk about the mountain, I got a chance to go up the, the one in Colorado, where you get to the top, they say you're supposed to be able to see 6 states or something like that. You ever heard about that?
I've been to Colorado, but I don't.
Mount Everett, is it Mount Everett? Is that not, it's not Everett,
it's not Colorado.
But no, this is in Colorado. This is in Colorado. And it's the tallest peak.
Pikes Peak?
I don't know, but it's not too far from Breckenridge. You been to Breckenridge?
I've been in the area.
Okay, and it's not far from Breckenridge, but I actually got on a snowmobile, and I said 1,200 feet, could have been more than that, but you had to go straight up this mountain, just like what you were talking about. And you talking about, I was thinking the thing is gonna literally flip back over on top of me. That's why they have people doing that. I mean, it was slanted, but you going up. Now coming down, I did that. Ain't no way I was gonna come down. I mean, how you gonna stop a sled? And it's packed ice like a highway. And
it's hard enough to stop me on skis when I'm going downhill, I'll tell you what.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. But no, I understand what you're saying about mountain territory. You know, are you, I know your district is may not be. How far are you from Sand Mountain?
Probably about 30 minutes. Sand Mountain's a big, because I remember I used to think Sand Mountain was just like a small area when I grew up in Dallas County, and I'd say, oh, my uncle lived at Sand Mountain. And I remember the first time the guy said, what part? I'm like, what do you mean what part? I'm thinking Sand Mountain, Sand Mountain.
Yeah.
Sand Mountain's big.
Oh, it's humongous. It's humongous. In fact, at the basin of it, not the very bottom, but the basin of it is a sign company. You ever seen that sign company? Big old sign company that poke by signs up in that part of the state from them everywhere.
I hadn't noticed that one.
Yeah. I actually bought some signs from them one time, drove up there. So I got a chance to kind of go up on the mountain a little bit. And it was interesting. I mean, it literally reminds me a lot of California in terms of people living on the sides of the mountain. You know, you just...
Oh, you got that in Huntsville, hanging off the side.
Just hanging. I mean,
see him from my office.
Yeah. And so but I understand what you were saying in that regard, So now, once again, I want to make sure I get an understanding. This is where they're going to, are they going to compensate these people?
So that would be in the next action. That wouldn't be here, but yes, if this goes through and the court finds that he does not have legal access, and to go through all the motions there that you have to do to get a private right of action for a private condemnation for a private right of way, then he would have to pay any landowner he crossed. He'd have to pay them the difference what their property was worth before the taking and after the taking, just like the city of Huntsville or the city of Birmingham would have to compensate someone if they were getting a roadway.
Okay.
The difference would be is that if city of Birmingham or city of Huntsville were getting a right of way, there might be an improvement to the property. Maybe a sewer line was going in with it. Depends on what's going on in the project. Here, there would be no improvement by the nature of that. So it'd be the same before and after standard that there is generally without the I would argue without the possibility for any improvement value.
And now.
Senator Smith, time's up on the BR. Clerk, call the roll.
We call it a long roll.
Call the bill. Call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$28 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention. BR passed, adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 106 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 338 by Senator Gavan regarding Madison County.
And do you have any question? Let's see. And you got it's one of these real technical bills.
Meets and bounds.
I'm saying what I'm talking about. Distance of south 70 degrees, 14 minutes, 34 seconds east. I'm talking you gotta have your stopwatch to get this one. Let me ask you something about
Surveyor's
this.
got to be able to find it on the ground.
All right, let me tell you this then. See, we can talk a little lawyer talk for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna shift it back to you on this. What are they gonna use for the measurements? Are they gonna use monuments? Are they gonna use GPS? Because you know monuments move. I just got through trying a case, not just got through, but I tried a case. Down in these two senators' district. It was down in Dallas County. I'm down there trying
Oh,
cases.
you better not be messing around my property.
Listen, let me tell you something about me and this. If you have a case, I will travel, okay? It don't make no difference. I done tried them all down in Mobile. What, Sarah Land? I was all down off in there. I be all around the state working, man, any way I can put in a little work, you know, but I was gonna tell you that they had this doggone case and messed around and be careful what you ask for because you just might get it sometime. I said, oh, we need to have this redone and everything. And wasn't thinking that they had done monuments first. Now they got these, what you saw, you know, they gonna read in here. You hear the way I said it, what they gonna read when we get ready to pass it in here, that they're gonna be talking about meters and seconds and feet and bound. But when you pop it in that GPS, it gives you straight laser to where it's supposed to be. And
If you got good cell coverage or satellite coverage, depending on what kind you got. But the GPS is, I think, is more, you know, I think it is more accurate. I have had to deal with boundary line disputes before, but nonetheless, it's I think becoming the standard to use these because it's so much easier. You know, we got an issue like we have in a number of professions, Senator. A lot of young people are not going into this profession.
That's right.
And some of these surveyors that I work with don't really understand a lot of the elements that they need to know to be able to put this into practice.
That's right.
And I tell people all the time, and I'm one to talk, as I was a finance major and I hadn't used all those formulas in a long time, but you know, you need to be able to do that stuff without a calculator.
Yeah.
And because someday you may not have a calculator to be able to do it or a computer to do it for you. But right now we count on a lot of people are counting on computers to do their jobs.
That's right. I agree with you on that. You know, I mean, you can get some of these young people right now, they can't even set their timetables. They can't say them.
I'm not sure they teach them anymore.
No, they can't say them.
That's what I had to do on Saturday morning. I'd watch cartoons a little bit and then practice my timetables and then watch cartoons a little bit more.
The one I used to like the best because it rhymed with the fives. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The easy one was the 11s. You know, that's easy. I mean, people might say the 1, the 2, but the easy one to me was 11. You just double it, you know, just double everything. 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99. You know, it just learning those. But like you said, we had to learn that kind of stuff. And being able to knock it out like that. Okay, I mean, it was just like, I'm gonna give you an example. It's just like this special order calendar. I knew right then what the percentage. Just 21 bills, 4 hours, 19%. Don't need a calculator. Here's the calculator right here. See, yeah, now I'm telling you a little secret. You know, it's a little secret. Back when I first used to come down here, it don't apply now because the youngest one I got in my lot is my youngest grandson, and that's the one you all seen. He's 14. All the rest of everybody in my world is old except 2 grades. So here it is. I had to, like when they were little, you know, because see, let me say this: the experience that my 2 youngest daughters has been very interesting in this body, because the day that we had the situation with the lieutenant governor, You remember about the jug?
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
When you
Well,
talk about lieutenant governor and experience, that's where my mind goes.
Well, we didn't have but one page on the floor.
You don't want me thinking about you over this one, Governor.
No, not him. It wasn't him. We had one page on the floor, just one, okay? That one page, that day that all that happened, that one page on the floor was my middle daughter. The baby one that's on city council now was sitting right there with her mom. And she was talking about, and you know what she was saying? She was crying and saying, what are they doing to my dad? And they weren't doing nothing to her dad. It was just a commotion. She said, what are they doing to my dad?
And did we have this furniture in here then, or was it something different?
Well, we didn't have the new furniture.
Okay, this is after that.
But it wasn't quite that high because we had senators jumping all over this and everything. I mean, so it was unreal up in here, you know. But the point was simply that we had an unusual situation in here, you know, and it had a direct impact, you know. But we could not we could not approach it from, you know, a normal situation because it was abnormal. That's just the best way for me to tell you. It was just abnormal. That's all I can tell you, you know. But it worked itself out. It worked itself out, you know. And so I was glad to hear that part. But now getting back to this, how much property is this going to be? You know, like, what, an acre?
For the D-annex?
Yeah.
I usually total it up at the end. I don't see a acreage on it, Senator.
Okay. Now, when we said de-annex, so are we basically talking about the property that they were basically gave the easement or the right-of-way to use as their personal
It would
property?
be the old, my understanding is it's supposed to be basically a 60-foot, and it may not be 60, but 60 feet being 30 foot on either side of the center line of the road that used to be there.
Okay.
That's what they're de-annexing.
Okay, I can see it.
So the part that the city is still maintaining the road, nothing's being interrupted there. The neighbors that are around there are not, their property's not being taken out. Their houses are still in the city limits. It's only the road bed.
So what happened is that when they got the easement, they were allowed to pick their fence up and move to where the end of the easement was.
I think the people that are still living along the road, I think they're still using it under some sort of agreement, but they won't let this fellow use it.
Oh.
And they put a gate up, what I've been told, put a gate up in there and they won't give him a key to it.
Oh. Let me tell you what happened to me one time. I mean, you know, I had some interesting experiences. We went to a conference a couple of years ago in Florida. And we were coming back, you know, you come up 65 and they had an accident. And GPS told me to take this road. And I messed around, took this road, and you supposed to take a left or a right. And I messed around, took a right, and I should have took a left. And this road took me this, in the woods. I'm talking about, remember, I'm coming back up 65. I'm thinking I'm coming to get on. I end up in these woods. And it was I finally found one house out there way in the woods. And I'm telling you that far as that all these weeds were up on the side. I mean, you know, remember I'm in the woods and we on this dirt road in the woods and we come out of not the thickening, but the tall weird, like the trees and things where it's kind of dark. And I see a highway. It was a 2-lane highway. You know, we would call it a country road, but 2-lane highway. And the GPS was telling me, you know, want to get up there, which way to go. The problem was, getting back to what you said about the fence, about from here to say your office, if we were right here in the clear blue sky, there was a fence out there. I see the highway right there, you know, but I just rode about 8, 9 miles in the woods. Can't turn around, can't go around the fence. What do you do in a situation like that?
You back up.
For 8 miles?
Hey, I've done it down a snow-covered road in Arizona. Driving backwards. My wife's about to have a stroke. She loves telling that story.
Well, let me tell you what happened. The lock was on the thing, and big old gate, big old thick steel gate. Said my prayers, went up to the gate, and guess what?
It was dummy locked.
Dummy lock, wasn't locked. I could open it. Take the lock off, open the gate, drove through. Yes, I locked it. I put it back on for him. So when you said gates, that made me think about that gate. And just the Lord just said, I'm gonna have it unlocked for you when you get there. Got there. Except in this man's case, you got the gate locked. They ain't gonna let him. There ain't no dummy lock on it, is it?
Oh, he got to get a helicopter to get to his land.
And he actually live there though now?
I don't think he lives there.
Okay, I got you. Well, all right. Well, I'm gonna turn this back over to you, and you do what you decide you gonna do, and you know, I will say this, before I actually turn it over to you, is that what they said, these moments are just like eating a meal, okay? And in that, as we have this discussion, we will have further discussions about the process, people dipping in and out of folk local stuff, taking stuff. But right now, this is just the entree. This ain't the main course. This is the entree. So
just have a little appetizer.
Yeah, that little appetizer. That's all. So I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Senator.
Hey, y'all, wake up back there.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
I would move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right. Y'all objecting? Yeah. All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 338 passes. Thanks, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 106 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 334 by Senator Melson regarding Lauderdale County. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
I'd like to move the BIR using a long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Long roll. Mr. Albritton.
Somebody.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson.
Aye.
Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 106 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 334 by Senator Melson regarding Lauderdale County.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
this is an economic development bill for two counties working together. It just changed some of the contribution to it, and it's at the request of the county commission that it be carried out, and I'd like to move final passage using previous row.
I was hoping you were ready to get on that fast track.
Could I be recognized?
You recognize, of course, yeah.
But I'm on the fast track. I didn't talk on the BIR, did I? See there? I'm on the little fast track. I'm picking the speed. I was, remember I said rules and twos. I've been told by the boss in here, you know, you the big boss, you sitting up high. But I've been told by the other boss down here that they want to finish the calendar. And so I was actually sitting there trying to do my math, and I figured that you know, that's why I cut that short a little bit, because if I go at the pace of 30 minutes per bill, then we can't do but 14. You see what I mean? And it's 21 on here. So if I got to pick it up a little bit if we're going to do 21 by midnight. You see what I mean?
I got to start thinking about what I want for supper, right?
Make sure you just clue me on your dessert.
I'll get you something.
The dessert. I just want dessert. That's all. That's the sweetness, so I can get that sugar.
So right now you want to spend 30 per bill?
No. I was looking at my pace. I was trying to do, because you know what I mean. He's told me what his defendant. He didn't say no 30. He didn't say by midnight, but he said that he wanted to finish this calendar, and so I'm not. Remember, I told you I'm not here anti anything.
No, it's
you know,
okay.
so we're gonna finish it. If that's what he said he won't done, we're gonna finish it. It's just that I was just saying that at 30 minutes, you know, if 30 minutes, because you're gonna get the BIR, so that's 15, and then you know, by the time you do the roll call, there's about 5 more, both of them, so that's 20. So normally if we talk during then, that's why you see me talking like maybe just 10 minutes, and then I'm shifting it back over, because I you know, I'm not trying to filibuster it.
No,
I'm just trying to go through the procedures and then take a few minutes to understand what the bill really does, in that regard. So I was kind of being clearing myself up,
And I was going to help you. I was going to say this is pretty boring. Just do 2 here and 8 on the next, or 18 on the next. If you'd like, that would be, this one's kind of short and sweet, but.
Well, see, what I was figuring that if a decision has to be made from high above, that you could look at it and you could say, well, all right, I'm just picking a number, I hadn't counted. You say, all right, we got 14 Senate bills. So they're gonna knock these Senate out since we so close to the end, because we always can do the House bills. You know what I mean? We got now to sign the die to do those. And so that's what I was just thinking in that regards, that we could probably do something like that. I'm not telling nobody what to do. I was just saying that would get us to where we wanted to get to, that make some of y'all happy, because the Senate bill can go on, and then it won't block and hurt nobody else's House bill. And then, so that'll accomplish what my colleagues want.
Sure.
The House is in good shape. And then it'll give me what I want, because I want midnight. So it'll give everybody get what they want. And then nobody will leave here disappointed or feeling like, especially when we start talking about local stuff, even though I wasn't given that consideration, but even when we talking about local stuff, I know what it means to people because I know what mine meant and mean to me. So I nobody have to question whether I understand how people feeling inside about local stuff, because I feel the same way that everybody else feels. It's just that I just feel like difference. Everybody today gonna be happy. I feel like I was a victim. That's the difference, okay? And I understand, what I tell you about my mom. See, remember I told you about the spelling words? You in here? Yeah, I got the licks. See, so that's the way I felt, in here. I thought you wanted to give me some licks. They want to give me a few little licks. But see, what I tell you about the snake and the venom, I used to have a saying back in my old days. Now I'm not like that now. Age mellow you a little bit. But when imagine me 30 years ago, and standing right here, did what I used to say. Now, did what I used to tell them. I said, yeah. I said, you did all those things. That's what I would have probably said then. Yeah, you did all that to me. Took this from me and did this, or whatever like this. And then I said, but no matter what, I'm not gonna stop representing. This is what I would normally say, people that I gotta represent, because that's my job. And then I would say that Marvin Gaye has a song that fits the occasion, and that's in terms of representation. Sometimes you have to have some, aggressive and solid representation, because it takes that. So Marvin Gaye had a song that fits this. This is what I said. I want you to hear this. I said this about 20 years ago.
What's
same
going
thing
on?
I'm saying now. The same words at the same mic, not that one, at this mic. I said, if you think I've been raising H, I said, Marvin Gaye got a song that fits the occasion. It's time to get it on. That's what I said, time to get it on, baby. If that's the way it's gonna be, it's gonna be. And so I said that 20 years ago. We rocked along for about 2 years, about a year and a half. And then I ain't gonna even tell you who it is, but they ain't in the legislature right now. They ain't in the legislature right now. They gone now. And so this is what they told me. They stood up at that mic and they said, you done made a believer out of me. You done made a believer out of me. They was with us as late as the last term. I said, you made a believer out of me. They said, I respect the fact that you gonna represent your people no matter what. I respect that. They said it right from that mic. I respect you because of that. And so what he was saying was that, it don't matter what folks try to do to whatever, that ain't gonna deter you from representing your people the way you're supposed to represent them. And that's with passion and aggressiveness. So that's a little message I'm really kind of sharing that, hey, I ain't finna break off from representing the way I represent. So, you know, so please avoid the fact of trying to, I guess, put me in a place where I'm gonna start representing different, because I'm not gonna do that part. So I just wanted to kind of just make that clear, ease up for mine, you know, so that we won't have to possibly go through anything like I just went through to make a point to me. You know, because I understand how we got to that point too, you know, how that was done. You know, I remember I've been here long enough, been through enough things to know how the process go. But in terms of representation, hey, I'm gonna be right here doing whatever I need to do to kind of help the people that I represent along, you know. So I'm not talking to you personally, but I just kind of wanted to say a little editorial part so that'll ease folks' mind from going down that path to think they get the results that they want, because that path is not gonna get the results, at least as it relates to me. That won't get me where I won't represent the folks I represent now. You know, I thought I'd just throw that there. Anyway, let's get back to this right here. This right here is one of those situations where you're trying to get somebody a chance to get into their property. And I think that's real honorable of you. Do you represent this area? Okay.
I do.
Okay. All right. And this has been one of your lower constituents?
Yes.
Supportive constituents. I don't know about lower, but supportive constituents.
Well, this is an economic development authority, and for 2 counties, they work together, but one of them wanted to tweak it. But I had a question for you.
Okay.
So, Marvin Gaye.
Yeah.
He's saying what's going on.
What's going on?
And then he's saying, let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Have you ever thought about that? What's on then? Because he wants to know what's going on, but he doesn't, then he wants to get it on. And
well, let me flip that backwards. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I mean,
if he doesn't know,
I'm
why
the
does he
first
want it?
one. I'm the first one. I just want to know what's going on. And the reason I want to know what's going on, let me tell you why. Because I ain't never seen, I remember I told you I've been in, you know the number of years I've been in here. I ain't never seen, even in the issues that we dealt with, where folks stuck their hand in local stuff. See, that issue ain't a new issue. And nobody until this one decided as a body they want to stick their hands into the local. For 30 years, nobody. 30 years, no group of senators saw fit to stick their hands into stuff that was local.
And when that happened, you thought, what's going on?
So when you said, let's get it on, that really ain't what I want to go down that path, and I don't think anybody else would want me to go down that path. And I surely don't want to go down it, because that means then that I'm messing up everybody's local stuff in here, messing it up any kind of way I can, to get it taken, like, you know, all like that. And I don't choose to go down that path. I just want you to know that. I don't choose to do it. I haven't done it. Not gonna do it. You know, I'm not like that. You know, but I will say this. I'm also like this though. I'm gonna vigorously represent the people I represent, no matter what I need to do within our bounds of our rules and regulations to be able to represent them. And what some people don't understand, or they resent, or may upset them, is that sitting up here talking on BIR, that's why we got 15 minutes. Anybody can sit there and talk on it in here. So don't get bent out of shape with me, because I want to talk on every one of them. Because I won't monopolize the mic. If you want to get up and talk that 15 minutes, I step back and get out your way. You want to dialogue with me for that period of time, I'll do that too. But don't get upset because you don't want to get up and maybe got something else in your mind you want to go do. And in my mind, I'm here to work. See, so that's the case, you know. Now,
I'm with you. I'm ready to work.
I know you are, because you in here now. See, I can tell the folks that most of them, I mean, sometimes you have stuff to do. You don't have to go get some off your desk or something like that. But for most part, The people that's sitting in here, they're like you and everybody, they ready to just lay here and hammer down and do some work. Because, you know.
And I'm getting too old to run
because
back and forth.
if I get a little lonely in here now, everybody gonna bail out on me. Be time for a little quorum call. Get everybody coming on back up in here and visit with me a little while. Don't get mad at me if I say a quorum call. That's what? That's the rules and tools. That's all. Yeah, so I want people to understand that. They'll get upset. I ain't upset. You know, even though I treat the way I treat it, I ain't upset. No, not at all. Not one bit.
Not personal.
No. Mm-mm. But then don't get personal with me if I have to put my hand in your little local stuff. Now don't get personal with me. Don't get mad with me. Don't get revengeful with me. None of that above. Okay. All right. Now, hey, that's I already been hit first too. See, I ain't throw no first punch. I ain't throw no punches or nothing. So I got hit and I just stepped back.
But you rope-a-doping.
Accepted the hit. Okay?
You're rope-a-doping. I know what you're doing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. See, that's what you think about me. But that ain't like that. You ain't know that about me, but I ain't like that. I'm just like Vince Lombardi and the Green Bay Packers. You know what the deal with them? What Vince Lombardi used to do, y'all? He'd tell you on TV on the pregame show, we're going to have sweep right, we're going to have sweep left. He'll tell them they plays before they play because it ain't no secret. That's why you hear me up here talking. That's why you hear me talking on the BR. I'm like, with somebody, I'm just going to tell you what I'm finna do. I'm going to talk on those, and that's all, because the rule let me. You know, the rule gave me 2 hours, I talk 2 hours on it, but it don't. So I'm just asking folks to bear with me. You know how folks be saying, bear with me, just bear with me. We're going to get through this, you know, and we're going to be better for it. That's the key. We're going to be better because we're going to have a better appreciation for each other. That's what this going to produce. So the next time they're going to say, listen, man, you know, that's personal. We don't need to be doing that, you know. Do you want them to do what you want that done to you? See, that's the magic question to ask. Would you want that to happen to you? See? So nobody's got to answer, but I mean, that's just the way, you know, that is. That's all. Yeah, that's it. So, but no, I'm gonna tell you something else about this, and then I'm gonna pass it back over to you and let you do your thing with it. I'm gonna tell you this. I had a similar situation dealing with the value of land at a court hearing, and it was I'm trying to think of this community. Ooh, I need to just be because I'm their senator. But it's an unusual little name. Oxmoor. Okay, now Oxmoor is like when you get off the interstate on Lakeshore, you know, and you got that sound coming in Birmingham. You get off to the left, and you ride it all the way out toward the Robert Trent Golf Trail out there. Okay, well, that's Oxmoor. Now, that was this piece of property, just like what we're saying, that they were trying to get it, and so that's like we're gonna get it in here from the people, you know, who got it now, and we got to get it so they can make the road. Well, we did the same thing in this, and this was a creek, not a creek, but a waterway that ran through this area. Well, I did some research on it. And guess where it originated? Not originated, but where its main area comes from. It comes from Mountain Brook. You know, lawyers, you know how we do it, like doctors, we do our research. It comes from Mountain Brook. So you know where I'm headed with this. I discussed the value of this water because Mountain Brook brings this water through the city. It's almost like a fountain and stream. It's beautiful. And so I talked about the value of that property and the value that was to that community. And I was able to make a comparison and an analysis with that and with this property here because it's the same creek, same stream or whatever. And that yeah, y'all know what that is, don't you?
It's time to vote.
That's an alarm. That's an alarm. 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Let me tell you, mine.
It's time to vote, I hear him say.
Mine said for 5 o'clock too, but guess what? It said for 5 a.m. When it go off, it's time to go, 5 a.m. Yeah, well, it is for real. It said at 5 a.m. if you look at it right now. That's it. So he just got the time of day mixed up. That supposed to be 5 a.m. when that thing go off. You know, not p.m. Did y'all, you know, look at y'all phones. State of Alabama. That's us. So where the general fund chairman get ready to make an appropriation? Supplemental. Because the state of Alabama just sued, what it is, TikTok. Tick, whatever it is. That's what it says on the phone. Look at y'all phone. See what it said. You didn't get that? I guess I'm kind of plugged in pretty tight to stuff like that. Yeah. What I got on this phone? Mine is basic. What news? Let me see who sent me that. Fox 6 in Birmingham. Yeah, Fox 6. I can get Fox 6 down here. I can get it anywhere. I got the hook up. Yeah. Got it right here on their phone, Fox 6 News. Fox. That's how I find out what y'all be thinking. That part I'm talking about, your party, not you personally. Yeah, I gotta listen. So I know when I come in here, I know what y'all be thinking about. But no, I'm gonna turn this back over to you now, but they're gonna tell you, I'm gonna ask them to read it because I wanna hear them meets and boundaries. It ain't but 2 pages, the bill, so it ain't gonna be long, but I wanna hear that. So when you make your final motion, I wanna ask for it to be read.
You want it read? So final passage using
Previous roll?
No, we won't, but I wanna get it read though.
All right, so Secretary, read the bill. After you read the bill, call the long roll. Thank you all.
Thank you, too.
Relating to Lauderdale County to amend Section 4539-245.47 Code of Alabama to further provide for the proceeds of the sales and use tax. Section 1, Section 4539-245.47 Code of Alabama 1975 is amended to read as follows. Section 4539-245. The entire proceeds derived by the county from the taxes herein authorized to be levied, including any income derived from the investment of such proceeds, shall be paid over and deposited promptly upon receipt thereof into a separate and distinct fund or account of the county, which shall be accounted for as other county funds. Beginning October 1, 2025, each month the governing body of the county shall cause all the proceeds collected pursuant to this subpart, less the cost of the collection provided for in Section 4539-245 and any other expenses that may be lawfully payable by such governing body out of such proceeds, to be transferred and deposited as follows. An amount equal to 1/12 of the amount of contributed to the Shoals economic development by Colbert County in the previous fiscal year. 55% of the amount remaining after the distribution made pursuant to Subdivision 1 to the Lauderdale County Commission for the economic development purposes in the county. 45% of the amount remaining after the distribution made pursuant to Subdivision 1 to the City of Florence for economic development purposes in the city. Section 2, this act shall become effective June 1st, 2025. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
$27 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 334 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 107 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 337 by Senator Barfoot regarding Montgomery County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the BIR. I see my friend across the way may have some comments or questions on that motion.
You want to talk?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wanna say this here to my chairmen of the committees. I was told that we only had one bill that was in place beyond these bills that were put on this calendar to be addressed. I had been up here for some time talking with committee chairs about taking up our bills. I'm gonna sit here and call out some numbers, and y'all will know what committee they're in. SB 7, SB 11, SB 16, SB 17, SB 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 24, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Let me call out the rest of my numbers. 49, 50, 51, 52, SB 90, 98, 106, 138, 146, 153, 55, 165, 170, 173, 191, 192, 202, 205, 208, 209, 211, 223, 230, 250, 251, 255, 259, 262, 263, 268, 287, 299, 312, 316, 17, 18, 19, 21, 31, 33, 340, and 342. These bills are sitting in some of y'all committees that you need to put on the agenda tomorrow, even though I know you have to get unanimous consent to, but it also should be, some of these got a House companion that's sitting in these committees. Both of them should be on there. So I would request that you all will revise your committees as we do so many times to either add or address this so that we can have adequate bills that will be on the agenda to reflect the 1/3 percentage. Now, I've asked this about over 6 weeks. I've asked about 4 or 5 times. Only one time that I saw that it was addressed. And I guess today the effort is there to address it because they say that every bill that quote, that's out there that could be put as a Senate bill has been put on the agenda. So if you're telling us that I just called out 25 bills or more, and you saying that all we got is 5 in place, then that's a concerted effort not to put our bills on agendas. And that's problematic with me, because I've said it too many times up here that a third of the agenda should be us, but it's looking like some of that's falling on deaf ear. And so I'm trying to give folks little hints right now how we can have a little better, smoother ride these next 3 or 4 days as it relates to these agendas if this issue is addressed. I'm not guaranteed there won't be some concern and some discussion, but it won't be at the level that it may be if we ain't got nothing on there. It's just that simple. You know, we ain't got no skin in the game, then, I mean, you know, that's a concern. You know, so anyway, so much for that. Senator, tell me a little bit about this bill, if you would.
Glad to. SB 337 is a local bill that deals with the pay for Montgomery County probate judge, and as you know, and you know, probate judge are an indispensable part of the judicial system, and a lot of times they don't get the credit they need. But so think about what a probate judge does. First of all, a probate judge has the administrative duties. They handle elections. They do will contests, they do commitment hearings, they do adoptions, they do a whole variety, issue car tags, you know, so a whole variety of things. But an indispensable part of the judicial system as it relates to any of the court hearings or commitment hearings, any type of probate hearing, adoptions, conservatorships, guardianships. And I'm sure you're aware of that because I know you probably have done certainly some probate work. So this bill ties, and I'll read the pertinent part, an individual who has served at least 6 full years as the Montgomery County Judge of Probate shall receive as his or her total compensation a salary and an amount equal to the salary of a circuit judge with the same number of years of service as the probate judge. So it ties, so we are elevating the probate judge of Montgomery County and saying you're important, you're valuable, and you should be, your pay should reflect that to the standpoint that if you've got 6 years of service as a probate judge, that you are to be paid in accordance with what a circuit judge with the same number of years has, what their pay is. So that's in essence what the bill does. And I mean, again, you know, throughout the state there are probate judges, and I understand this because some of the smaller counties out there, there's not a requirement that a probate judge be an attorney, but in Montgomery, the probate judge must be an attorney, and we have a very fine probate judge in Montgomery who is, of course, an attorney because we passed that local bill a couple of years ago. Senator, I'll let you. I know you got some questions for me, maybe.
So what is the judge making now?
That's a great question. I don't know that, but I will tell you that under this piece of legislation, the probate judge of Montgomery County would be tied to a circuit judge who has had at least 6 years of it, on the bench, because that's what this does. So if you had a new probate judge that came in on the first year, this wouldn't affect them or her. But if they served a full term or 6 years, then they would automatically be tied to what a circuit judge who has served 6 years would have.
Okay. So that's. Do you have how many you got fit this situation?
I don't know, but this is a local bill, so it would just be one probate judge. I know y'all have what, 2 probate judges?
When you got about 1 billion people, you need 2.
Yeah. So. But you know, I mean, you know that the probate
I mean, 1 million. Well, I get this billion stuff in my head. 1 million.
That's all right. I knew you were. I thought you were just embellishing a little bit. But you know, I mean, probate judge has an administrative function, all those things we just talked about. But in the courtroom, right? I mean, they not only have those courtroom guardianship, conservatorship, commitment hearings, right, that we're seeing a lot more of, will contest. I mean, And I mentioned this earlier, I think you might have been engaged in conversation with somebody else, but in Montgomery, we passed a local law here a couple of years ago that the probate judge must be an attorney. I think that's a very valuable thing. Certainly all the counties out there, the smaller counties, you couldn't necessarily have that in place because there may only be 3 or 4 lawyers in the county, and if you didn't have any of them want to serve, well, then you wouldn't have a probate judge. But it works in Montgomery County, and we've got a fine probate judge here now.
That's good. That's good, Dan. That's good. Yeah, we have 2 new ones, so they kind of getting, you know, after being spoiled for so many years. I put it this way: our 2 judges stayed there long enough to retire. So you can see what I mean. We got spoiled having all that educational knowledge and everything else up there. And but we have 2 outstanding ones now, 2 ladies, and they're working real hard and trying to, you know, get everything to rolling like it needs to be. So I'm kind of proud of them, you know.
You know, you made a comment. I'm going back to one of your previous comment about the rules now, and I don't want to stir up anything, but as a
I like the way you said it.
But as a lawyer, I agree with you, and I appreciate that. Let me give you a scenario. So, you know, the rules as it relates to summary judgment hearings.
Time has expired on the BIR. What was the motion?
Motion for BIR, motion to pass the BIR, adopt the BIR using long roll.
Long roll. You object to the long roll? You want the short roll?
No.
Oh, all right. Okay.
No.
Well, then why you were? I was
No.
like,
No. No.
I almost got you.
No.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 24 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 107 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 337 by Senator Barfoot regarding Montgomery County.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, I move for final passage of SB 337 using long roll unless my friends would like to speak to the motion.
Senator Smitherman.
Like to be recognized.
You're recognized.
Speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
We can.
Can I finish let's finish.
Yes, because I'm looking at we can talk about 10 minutes.
So on the rules that you were talking about, so I think I understand the philosophy that you have, right? Because, you know, Rule 56, summary judgment motion, if I remember correctly, the moving party on summary judgments got 10 days before the hearing to file their motion for summary judgment. Well, you know, most of the time the other side, they've already got it printed, right? They've already got it. But they'll wait until the 10th day, till 10 days before the hearing. Gives my side of the equation a limited time to respond, right? I said, why are y'all waiting? Well, the rules allow us to do that. I mean, that's what the rules say, so that's why we're doing what we're doing. So I get that. But we've got 2 days before that hearing to respond. So my response sometimes is done before that 2 days too. So what do? And then I go, well, the rules let you do it 10 days before. Rules let me do it 2 days before. So here's my response. And I know I've got some good stuff most of the times in my response, right? So I say to you, you're right. That's the rules. And lawyers know better than other folks. A lot of times we go in courtroom, we argue, and we fight, and sometimes, now getting back to Jermaine, even probate court, right?
Right.
So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and certainly as it relates to probate court judges, they hear a lot of different things. In Montgomery County, you have a lot of hearings on, as I said before, guardianships, conservatorships, mental health commitments, and so our probate judge does a great job, and I think we need to acknowledge that, and I think that's what this bill does.
I think you're absolutely right. What you were just saying. In fact, I'll make it. They may not find it humorous, but being as you and I being lawyers, you probably will. I got a TRO that I was supposed to have a Zoom hearing today. Okay, and so I was. Let me just say it like this. It's another turning out we're together on the same side. We waited, like you just said, we waited about 2 days before it time and filed, listen to this, and filed a 19-page response. Can you imagine receiving a 19-page response and in 2 days, really, it was you can call it 1 day, but it was about 2 days and a half, and now you're supposed to be going to this hearing. So that lawyer immediately popped out a motion to continue, And so it's continued, instead of having it today, it's continued to tomorrow. So all they're going to get is that period to review it and then to pop back. Because we're not going to get any time to kind of as answer. We're just going to have to read it and operate from the, but it's Zoom, so like you said, strategies. I knew that if I put it right there at that time, I wasn't going to have to worry about it today. See what I mean?
Yeah,
so tomorrow, I can, I'll be at my hotel, and when I do this, and then I'll get on the Zoom and go on and handle that, and then we do. But see, I couldn't do that today because actually it was at 1. You see what I mean? So 2, we go in, and you know how it is up here with us at 1. You got folks need to see you, need to do this and that. But you hit the days. I had to say that because you hit the days just right where you said that them 2 days and then the 10 days.
And 2 days doesn't mean 48 hours either. I think
right.
There's a case law about that. Arguments about does it mean 48 hours? Does it mean at 11:59 on 1 day at night, and then you carry it over the day after? That's still 2 calendar days. It may only be 25 hours. My math is probably not going to be right, but it doesn't necessarily mean 48 hours. So again, using the rules that are there, both sides use them, and you're exactly right. Sounds like you did that on that, anticipating that we were going to be here for a little while.
And then I don't think the other side expected for that to be filed. See, I worked on that all weekend. Like you said, getting it ready.
Right.
Getting it ready. And really I got Saturday as a bonus because Friday I went to, of all places, I went to Lincoln, Alabama, because they had the high school sectionals for track there. And so the school I coach at, that's where they were there. We finished second in the whole sectional. And we're gonna probably have a couple individual state champs off the track team. But my grandson is on it, so I got a chance to kind of.
Is that Talladega County?
Yeah. In fact, it's not too far from Talladega, and in fact, you get off the Talladega Lincoln exit. I think that's right, because Talladega go to the right and Lincoln go to the left. And so we went there. They have a nice facility there too, that high school. There's a very nice facilities that they have there.
I bet they got a good probate judge up there too, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Circling back to the probate judge.
They do. I practiced up there a little bit, fact, the lady that's the middle school principal, I'm actually her attorney. Up there in Talladega. And then I went to another church up there. His name is White or Powell, one of the two. Reverend White or Reverend Powell. But I was a guest speaker up there. So I got a chance to go up there and speak to him and talk to him. And I appreciated that opportunity to be able to do it. You know, yes, I really did. But I'll pass this back to you now.
Thank you.
And just want the long roll.
Appreciate the dialogue on an important topic for the citizens of Montgomery County and the probate judge of Montgomery County. With that, Mr. President, I move for final passage of SB 337 using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$25 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 337 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Call the next local bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 488 by Representative Wood regarding Chambers County. BR pending.
Mr. President, ask for passage of the BIR.
All right, you using long roll?
Using a long roll, if that's all right, and see my colleague across the way. If he'd like to dialogue, I'd be glad to.
May I be recognized?
Sure.
You want to dialogue now or after the BIR?
We can do it after the BIR, if that'd be all right with you, sir.
It will. You know, hey, I'm like these people who, when I don't know if you've been on a cruise, but I've been on one time in my life, and I went to Jamaica. And you come into Montego Bay first, and the people waiting there, and then they have the silver that they're trying to sell you, beautiful silver. And they have this phrase, and I'm going to attach it to you and I talking. You know what they say when they get off the boat?
What's that?
They said, I have the silver, I have the silver. They said, only for you.
There you go.
All right, so only for you. We're going to do it that way.
All right, sounds great. Mr. President, then the passage of BIR.
Using previous roll or long roll?
Previous roll.
Previous roll, you object to that?
Only for him.
All right. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 488 by Representative Wood regarding Chambers County.
All right, Senator,
thank you, Mr. President. This bill here is, and talking to my colleague who's talking across the way, is from the community of Casita. I don't know if you've ever been to Casita. It's in Chambers County, a beautiful community. And many years ago, they formed as far as their city limits. When they did that, they did a 1 mile radius around what they call the center of the town, okay?
Okay.
Now they're wanting to annex a lot of the other property around there. with the permission of the owners. And here's what the problem is. A lot of the property, half of their property is inside the city limits and half of it is out. And it's hard for them to distinguish what's inside the city limits and what is outside. So this is what this bill will do, that it will take and clarify as far as exactly where the city limits are.
That's good then. They want to grow, and the people want to grow with them.
That's right.
How many people live in this town right now?
It's just a couple of hundred people, and they're growing. It's out in the county. A lot of agriculture there, but people are buying what we call farm dominium type deals, taking 5 acres and building a very beautiful home and raising their children there in the county. Is what they're doing.
You know, I think I call that God's country.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in rural Alabama, and it's the most beautiful thing in the world. I mean, man, you think about this. You wake up, I'm gonna just give you an example of how it was for me. You wake up about 5 and start hearing the birds. I can tell you when the bluebirds are singing, when the redbirds are singing. Sparrows, I can tell you because I'm used to hearing those. And then they'll serenade you for a while. And then as the day start opening and up, then you'll start hearing more and more. You know, and you might hear squirrels jumping across trees, across leaves and stuff like that. And that breeze, man, that morning breeze.
Get out and smell that fresh air.
Oh, man, that's what I'm talking about.
That's right.
So that's why I said that's God's country.
That's exactly right.
You know, I told someone, I said, at some point of time in my life, so that means I gotta hope I can live a long longevity of years. But I said, if that's the case, I said, I'm gonna reach a point in time, I'm gonna be like E.T. You ever heard that movie E.T.?
Yes, sir.
You know what he said? He
What's
said,
that?
E.T., go home.
There you go. There you go. It'll be that day, won't it?
Yeah, that nice breeze and everything.
Just enjoy that good country air.
That's right. That's right. Now, what is it that probably they're known best for there? Was it a restaurant? Was it a fishing place? Or what is it? What is it?
It's just a little community that's in Chambers County. Really, there's a post office and a couple of little small businesses right there. A little small trucking company that's in the downtown. And but like I said, mostly just country living.
Oh,
that's what it's really known for, is good country living.
That's all right. How far you live from this city here?
I'm probably about, as the crow flies, probably about 8 or 10 miles. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, you just right out there, too.
Yeah, it's just right there on the Lee County, as a matter of fact, the Lee County and Chambers County line is where it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you do you live in the city or you live in the county?
Do what now?
You live in the city or you live in the county?
I live in the city of Opelika.
Oh, Opelika, yeah. That's a nice sized city.
Well, it's growing leaps and bounds every day, I can tell you that. But of course, we live there on our family farm there in Opelika, and about 2/3 of our farm is actually inside the city limits of Opelika.
Oh.
And so it's just, we still have the opportunity at this point of, having country living, but we got neighbors coming every day. We'll say that.
Oh, that is so good. I know it, before it's over with, though, you all gonna probably have the struggle that's some business with noise or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Are gonna want to come and y'all ain't gonna want that disturbed. I think you want growth, but I don't think you want it right in your backyard.
It's one of those things. I'll share a little story with you. Right beside one of our pastures down through where our main barn, show barn and that kind of thing, there's a subdivision that has been there for several years. And, when we're weaning calves, you had a little country living, you know what happens. Mama's hunting baby.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen. And so at 12 o'clock at night, Mama's still hunting baby. And my wife has bumped into some of the neighbors, and they'll say, whoo, them cows sure were raising sand the other night. And she'll say, well, Randy told them to go to bed when he left, but, you know, they didn't mind very well. So you get a little mixture of when you move close to a farm, sometimes that's what happens. You know, you're still going to have it's a different kind of noise as you were talking about.
Yeah, it is. In fact, we had a small to medium sized farm. You know, we had hogs, a lot of them. We had several cows, and we had a chicken. Back then they called it a chicken coop.
There you go.
We had a chicken coop, and I had to get them eggs every day. And you had the cow, you had to milk them by hand. It wasn't no pump like they got now. You know, you just hook them up and get it. You had to do that, and you know, you could tell that you gonna have a good day when you would start, and that milk would come out and hit that silver tin can. Not can, but bucket.
That old bucket.
Oh, beautiful silver, and it's amazing. I guess that was pure silver, because or steel, whatever it was, because it never rust. You would think that if rust would sit in it or something, but it never
putting
did.
that good old milk in it every day. See,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what it was. And then you had them hogs and them chickens. See, you having all them eggs and bacon every morning. You had the good life, right?
Oh, you talking about a good one. I enjoyed that, and even the skin off of the hogs.
There you go.
You know, I mean, see, I took the time to actually get the hair off. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you had to put them in that hot, you know, of course they'd be dead, but you put them in that hot barrel, loosen up all that hair, then you just got to take the time and scrape it. And if you do it right, then you get them skins, put them up in little squares, and because they'll curl up like you see them in the bag.
That's right.
Then I know you on that farm, you had looking at me, just probably laughing beside me, say he ain't doing it, but saying that's what we do anyway.
Yeah.
It had that black boiler full of oil.
Old big black Kelly.
A big, thick one. Put them big pieces of wood on it and get it fired up. Get it almost where it's red, like at that part, and you drop, like I said, you drop that in there, and you know, you was in good shape.
That's right.
In good shape.
That's right.
Yeah. So I enjoyed that. In fact, that's you know, I hear people go in the grocery store say, "Well, I'm buying organic." That's all you do is go organic. You go straight from bare to your table. There's nothing in between your stuff.
Some folks like that organic, but that good old-fashioned country, that's a little different, ain't it?
It is.
That's the good stuff.
It's the good stuff. It sure is. It is. Well, all right. Well, we gonna allow these folks. You know, we ain't gonna stop them anyway, but we gonna allow these folks get in next.
I appreciate it,
So
sir.
I'm yielding it back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I ask for final passage on previous roll, if that's okay.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 48 passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 85 of the calendar, House Bill 540 by Representative Fincher regarding Randolph County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I call for the BRR without the previous roll if there's not any objection, please.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 85 of the calendar, House Bill number 540 by Representative Fincher regarding Randolph County.
Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill here is a very simple bill because there's one really change. One of my predecessors, Senator Dial, that I know you served with many, many years, put this in place many years ago, and it's a tobacco tax that helps our fire departments and a lot of other entities within Randolph County. But what we're making, the only change as far as the legislation that he put in place is a name change. Part of the money, the proceeds goes to the Agricultural Committee there within the county. And so what we have done is we have a new nonprofit that will be taking care of the youth programs as far as with agriculture and the ag center and that kind of thing. They're looking to build a new ag center there in Randolph County that you think where they are located, it is right there on the Georgia line, so they'll bring a lot of young people into our state. That's tourism, and so we look at that. So that is really the only change that what this bill does is it changes the name of who the money for the agriculture part, our fire departments, economic development, and everything else will still stay the same. So that's exactly what it does.
I think that is awesome because what you're really doing is investing into the young people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're investing into the young people, and that's so critical. It's critical for stability of your community, where they want to be there, want to stay. It helps with crime, giving them something to do. Not that they would engage in serious crime, but somebody want to pick up something in somebody's yard, throw a rock at an abandoned house, break the window out. It's what they said, the idle mind is the devil playpen.
That's right.
And you all just trying to provide something for them that they can take pride in and attach themselves to.
That's exactly right, because you know as well as I do that our farm families are depleting. And so when we have these young people that want to get involved, regardless of the species that they're showing or whatever it may be, to give them the locations and across our state to where they can come and also bring in other people from across the South. This is what this group is trying to do, and they're really wanting to, as you said, sir, they're really wanting to do more for our youth to give those kids in agriculture the opportunity to do that.
Well, I got a chance to go to the FFA convention. I got a chance to go and just to immerse myself with all those young people and to see. I mean, I was amazed at the opportunities in ag. I was amazed. Those kids, they were taking it to a whole different level.
That's right.
I said, you just don't realize that all of that is what is involved in ag. As I've said several times up here, I was member of FFA, Future Farmers of America.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I went to school in like I said, in Shelby County, so it was county school, rural. We had some urban, like you just said, not far away, but the lifestyle was rural lifestyle.
That's exactly right.
And it was very helpful for me to be involved. And so when I went with them, I had flashbacks. You hear what I said? Flashbacks, of when I had an opportunity to participate as well, So, no, I think that's good, and I'm going to pass it to you so you can go on and finish
your deal. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Mr. President, appreciate the dialogue with Mr. President. This time I ask for final passage of previous row of no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 540 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Enjoyed that dialogue. All right. That concludes local bills. All right. Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right. Secretary Reed received the report from Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 86, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 26th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 97, House Bill 186 by Representative Reynolds and Blackshear, regarding appropriations from the State General Fund. On page 97, House Bill 185 by Representative Reynolds and Blackshear, regarding supplemental appropriations. On page 98, House Bill number 182 by Representative Reynolds, regarding emergency medical transport providers. On page 95, House Bill 181 by Representative Underwood and Reynolds, regarding the Alabama Building Renovation Authority. Page 98, House Bill 183 by Representative Warren and Reynolds, regarding the Children First Trust Fund. On page 100, House Bill 184 by Representative Hall and Reynolds, regarding the Coalition Against Domestic Violence. On page 100, House Bill number 312 by Representative Lee and Reynolds, regarding hospitals. On page 101, House Bill 405 by Representative Blackshear, regarding nursing facilities. On page 100, House Bill 460 by Representative Reynolds and Moore, regarding appropriations. On page 14, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Orr, regarding criminal procedure. On page 63, Senate Bill 265 by Senator Elliott, regarding motor vehicles. On page 79, Senate Bill 318 by Senator Singleton, regarding service contracts. On page 60, Senate Bill number 277 by Senators Shelnut and Roberts, regarding public schools. On page 37, Senate Bill 243 by Senator Weaver, regarding economic development. On page 32, Senate Bill 157 by Senator Barfoot, regarding the Board of Pardons and Paroles. On page 15, House Bill 188 by Representative Treadway and others, regarding scholarships. On page 15, House Bill 199 by Representative Hendricks, regarding youthful offenders. On page 24, House Bill number 84 by Representative Woods, regarding the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. On page 102, House Bill 437 by Representative Faulkner and others, regarding the Shark Alert System. On page 38, House Bill 315 by Representative Lovern and others, regarding taxation. On page 51, House Bill 307 by Representative Hill and Carnes, regarding courts. On page 102, by Senate Bill number 254 by Senators Coleman and others, regarding civil procedure.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Smotherman.
like to be recognized.
You're recognized.
Let me find it first over here so I can discuss it. Here we go. 21 bills. We got 4. We got HB 183 by Representative Warren. We got 184 by Representative Hall. We got 318 by the Minority Leader. And we got 199 by Representative Hendricks. So we got 1 Senate bill on here. Maybe 2, I guess. We're supposed to have another one they were trying to muscle up and put on here. Let me see. Maybe I might have the old list. Would you hand me one of them? I'm just trying to be up to speed. It should be. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's see. What's back here? See what we got. Yeah. Got one more on here. Got 5. Got Senator Coleman. Senator Coleman. So we got 5. That put us at about 23.5%, because we was at 19. And we trying to get to 33, so we actually 10 more percent from being where we need to be. Now, let's talk about these bills for a minute. Okay. If the first bill, is that the budget? That the budget? Oh, okay. Now, no wonder I see the chairman and his crew in here. I wonder why he had his crew in here. Yeah. Y'all remind me of a tag team, you and him. Oh, hey, I'll tell you something that the last time that I was here late like this what I told everybody. I said, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I know we headed somewhere to eat because we recessed. I said, I know we had somewhere to eat. I said, but we're going to get some roadkill. So I was headed to the place. I tell you what, you remember Dean Peeler? Oh, yeah. So you know how he had that thing, that out thing? So, yeah, so we were headed there. So I told the guy I was riding with, I saw something dead on the side of the road. I mean, it wasn't smashed or nothing, it was just dead. It wasn't smelling or nothing. So I told him stop, and we snatched that roadkill and wrapped it up and threw it up in the trunk. So when we got there, everybody said, what we gonna eat? We said, we got it, and pulled that roadkill out. But anyway, let's get back to this. Oh, so we got to, well, when we call up that first bill here, I'm gonna just sit over here and just let my good friend just tell me all about it and everything like that. And he don't know it, but other than what I just chit-chat with him about earlier, I'm not gonna have any questions about that, you know. Not about that now. Not saying I want to hear you talk about it. Yeah, I want to. I just said I ain't got questions. I want to hear you though. You know, we gonna get to it. We only got a few more minutes. If you was up here, I would be through. So when you come up here, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop at the pre-talking about it. I'm gonna stop pre-talking about it. Now remember what I told y'all. You know, see, y'all don't want to show nobody no love, cause y'all be having them meals and them great pies and stuff, and you used to bring by my office, but I guess you fell out of love with me, you know. But you used to love me. Yeah, I come back by my office, that pie be sitting right there. I know what y'all had upstairs. And then when y'all had a real good meal like them Dreamland or something like that, you don't remember, I just kind of conveniently pop by like I'm visiting y'all. To get that Dreamland, I come on back downstairs. So that's all I'm saying here. I know everybody trying to line up and wondering about what they're going to eat and all like that. Just bring me back some pie. That's all I want y'all to do. I got my Mountain Dew over here, and I'm ready to go with this. Y'all notice we don't have any receptions on the calendar. At least I don't. I wasn't invited. I mean, not invited, but I wasn't told about any receptions. See, and see how y'all. I thought we were together in here. Y'all gonna show some love. Y'all got a big cookout tonight. See, ain't nobody told me nothing about it. Little Birdie told me about it. Yeah. You ain't invite none of us over here. I'm gonna bust and tell the public. Y'all wouldn't even invite us to the little cookout. Yeah, I know about the cookout. See, you didn't think I was gonna say that. That's all right. I remember the day y'all used to show that love. You took the love away. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Taking the love away. Yeah, supposed to have a big cookout and everything tonight. Yeah, this ain't. Yeah, that big cookout. That's what I heard now. I'm just telling you what I heard. You know how them doves fly and drop off the little messages? Well, the dove dropped something over here. That dove told me, said it. The only thing about it, they told me this now. The dove told me this. The dove said that it's a certain time. And they say, if we have to stay here past that time, then they're going to start deducting food off my plate. So eventually I might have no food at all. So if that's the case, just remember, just get me the dessert. Oh, look at you.
You want to take a little break while you eat that?
Oh, look at him. And he got what I really wanted. Some key lime. Ain't this key lime? Oh, man. But see, that's what happens. See, tell them about it. I appreciate that. Man, I appreciate that for real. I'm not just saying that. Let me move this over here because I don't want to be putting it up there. Let me tell you something. You remember when you were growing up and your dad just kind of look at you and you know he thinking something? Well, you know, it ain't my dad, but the secretary just looking at me and I know what he thinking. That's why I moved there. I just want him to know that. Because I could feel you. I could just feel you. I want you to know that. So what I just said, I take the rules and the tools and I try to do. I know the rules and I know you wanted to make sure I knew them. When I said the word, nonverbal communication. We got it. We got it, okay? But now, get back to this. I got to stay germane a little bit, all right? The first one is the budget. Oh, yeah, the budget. Man, this going to be good. Because, see, we can get on that budget. How many more minutes I got with this? 8. And so the first goal is that I wanted to turn this thing over to him at 6 o'clock. So I got 8 minutes to talk on this, and I'm only going to take 5. So it'll be 6 on the dot. That's what I want to do. And then I'm going to just stand up here and listen. And you just kind of tell us about different things going. And I don't think anybody going to say nothing. You want to know the truth? Ain't nobody going to say nothing. Watch what I tell you. They ain't going to say nothing. 'Cause you've done too good a job. You've done a good job with it. You really have. Yeah, I know. But hey, you know, we are not seeking Camelot. We're just trying to get a good budget, you know. So that in mind, now people who want Camelot, then they may say that because they want to be pristine, perfect, you know. And unfortunate, you're dealing with not an exact element, and that's human beings. We are not exact, so you know they can't expect Camelot if it's not exact. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not like you following some plans to a house and all like that. See. You follow some moving plans. These plans move sometimes, you know, and so that part will be good. But I tell you one thing, I know, and see, I'm gonna keep it germane. I'm talking budget. I tell you one thing though, give us 1 more year, they're gonna be running you down for another reason, because they're gonna be trying to get some revenue. They're going to be running you. I ain't talking because you the budget chair neither. They're going to be running you down. Watch my prediction. You're going to go from being sort of the populous man, you're going to be the most populous man in here. Yeah, because we gotta find a way for self-preservation. I mean, coming up, you know, coming out of D.C., look at coming out of D.C., the weight of the plane's going to be lighter when it comes to revenue. And so we have got to figure out how we can be self-sustaining with the little bit we get and being able to do what we got to do. That's why I said what I said. You know, it's about as bad as I had these ball players and these young ladies were, you know, these are high school kids and both the ladies and the guys, and we out of state and playing in the tournament, and these young ladies had an interest in them. And these boys were saying, Coach, they said, you know, these girls want to talk to us and whatnot like that. And I told them we were going to be there 10 days. And I told them, I said, circumstances are going to change, that in about 5 days, it's going to be the opposite. They said, what you mean? I said, you going to be chasing them, want to talk to them. Nah, Coach. I said, all right, when circumstances change. And sure enough, on about the 7th day, I was sitting in this gym. In fact, I will tell you where I was. I was in gym. I was at Arizona State University, sitting in the gym and looked up at the top level walking, and I see these young ladies walking, and then all of a sudden I see come out from around the curve, I see these boys walking up there behind them. It was my players. And so they came back and told me, I said, Coach, you were right. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the same thing I'm telling you. Don't worry. And give us about 6 months. We're going to be chasing you down for your ideas and suggestions on this revenue thing, okay? So when it happens, you just smile, look at me and smile like you ain't got to say a word. I know what you're saying. See, so you can see I'm trying to get locked in on this body language thing. I am. Now, I'm finna say this, and then I'm gonna turn it over to you. Now, some people see this as me just saying this, but they don't know that when you have locked yourself into when I said living, I'm not talking about like husband and wife or something, but living with someone, you get locked into those things with them. That's why even among us, I mean, after all these years, we do know something about each other a little bit, I mean, we've been here. But imagine in my case, understanding what motivates people. Everybody ain't been blessed like that. Okay, and I'm gonna do when I say this, and you said, well, what are you talking about? Remember I said being around people and live with people? Well, I might have told you the story, but see, when I was in college, I had 40 fraternity brothers. Okay? 40 little sisters, but 40 fraternity brothers at the time that I pledged. And guess what? I might have told you this, but if I didn't, all 40 of my fraternity brothers, they look just like you. Yeah. Not like me. They look like you. And so that meant that I lived with traits and things for 2 to 3 years. So when you be with people, you kind of know how they think. You don't know why, but you kind of know what makes them think. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily be how I think, but I can appreciate how other people think. And I never realized in life then the value of that, my interaction, because you don't know in college what you're going to be. You don't know what you're going to be doing, but it allowed me to be able to do that, even in what we do here. I understand a lot about issues. I have kind of a little different view because I can try to throw myself into your example, not always, but it helps, But anyway, that in mind, I'm getting ready to turn this thing back over to the desk, you or whoever I need to turn it over to. Mr. President, I think we still on something? We on the... Yeah, you call for the vote for BR.
Are you going to use the previous roll?
That's fine.
We're adoption of special order. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine. That's fine.
Using previous roll?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
(26 ayes, 0 nays). Special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 97 of the calendar, House Bill number 186 by Representative Reynolds and Blackshear regarding appropriations. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President,
Senator.
we have a committee sub. I'd move for adoption of the committee sub.
All right, would you like to use previous roll?
No objection.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
And if I may speak to the amendment after it's read.
Yeah, let him read it in, then you're recognized.
Amendment to the substitute for House Bill 186 as engrossed by Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have on the counter here a copy of the sub and the amendment and also the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet, there's only one spreadsheet, but that spreadsheet incorporates the sub and the amendment that's there. The amendment that I'm presenting is 14 pages. Now that sounds like a lot, and it may be in many ways, but it does, and if you look at the sub, it'll show some things along that line. But most of the amendment deals with errors that we discovered in the bill in language and such. There's been very, very few changes in the money lines. One example there is there was a line calling for electric vehicles. That line has been completely eliminated, but we kept the $1.5 million and we changed the line to Alliance for Growth. And you'll see there's several instances along that line. You'll also see that the limitations of monies along the substitute are small. And if I might go into a somewhat of a philosophical discussion of where we are here, this is, in my tenure here, this is the first time in a general fund budget where we have actually sought to reduce the line items of the particular budget. The House reduced several line items. We came here, I'll reduce several line items. Several of them have been replaced, and you'll see that in the amendment where we went back and replaced some of the monies that had been reduced from the sub. So we have actually had a reduction in several aspects. Now, keep in mind that when the governor sent her budget over, she sent us over one that had all of the line items that had been previously in from the legislature removed. And so there was a lot of efforts to try to find a balance between what we could stick in and put into the bills in there. You will find, and many of you will discover, that in many cases you've had a reduction in what your requests had been. Now, every one of us have had that. I can tell you that the heat I've taken on my local folks because we have not been able to do everything that we thought we could or should. So we are in a dichotomy here where we have the largest budget that we've ever had, and yet we've got the tightest constraints and controls that we've had in recent memory. Part of that is because of growth, and I will use the most significant example, and that would be our Medicaid, which historically has had an increase of 80, 70, or $50 million in the past 2 or 3 years. And this year it wound up being $238 million. And then when you put CHIPS in and others, it wound up being a total of $268 million worth of increase. That was enough to eliminate any of the excess that we had in our previous year. So I say all that to say this. We have worked diligently, and I worked with you guys, and most of you have been here and seen what we're doing. I want to give you time to take a look and check and make sure where you are and what's there and what isn't. I want you to make sure that you understand why some things and most things have been reduced and why some things are not there. We're trying to strike this balance to stay down. Now, if you take the spreadsheet, call attention to the back page. I think there's on the back page. Next to the page 14, and it has the total amount that we've dispersed and the differences that's there. If you look on the fiscal year 25 budget, you'll see the I'm rounding here some, $3.36 billion that we spent last year. But keep in mind, that does not reflect the supplemental that we used of excess funds that we spent last year. We did that as a separate bill. It does not reflect there. What we're doing this year is we did not have a supplemental in that way. So what you have on the columns to the right there are the reflections of not only the monies, but no supplemental. That's why the numbers are higher. So instead of a 3.36 on the far right, we have a 3.676. So that would reflect the excess monies. That's reflected again by the increases that's been going on. Say again? I don't. I tried tricking somebody once. It didn't go well. Anyway,
Those are the key conditions that I want you to be aware of. Now, on the corrections, I'll run through those briefly that we made. We had several involved. Most were technical in nature. The Athlete Agents Commission, we had the Attorney General correction that was made there. We had a Banking Department technical correction. We had several instances where in commerce that had where the, I think where the, a lot of it was language, but that's where the electric vehicle matter, I think, was changed. No, that was in the economic ADECA matters. We had some on district attorneys, corrections and conservations. Most of these, as you'll see, were language changes. Now, with that,
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes,
a
sir.
question when you talk about, I'm sorry, Mr. President, if you, gentlemen.
Certainly.
I was looking at pardon and parole and I see a cut.
Yes, sir.
Could you kind of explain to me what you're thinking in that?
That's an interesting concept. We'll get to that. There's another.
Oh, I just saw you said correction. I didn't
Yeah.
know we were skipping it.
No, that's fine. Pardons and paroles, we'll deal with that now if you like. Yes, there is.
We
a
can deal with it
reduction.
later whenever you get to it. I just, when you said the correction, I didn't want to, I wasn't looking at the budget. I just didn't want to go past it.
We won't go past it.
Good
Okay.
shot. Well, take your time, do your thing.
That's fine.
I
Pardons and
apologize. Let me
paroles,
be quiet.
We took several million from several folks. We replaced many of them, but the pardons and paroles was not one that was replaced. It reduced, I think we had these were not cuts. These were reducing the amount of growth. How about that?
I'm sorry. Hold on. we got a new terminology for cuts now. I love it. I told you were tricking somebody. You slick.
We simply trying to restrict the growth of government. How about that?
Oh, okay.
So yes, and we did with pardons and paroles, we did reduce the amount by I think it was $38 million. $3 million,
Almost $4 million.
almost $4 million.
Is that because was that because they had some carryover? Are we seeing that in some of these departments?
They do have middle.
Where folks have money just sitting around, look like, and not utilizing it, which give you the thought that maybe they don't need as much in the budget as.
That's a part of it.
It's a part of it.
It is a part of it, true. But there's, I think I have another member that has an issue that's going to come up and speak to that point also.
I understand. I serve on that committee with him. But I do understand that, at one point, a few years ago, we was talking about all of these agencies that looked like they may have had rollover and surpluses, and they couldn't explain, and then they were asking for more money on top of that money. And it looked like it started putting people in the rush to go on and spend all that money by the year end. But this is the first time in a while that I've seen a deep cut to an agency. I don't know whether to call it deep, but something more than $1 million like that.
Greater restriction.
I got you.
Yes, sir. Now, and I'll have to admit, in my tenure here, we have, in particular in pardons and paroles, we have made deeper cuts on this previously. So it's not the first time. So there's some issues there that we probably need to talk to you and others about along that line.
Okay, I mean, I respect your
keep
work.
in mind that in order to match what we needed to do here on the other lines, we had to find the money somewhere.
I got you.
Okay, so it's not this is not simply a disciplinary action by any means. This is a fiscal action of trying to make sure that we're able to touch and do everything that we needed to do.
Well, we had a little bill that could probably help us get a little bit more money. If we can get that little bill out, we won't have to be making cuts. We could probably help folk with a little money. We can get a little bill. Start with a G and an A and an M and an ING. Spell money. And it print money.
Point made, Senator. Point made.
Okay, I don't want to hold you up. I just kind of want to. I was just, just curious about that agency, and I know that, while there has been some slow ups over there and things not moving, if people And I just didn't understand it, that's all.
I follow you. I understand.
Yeah, but, you know,
I hope I've satisfactorily responded.
you did. You always do. Whether I like it or not, you give me the answer.
And there's no tricks.
Oh, really? Okay. Thank you, sir. So you can carry on with your.
Thank you. With that, if there's no other questions, I'd move for adoption.
You were
of the
finished
amendment.
with the explanation of all this stuff?
Unless anyone had any more questions, I'd hope they'd.
Oh, well, this gentleman had a question too. I didn't want to yield back to you for that.
Certainly.
I thought I was telling you to go on if you had other items that you wanted to tell us about. I'm sorry.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Have you moved for the adoption of the substitute yet?
We've adopted the substitute, yes, sir. We're on the amendment that we have now.
Okay.
Yes.
And what
Am I correct there? Yeah.
And what does the amendment do?
That is the 14-page document that we got over here, and also is reflected on another note thing that I've got.
Okay, Senator.
Certainly.
This is yours. I think this is yours, that sheet. I got two of them. Spreadsheet. You got a spreadsheet? Okay. All right, you wanna tell us about this? This one right here?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Which, yeah, that would happen when y'all be on the same committee. Y'all be acting like that. See, you on Jim Phone? No, I'm on ETF. Oh, you are? I didn't know that. I thought you. I mean, I knew you with her, but I thought you was on that too. But you the minority leader. Is the majority leader on two of them? Let me ask you a question. Both of y'all, is the majority leader on two of them? Is he on both of them? Majority leader. I mean, that's wrong with that. I ain't mad at him. But if he is, he ought to be. He's just on education. I thought he was on general fund too. Okay. Well, if it is, we need to look at that. That's all I'm saying. You know, we need to look at that. And yeah, that's all. And then, but anyway, yeah. Will you tell us about these?
Yes,
about
sir. I thought maybe you'd had a particular question.
Just information. That's all.
I stopped off, I think, at the district attorneys where we reduced.
What page you on?
I'm on page 2.
Page 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For the district attorneys, we eliminated 150,000 earmarked there, but we moved that monies further down in ADECA, where it went for the. I think there was Selma Stadium and also the City of Madison Public Safety.
Now, this on line 2 of this 14-page thing that you talking from? This back page, right, the second page?
Oh, no, sir. I apologize. I am.
Oh, give me a. I'll follow you on that if you tell me what page it is. What you want me to get on?
Do you have one of these? I don't think you have one. No.
I don't have that.
Well,
just tell me then if you don't. We don't have to match. Yeah, just tell me what. Yeah, I'll just take what you tell me. I trust you.
The district attorneys was reduced. We took that 150,000 and we put it in a couple of other line items dealing with the City of Madison Public Safety and Stadium, Selma Stadium. We had the electric vehicle. I mentioned that earlier. That was simply a line item change, and you'll see that. Another 1,000 on a name change with Alliance. Something here. Then we took on the DECA, we had a $3 million. I had originally removed that. That's been replaced, so that $3 million was put back under the ADECA. We had an emergency management that had come in for having a sharing of weather data system. We put
I remember that
in for that. Then we had public health. We did 160,000 there for Franklin Primary Health Care. We did pardons and paroles. We put 250,000 in. This is for Perry County system. And in that one, that was one where after we bought the Perry County facility there, that caused the county to have a reduction in taxes because the state don't pay taxes to the county.
Yeah.
And we had an agreement to make money in lieu of. Well, we did that in the first year, but we didn't do it last year.
Okay.
So this was a catch-up in making sure we got that corrected.
Okay.
Then we had a couple of increases on the Nature Discovery Center project and Early Works Museum. And then on a bigger one on the back side, we took registration voters photo by the request of the agency. We removed that $600,000. So those are the changes that we made.
Okay. Those sound like some good ones that were needed too. You know. So that's good. So that's what basically this encompasses.
Exactly. That's what the Amendment 1, the 14-page document encompasses those changes.
Okay. All right. Back to you on the amendment.
All right. No other questions? I'd move for adoption of the amendment using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, 0 nays. Senator Albritton, amendment's adopted.
Thank you. I see another senator across that has another comment.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for House Bill 186 by Senator Chambliss.
If I might.
On page 74, delete line 2144 and insert in lieu thereof the following.
Mr. President, if I may. Senator, you brought this to me before committee last week, I think. We discussed it. You took and you made some changes to this, and this is basically reporting, but if you would, explain what it does.
Sure. The first thing is this amendment does not take any money away from anybody. So that's the first thing. All the amendment
could be argued that was my main objection, but I won't say that.
Sure. What this bill does is it conditions the release of the pardons and paroles board upon them reviewing and adopting their guidelines in accordance with current law. What they do, as you all know, they adopt guidelines, and those guidelines are supposed to be updated and revised. They have not done that, and this just says that the board itself has to do that before these funds are released for their personnel and employee benefits. Board only. With that, Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment.
Going to use previous role?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
I have no objection to this, and it's a friendly amendment. Again, it's basically a requirement, reporting requirement.
All right. So no objection using previous role? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Chambliss amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Chambliss. All right.
And with that, I will entertain any other questions that we may have on the budget or anything that you have now that we have the amendments on and the at least a preliminary discussion of where we are. People have had opportunity to review the spreadsheet. I'm open to any questions. If there's no questions, I'd move for final passage using previous role without objection.
All right.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'd like to be recognized first, to be recognized.
Okay, you're recognized.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I want to just tell you that I think you did an outstanding job. You shared a few, I'm not on the committee, but you shared a few of your challenges. You know, we got a chance to visit, and you did an outstanding job. I just want to tell you that, and I mean that sincere. And you know, I just try to give people flowers while they living when they living, and or either give it when they're due, you know, because we easily can kind of give other things the other way easy, so we should give flowers as well. So in that regard, I appreciate you working with me through the process. I mean that. I'll say this, you know, and I can only speak in life up to the moments we are. Sometimes you don't know what moments you go forward in, but I'll say this, is that you have been very straightforward and upfront, and you've been honest, you know, and that's, to me, that's important. I just wanted to say that publicly, you know, and not that it's necessarily, okay? So I just wanted to say that to you.
Kind.
But now, however, I do want to say this.
Uh-oh, okay.
Yes. See, I had to say it that way so you'll know the intent. You know how, as lawyers, you know how lawyers we are. We have to know the intent. Okay. So I have a great appreciation for what you've done, and you didn't ask for what I'm getting ready to say, but it probably, you know, you might need a few moments to exhale, you know, because you're finally getting this thing done. And so, not by your request, but by mine, I'm going to request, Mr. President, that the bill be read in its entirety. Thank you very much.
All right, Secretary, read the bill.
No, I'm going to go do a little eating. I'm going to bring it out here.
To make appropriations for the ordinary expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial agencies of the state for other functions of government, for debt service, and for capital outlay for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026. Section 1, the monies in Section 3 are appropriated from the named funds for the 2026 fiscal year to the state agencies indicated as the amounts to be used to pay the expenditures of the named agencies, and are in lieu of all monies appropriated for these purposes in other sections of the Alabama statutes. For the purpose of this act, the amount herein for expenditures are listed by programmatic area, and the totals for all programs are shown by the source of funds. It is intended that only herein named funds be appropriated in the amount specified to the named agencies, and that the following definitions shall be applicable. Total shall mean the aggregate total appropriations of all funding sources. Program shall mean specific governmental sources required to achieve a specific objective. A program shall be directed to meeting the need of an identified clientele or group of recipients or beneficiaries and shall be expended only for such purpose. Capital outlay shall mean expenditures which result in the acquisition and or addition to items such as land or buildings which have an appreciable and calculable period of usefulness in excess of 1 year and shall be expended only for such purpose. Debt service shall mean an expenditure for the payment of interest and principal on bonded debt obligations of the state and shall be expended only for such purposes. Federal and local funds shall mean all gifts, grants, contributions, or entitlements, including grants by the Congress of the United States, municipalities, or counties. Section 2, there is hereby appropriated the amount set forth herein for the ordinary expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial agencies of the state for other functions of government, for debt service, and for capital outlay for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, to be paid out of any money herein after specified, from such other funds and accounts as may be designated, or so much thereof as may be necessary, and the total amount to be expended for the items for which the appropriation is herein made shall not exceed the amount provided therefor, except as provided in the Budget Management Act of 1976, sections 4119.1 through 4119.12. Provided, however, that regardless of the ending date of any pay period which has been or may be established by the legislature for the payment of salaries of state employees, the entire payment shall be due made from the fiscal year's appropriation in which the pay date falls. All appropriations made in Section 3 shall be at the program level. Any directed expenditure of funds below a program shall be funds from the appropriated for the program. A, legislative branch. A, Audit Services Program, source of funds, $11,419,104. Other funds, $7,661,616. Total, $19,080,720. Source of funds, State General Fund, $11,419,104. Federal and local funds, $7,661,616. Total Examiner of Public Accounts, $11,419,000. Other funds, $7,661,616. Total, $19,080,720. Transfers from audited agencies to the examiners of public accounts are hereby authorized and shall be appropriated and expended through the fund established by Section 41-5A-22 Code of Alabama. The above appropriation includes funds to complete the annual audit of the Alabama Trust Fund. 2, Legislative Council, Legislative Operations and Support Program, $2,604,076. $2,604,076. Source of funds, State General Fund, $2,600,076. Total Legislative Council, $2,604,076. 3, Legislative Services Agency, Legislative Operations and Support Program, $4,982,544. $280,000. Total, $5,262,544. Almost ready. One, State General Fund, $4,982,544,000. 2, Alabama Administrative Code Fund, estimated. 3, Alabama Law Institute Fund, estimated. Other funds, $100,000. Total Legislative Service Agency, $4,982,544. Other funds, $280,000. Total, $5,262,544. Legislative Operations and Support Program, State General Fund, $27,918,159. Total, $27,918,159. 1, Permanent Joint Transportation Committee, State General Fund, $75,000. The Joint Transportation Committee shall file a semi-annual report with the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee regarding the expenditure of these funds. 2, Law Enforcement Medals, $5,000. Source of funds, State General Fund, $27,918,159. 5, Office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. A, Office of the Speaker of the House Program, State General Fund, $1,578,151. Total, $1,578,151. Source of funds, State General Fund, $1,578,151. Total Office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, $1,500,151. 6, Office of the President Pro Tempore of the Senate. A, Legislative Operations and Support Program, $1,915,781. Total, $1,915,781. 1, Reapportionment Litigation Expenses, $300,000. Source of funds, the State General Fund, $1,915,781. Total Office of the President Pro Tempore of the Senate, $1,915,781. Back. Page 6. B, Judicial Branch. Number 1, Court of Civil Appeals. A, Court Operations Program, $5,451,579. Total, $5,451,579. Source of funds, State General Fund, $500,000. $5,451,579. Total Court of Civil Appeals, $5,451,579. 2, Court of Criminal Appeals. A, Court Operations Program, $5,461,469. $5,461,469. Source of funds, State General Fund, $5,461,469,000. Total Court of Criminal Appeals, $5,461,469. 3, Judicial Inquiry Commission, Administrative Services Program, $1,016,153. Source of funds, State General Fund,
Office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. A, Office of the Speaker of the House Program 1,578,151, 1,578,151 in accordance with Section 29-4-60, Code of Alabama 1975. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,578,151. Total Office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives 1,578,151, 1,578,151. 6. Office of the President pro tempore of the Senate. A, Legislative Operations and Support Program 1,915,781, 1,915,781. 1. Reapportionment litigation expenses 300,000. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,915,781. Total Office of the President pro tempore of the Senate 1,915,781, 1,915,781. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122. L5 to 1 April 23, 2025. KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 6 State General Fund Other Funds Total B. Judicial Branch, 1. Court of Civil Appeals, A, Court Operations Program 5,451,579, 5,451,579. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 5,451,579. Total Court of Civil Appeals 5,451,579, 5,451,579. 2. Court of Criminal Appeals, A, Court Operations Program 5,461,469, 5,461,469. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 5,461,469. Total Court of Criminal Appeals 5,461,469, 5,461,469. 3. Judicial Inquiry Commission, A, Administrative Services Program 1,016,153, 1,016,153. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,016,153. Total Judicial Inquiry Commission 1,016,153, 1,016,153. 4. Judicial Retirement Fund, A, Fringe Benefits Program 3,494,266, 3,494,266. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund, estimated 3,494,266. Total Judicial Retirement Fund 3,494,266, 3,494,266. 5. Supreme Court, A, Court Operations Program 15,827,285, 15,827,285. 1. Statewide Coordination of Pro Bono Services in Civil Cases 125,697, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149. L5 to 1 April 23, 2025. KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 7 State General Fund Other Funds Total as required by Section 12-10A4, B, Code of Alabama 1975. The Supreme Court shall report semi-annually to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, Director of Finance, and the Director of the Legislative Services Agency on the status of the updates to the case management and e-filing systems. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 15,827,285 total. Supreme Court 15,827,285 15,827,285 6. Supreme Court Library, A. Court Operations Program 1,345,959 1,345,959 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 1,345,959 total. Supreme Court Library 1,345,959 1,345,959 7. Unified Judicial System, A. Court Operations Program 164,779,280 42,362,871 207,142,151 1. Access to Justice Project 94,317 2. Juror pay increase 3,795,000 3. 26th Judicial Circuit 60,000 B. Administrative Services Program 3,871,330 3,871,330 C. Drug Court Program 2,090,612 2,090,612 D. Juvenile Probation Officer Services Program 13,161,259 13,161,259 E. Alabama Sentencing Commission 485,593 485,593 The Unified Judicial System shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee prior to October 1, 2025 regarding the number of court referral officers in each district. Source of funds, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 8 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund 184,388,074, 2. Advanced Technology and Data Exchange Fund 2,656,820, 3. Court Automation Fund 3,789,146 in accordance with Section 12-19-180, Code of Alabama 1975. 4. Court Referral Officer Fund 5,594,289 in accordance with Sections 12-23-1 through December 23, 19, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Federal and Local Funds 18,027,252, 6. Judicial Administration Fund 12,295,364 in accordance with Sections 12-19-310 through 12-19-315, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Unified Judicial System 184,388,074 42,362,871 226,750,945 C. Executive Branch, 1. Accountancy, Alabama State Board of Public, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 2,300,000 2,300,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama State Board of Public Accountancy Fund 2,300,000 as provided in Section January 22, 34, Code of Alabama 1975. In addition to the amount appropriated herein above to the State Board of Public Accountancy, there is hereby appropriated such an amount as may be necessary to pay the refund of any application for licenses which may have been rejected by the Board or withdrawn at the request of the applicant. Total Accountancy, Alabama State Board of Public 2,300,000 2,300,000 2. Adjustment, Board of, A. Special Services Program 1,518,639 1,518,639 Source of Funds, 180 181 182 183 184 185 186 187 188 189 190 191 192 193 194 195 196 197 198 199 200 201 202 203 204 205 206 207 208 209. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 9 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund Administrative Costs 16,500 as provided in Sections 41-9-61 and 41-9-67, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. State General Fund, estimated $1,502,139 for expenditures as provided in sections 31-3-2, 3632, and 41-9-73, Code of Alabama 1975. Total adjustment, Board of $1,518,639, $1,518,639 3. Agricultural and Conservation Development Commission, A. Water Resource Development Program 2,308,621, 2,308,621, 1. Statewide Feral Swine Program 675,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 2,308,621 Total Agricultural and Conservation Development Commission 2,308,621 2,308,621 4. Agriculture and Industries, Department of A. Administrative Services Program 14,074,667 9,527,000 L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 10 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 6. New Veterinary Assistant Program in Lauderdale County 350,000, 7. North Alabama Agriplex 250,000, 8. Resource Conservation and Development Program 8,706,242, 9. State Fair Association 200,000, B. Agricultural Inspection Services Program 4,287,678 22,585,645 26,873,323, 1. Industrial Hemp Program 50,000, C. Laboratory Analysis and Disease Control Program 2,675,219 14,554,181 17,229,400, D. Agricultural Development Services Program 1,003,874 16,358,856 17,362,730, 1. Sweet Grown Alabama Program 300,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 22,041,438, 2. Agricultural Fund 53,030,080, 3. Egg Inspection Fund 25,000, 4. Shipping Point Inspection Fund 8,470,670 pursuant to sections February 9, 20, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Farmers Market Authority Fund 1,500,000 Total Agriculture and Industries, Department of 22,041,438 63,025,750 85,067,188 5. Alabama Office of Minority Affairs, A. Executive Direction Program 1,801,290 1,801,290, 1. Alabama HBCU Co-op Program 520,000 Source of Funds, 240 241 242 243 244 245 246 247 248 249 250 251 252 253 254 255 256 257 258 259 260 261 262 263 264 265 266 267 268 269. L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 11 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund 1,801,290 Total Alabama Office of Minority Affairs 1,801,290 1,801,296. Alabama Trust Fund Board, A. Fiscal Management Program 21,365 21,365 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 21,365 Total Alabama Trust Fund Board 21,365 21,365 7. Alcoholic Beverage Control Board Alabama, A. Alcoholic Beverage Management Program 118,312,312 118,312,312, B. Licensing, Regulation, Enforcement Program 14,001,785 14,001,785, C. Administrative Services Program 25,309,101 25,309,101 Source of Funds, 1. ABC Board Fund 157,623,198 Total Alcoholic Beverage Control Board Alabama 157,623,198 157,623,198 270 271 272 273 274 275 276 277 278 279 280 281 282 283 284 285 286 287 288 289. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 12 State General Fund Other funds total in addition to the above appropriation herein made, there is hereby appropriated for each additional retail and wholesale store that is relocated or put into operation during the fiscal year, an amount equal to the sum required to install and operate a comparable store in operation by said board. There is further appropriated to the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, after provision has been made for the other expenditures herein authorized, such sums as are or may be necessary to purchase the alcoholic beverages which are essential to maintain adequate stocks and inventory for an economic and successful sales operation. In addition to the above appropriation, it is further provided that, in the event any county or municipality of the state shall, during the fiscal period covered by this appropriation by proper referendum, authorize the legal sale of malt and brewed beverages within such county or municipality, there is further appropriated, in addition to the amount herein set out, an amount comparable to that expended during the prior fiscal year for beer and license tax supervision within counties or municipalities of similar size and population. Provided further, that the amount appropriated herein shall be reduced in like manner in the event any county or municipality wherein malt and brewed beverages are now authorized by law to be sold shall, during the fiscal period covered by this appropriation by proper referendum, declare unlawful the sale in such county or municipality of such malt or brewed beverages. Notwithstanding any other laws to the contrary, all revenue generated from bailment fees shall remain with the board to be used for its operations. 8. Architects, Board for registration of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 683,740 683,740 Source of funds, 1. Fund for the Board for Registration of Architects 683,740 as provided in Section 34-2-41, Code of Alabama 1975. 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 317, 318, 319. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 13 State General Fund Other funds total Architects, Board for registration of 683,740 683,749. Archives and History, Department of A. Historical Resources Management Program 3,014,804 1,077,821 4,092,625 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 3,014,804, 2. Archives Historical Collections Fund 427 in accordance with Section 41-6-71, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Archives Memorial Fund 17,550, 4. Archives Services Fund 850,000 in accordance with Section 41-6-76, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Federal Grants Fund 100,000, 6. Stonewall Jackson Memorial Fund 109,844 Total Archives and History, Department of 3,014,804 1,077,821 4,092,625 10. Assisted Living Administrators, Alabama Board of Examiners of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 180,650 180,650 Source of funds, 1. Alabama State Board of Examiners of Assisted Living Administrators Fund 180,650 as provided in Sections 34-2A1 through 34-2A16, Code of Alabama 1975. 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, 330, 331, 332, 333, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, 349. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 14 State General Fund Other funds total Assisted Living Administrators, Alabama Board of Examiners of 180,650 180,650 11. Athlete Agents Commission, Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 20,000 Source of funds, 1. Athlete Agents Regulatory Commission Fund 20,000 as provided in Section 8-26A31, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Athlete Agents Commission, Alabama 20,000 20,012. Athletic Commission, Alabama, A. Licensing, Regulation and Enforcement Program 275,000 Source of funds, 1. Alabama Boxing Commission Fund $275,000 total Athletic Commission, Alabama $275,275,013. Athletic Trainers, Alabama Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program $150,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Athletic Trainers Fund $150,000 as provided in Section 34-40-14, Code of Alabama 1975. 350, 351, 352, 353, 354, 355, 356, 357, 358, 359, 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 371, 372, 373, 374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379. L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 15 State General Fund Other Funds Total Athletic Trainers, Alabama Board of 150,000 150,014. Attorney General, Office of A. Legal Advice and Legal Services Program 12,412,662 19,638,373 32,051,035. 1. Crime Stoppers 550,000. B. Fair Marketing Practices Program 1,076,226 1,564,318 2,640,544 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 13,488,888, 2. Attorney General Litigation Support Fund 17,097,581 in accordance with Section 36-15-4.2. Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Federal Funds 1,250,000. 4. Miscellaneous Receipts 2,855,110 total Attorney General, Office of the 13,488,888 21,202,691 34,691,579 The Attorney General shall have the authority to expend any funds transferred from the State Personnel Department. 15. Auctioneers, Alabama State Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 275,275,000 Source of Funds, 1. State Board of Auctioneers Fund 275,000 total Auctioneers, Alabama State Board of 275,000 275,380 381 382 383 384 385 386 387 388 389 390 391 392 393 394 395 396 397 398 399 400 401 402 403 404 405 406 407 408 409. L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 16 State General Fund Other Funds Total 16. Auditor, State, A. Fiscal Management Program 1,302,088 1,302,088 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 1,302,088 Total Auditor, State 1,302,088 1,302,088 17. Bail Bonding Board Alabama Professional, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 250,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Bail Bond Board Fund 250,000 Total Bail Bonding Board Alabama Professional 250,000 18. Banking Department, State, A. Charter, License, and Regulate Financial Institutions Program 21,900,000 Source of Funds, 1. Banking Assessment Fee 16,604,000 as provided in Section 5-2820, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. Loan Examination Fund 5,296,000 as provided in Sections 5-2824, 5-1638.1, and 5-18-5, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Banking Department, State 21,900,000 21,900,000 19. Bar Association, Alabama State, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 7,066,645 7,066,645 Source of Funds, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, 434, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 17 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. Federal and local funds 1,128,575 as provided in sections March 17, 34 and March 18, 34, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. State Bar Association Fund 5,938,070 as provided in sections March 4, 34 and 34-3-44, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Bar Association, Alabama State 7,066,645 7,066,645 20. Building Renovation Finance Authority, Alabama, A. Administrative Support Services Program 1,488,229 1,488,229, 1. Alabama State House Operations and Maintenance 1,488,229 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 1,488,229 Total Building Renovation Finance Authority, Alabama 1,488,229 1,488,229 of the above appropriation, $1,488,229 shall be expended for operations and maintenance of the Alabama State House, in accordance with Section 29-2-202, Code of Alabama 1975. 21. Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention, State Department of, A. Social Services Program 566,931 14,351,641 14,918,572, 1. Human Trafficking Task Force established by Act 2014 to 199 60,000 in accordance with Sections 26-16-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 566,931 440 441 442 443 444 445 446 447 448 449 450 451 452 453 454 455 456 457 458 459 460 461 462 463 464 465 466 467 468 469. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 18 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. Child Abuse Prevention Operating Fund 14,351,641 Total Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention, State Department of 566,931 14,351,641 14,918,572 22. Children's Services Facilitation Team, A. Human Services Program 547,800 547,800 Source of Funds, 1. Departmental Receipts 547,800 as provided in Section 12-15-508, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Children's Services Facilitation Team 547,800 547,823. Chiropractic Examiners, Alabama State Board of, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 621,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama State Board of Chiropractic Examiners Fund 621,000 as provided in Section 34-24-143, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Chiropractic Examiners, Alabama State Board of 621,024. Choctawhatchee, P. and Yellow Rivers Watershed Management Authority, A. Water Resource Development Program 50,000 Source of Funds, 470 471 472 473 474 475 476 477 478 479 480 481 482 483 484 485 486 487 488 489 490 491 492 493 494 495 496 497 498. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 19 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. Choctawhatchee, P. and Yellow Rivers Fund 50,000 Total Choctawhatchee, P and Yellow Rivers Watershed Management Authority 50,000 25. Commerce, Department of A. Industrial Development Program 13,984,332 670,000 14,654,332. 1. Port of Mobile 4 million for pier upgrades. 2. Innovation Depot 1 million source of funds. 1. State General Fund 13,984,332. 2. Departmental receipts 670,000 total. Commerce, Department of 13,984,332 670,000 14,654,332. 26. Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of A. State Land Management Program 98,404,610 98,404,610. B. Outdoor Recreation Sites and Services Program 1,066,637,653 67,637,653. 1. Wheeler Wildlife Refuge 1 million. C. Game and Fish Program 2,200,000 64,703,737 66,903,737. 1. Alabama State Wildlife Action Plan 1 million. 2. Raptor Project 1,200,000. D. Marine Resources Program 13,805,310 13,805,310. E. Administrative Services Program 13,275,467 13,275,467. F. Capital Outlay Program 6,026,742,977 32,742,977 499 500 501 502 503 504 505 506 507 508 509 510 511 512 513 514 515 516 517 518 519 520 521 522 523 524 525 526 527 528. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 20 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. Parks and Outdoor Recreational Facilities and Improvements 6 million A. Chehaw State Park, Fire Building 500,000 B. Rookwood Cavern State Park Entry Road and Social Event Space 1,500,000 G. Deepwater Horizon Oil Spill Restoration 165,891,921 165,891,921 Source of Funds 1. State General Fund 9,200,000 2. Forever Wild Trust Fund Transfer 900,000 The funds herein above appropriated shall be payable as provided in Sections 9-2-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. GOMSA, estimated 84,948,328. 4. State Lands Fund 17,906,282. 5. State Lands Fund, Coastal 1 million pursuant to Section 40-23-77, Code of Alabama 1975. 6. Parks Revolving Fund, estimated 58,542,233. 7. State Parks Fund 6,495,420. 8. State Parks Fund, Cigarette Tax 3 million. 9. State Parks Fund, estimated 8,578,000 pursuant to Section 40-2335, Code of Alabama 1975. 10. Game and Fish Fund licenses, fines, fees, interest income and other departmental receipts 64,821,581. 11. Game and Fish Fund, use tax 1,300,529 530 531 532 533 534 535 536 537 538 539 540 541 542 543 544 545 546 547 548 549 550 551 552 553 554 555 556 557 558. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 21 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 12. State Reservoir Management Grant Fund 2,497,133 pursuant to Act 2021-447. 13. BP Oil Funds 29,243,376. 14. Marine Resources Fund licenses, taxes, fines and other departmental receipts 12,934,000. 15. Marine Resources Fund, use tax 358,000 pursuant to Section 40-23-77, Code of Alabama 1975. 16. Administrative Fund 13,275,467, 17. State Parks Fund, transfer 500,000, 18. Restore Act 143,161,855. Total Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of 9,200,449,461,675. 458,661,675. The appropriation to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources shall include Alabama's pro rata share of the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission's operating expenses. The appropriation to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources includes funds for the maintenance, staff, and repair of the Governor's official beach mansion. 27. Construction Recruitment Institute Alabama, A. Recruitment, Training, and Promotion Program 2 million. Source of funds, 1. Recruitment and Training Promotion Fund 2 million pursuant to Sections 41-10-720 through 41-10-726, Code of Alabama 1975. 559, 560, 561, 562, 563, 564, 565, 566, 567, 568, 569, 570, 571, 572, 573, 574, 575, 576, 577, 578, 579, 580, 581, 582, 583, 584, 585, 586, 587. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 22 State General Fund Other Funds Total Construction Recruitment Institute Alabama 2,028. Contractors, State Licensing Board for General, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 2,866,920 2,866,920 Source of funds, 1. State Licensing Board for General Contractors Fund 2,866,920 pursuant to Section August 25, 34, Code of Alabama 1975. In addition to the amount appropriated herein above to the State Licensing Board for General Contractors, there is hereby appropriated such an amount as may be necessary to pay the refund of any application for licenses which may have been rejected by the board or application withdrawn at the request of the applicant. Total Contractors, State Licensing Board for General 2,866,920 2,866,920 29. Corrections, Department of, A. Administrative Services and Logistical Support Program 45,436,713 45,436,713, B. Institutional Services Corrections Program 781,268,973 1,119,692 854,387,701. The Department of Corrections shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer prior to the first day of the 2026 regular session regarding expenditures for mental health and healthcare services for inmates in fiscal year 2025, including a detailed explanation of cost increases. 1. Community Corrections Program 14,100,000 A. Ex-Offender Small Business Support Program 200,588 589 590 591 592 593 594 595 596 597 598 599 600 601 602 603 604 605 606 607 608 609 610 611 612 613 614 615 616 617 618. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 23 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. Therapeutic Education in Columbiana, Alabama 6,900,000, 3. LEO Tech 1,250,000, C. Correctional Industries Program 40,271,660 40,271,660. The Department of Corrections shall not utilize any portion of its State General Fund appropriation to support the Correctional Agricultural and Industries Program. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 826,704,722, 2. Doc Miscellaneous and Federal Funds, estimated 64,619,692, 3. Drug Demand Reduction Fund 8,500,000 in accordance with Section 13A12-283, Code of Alabama 1975. 4. Correctional Agricultural Fund, estimated 5,187,000, 5. Corrections Industries Other Funds 35,084,660. The Commissioner of the Department of Corrections is authorized to utilize funds herein appropriated as matching contributions, where required and appropriate, to generate additional funds which would effectively increase the appropriations for the Department of Corrections. Any such grant funds so generated and indirect support for the Department of Corrections operations are also hereby appropriated. Total Corrections, Department of 826,704,722 113,391,352 940,096,074 619 620 621 622 623 624 625 626 627 628 629 630 631 632 633 634 635 636 637 638 639 640 641 642 643. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 24 State General Fund Other Funds Total in Fiscal Year 2026. The Department of Corrections shall report monthly to the Joint Legislative Prison Oversight Committee, the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer on the number of officers at the end of the month, the net increase from September 30, 2018, the monthly retention rate, and the amount and type of retention bonuses paid in accordance with Act 2019-286. The report shall also provide an analysis of the issues contributing to the Department's progress in hiring, retaining, and training new correctional officers. In addition to all other appropriations to the Department of Corrections, there is hereby conditionally appropriated to the Department of Corrections any receipts from the sale of corrections assets which are deposited into the State General Fund. This appropriation is conditioned upon proceeds from the sale of any corrections assets being deposited into the State General Fund, the recommendation of the Director of Finance, and the approval of the Governor. In addition to the above appropriation to the Department of Corrections, there is hereby conditionally appropriated from the State General Fund a sum of $40 million for the purpose of hiring additional correctional officers above the current funded amount. This appropriation is conditioned upon the availability of funds in the State General Fund, the recommendation of the Director of Finance, and the approval of the Governor. The appropriation may only be released in 4 equal amounts at the end of each quarter of the fiscal year and is further conditioned upon quarterly certification by the Finance Director and the Legislative Fiscal Officer that the Department is in compliance with the above monthly reporting requirements and the reports show increases in total correctional officers. Provided, however, if the requirements for the release of the conditional appropriation for staffing are not met, the $40 million shall be conditionally appropriated from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections, Correctional Capital Improvement Fund established in Section 14-2-21, C, Code of Alabama 1975. This appropriation is conditioned upon the availability of funds in the State General Fund, the recommendation of the Director of Finance, and the approval of the Governor. 30. Cosmetology and Barbering, Alabama Board of 644 645 646 647 648 649 650 651 652 653 654 655 656 657 658 659 660 661 662 663 664 665 666 667 668 669 670 671 672 673 674 675. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 25 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A, Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 3,925,000 3,925,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering Fund 3,925,000 as provided in Section 34-7B6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Cosmetology and Barbering, Alabama Board of 3,925,000 3,925,031. Counseling, Alabama Board of Examiners in, A, Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 975,000 975,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Examiners in Counseling Fund 975,000 as provided in Section 34-8A6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Counseling, Alabama Board of Examiners in 975,000 975,032. Court Reporting, Alabama Board of, A, Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 200,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Court Reporting Fund 200,000 as provided in Section 34-8B17, Code of Alabama 1975. 676 677 678 679 680 681 682 683 684 685 686 687 688 689 690 691 692 693 694 695 696 697 698 699 700 701 702 703 704. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 26 State General Fund Other Funds Total Court Reporting, Alabama Board of 200,000 33. Credit Union Administration, Alabama, A. Charter, License, and Regulate Financial Institutions Program 2,808,002 2,808,002 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Credit Union Administration Fund 2,808,002 as provided in Section 5-17-7, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Credit Union Administration, Alabama 2,808,002 2,808,002 34. Crime Victims Compensation Commission, Alabama, A. Special Services Program, estimated 2,675,000 4,675,000, 1. To be expended for the expenses associated with processing save 200,000, 2. To be expended in accordance with Sections 15-23-1 through 15-23-23, Code of Alabama 1975 1,700,000, 3. Victims of Crime and Leniency, Vocal, 100,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 2 million, 2. Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission Fund, estimated 2,675,705 706 707 708. 709 710 711 712 713 714 715 716 717 718 719 720 721 722 723 724 725 726 727 728 729 730 731 732 733 734. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 27 State General Fund Other Funds Total to be expended in accordance with Sections 15-23-1 through 15-23-23, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Crime Victims Compensation Commission, Alabama 2,675,000 4,675,035. Debt Service, A. General Obligation Bonds, estimated 15,9,619,601,717 34,611,317, B. Corrections Institute Finance Authority 35,214,738 35,214,738 The above appropriation to the Alabama Corrections Institution Finance Authority, ASIFA, is conditioned upon ASIFA being required to make a debt service payment during fiscal year 2026 on bonds issued pursuant to the authorization granted by Act 2021-546. Any of the above appropriation that is not needed to make a debt service payment during fiscal year 2026 on bonds issued pursuant to the authorization granted by Act 2021-546 is appropriated to the Department of Corrections Correctional Capital Improvement Fund. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund, transfer, estimated $15,009,600, 2. State General Fund transfer $35,214,738, 3. Alabama Capital Improvement Trust Fund transfer, estimated $19,601,717 total debt service $50,224,338 $19,601,717 $69,826,055 735 736 737 738 739 740 741 742 743 744 745 746 747 748 749 750 751 752 753 754 755 756 757 758 759. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 28 State General Fund Other Funds Total The above appropriation shall be used to pay debt service on the following general obligation bonds, Series 2014A, Series 2016A, Series 2016C, Series 2018A, Series 2018B, Series 2022A, and Series 2025A. In the event any of the above bonds are refunded or new general obligation bonds are issued, debt service on these newly issued bonds may be paid from the appropriations made above from either the State General Fund or the Capital Improvement Trust Fund contingent upon the recommendation of the Director of Finance and the approval of the Governor. 36. Dietetics/Nutrition Practice, Alabama State Board of Examiners for, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 400,000 Source of Funds, 1. State Board of Dietetics/Nutrition Fund 400,000 as provided in Section 3434A8, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Dietetics/Nutrition Practice, Alabama State Board of Examiners for 400,000 37. District Attorneys, A. Court Operations Program 51,367,046 51,367,046, 1. District Attorney's Administrative Fund for use in the District Attorney's Office of the several judicial circuits 33,931,998 760 761 762 763 764 765 766 767 768 769 770 771 772 773 774 775 776 777 778 779 780 781 782 783 784 785 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 29 State General Fund Other funds total. The above funds include $150,000 for the Madison County DA for equipment purchase. The remaining funds shall be allocated to the several judicial circuits based upon a formula established by the Alabama District Attorneys Association. Before February 1, 2026, the district attorneys shall file a consolidated report with the chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, director of finance, and the legislative fiscal officer regarding the amount of funds collected and the expenditure of any funds received from pretrial diversion or other revenue-raising measures in each judicial circuit in fiscal year 2025. A. Madison County DA for equipment purchase $150,000. 2. Salaries and expenses of supernumerary district attorneys $8,192,577. 3. Salaries of district attorneys $9,223,471. 4. Travel expenses of district attorneys $19,000. Source of funds: 1. State General Fund $17,435,048. 2. State General Fund transfer $33,931,998. Total district attorneys $51,367,046. $51,367,046. 38. Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board Alabama. A. Self-Insurance Program $500,000. Source of funds: 1. Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund $500,000. Total Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board Alabama $500,000 786 787 788 789 790 791 792 793 794 795 796 797 798 799 800 801 802 803 804 805 806 807 808 809 810 811 812 813 814 815 816 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 30 State General Fund Other funds total as provided in sections 2230 D1 through 2230 D12 Code of Alabama 1975. 39. Economic and Community Affairs, Alabama Department of A. Administrative Support Services Program $2,577,345 $15,169,364 $17,746,709 B. Planning Program $37,772,222 $325,723,492 $363,495,714 It is the intent of the legislature to provide from the planning program assistance to low-income and elderly citizens who live on fixed incomes for large increases in energy bills due to increases allowed by the Public Service Commission. 1. Airport Development Grant Program $15 million to be operated through an intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Transportation, provided however, prior to awarding any other grants, the Department of Transportation shall establish and publish guidelines regarding the criteria required for an airport to receive a grant and shall provide this information to all members of the legislature. The department shall ensure that any grants awarded to Birmingham, Huntsville, and Mobile airports are equal amounts. 2. Alabama Association of Regional Council $7,526,000. 3. Alabama Coalition Against Domestic Violence $475,000. 4. Alabama Women's Commission $65,561. 5. Aniston Army Depot $75,000. 6. Baldwin County Youth Dream Center $100,000. 7. Birmingham Police Athletics Youth Program $50,000. 8. BRAC FT Novosel $75,000. 9. BRAC Montgomery $75,000. 10. City of Bessemer Recreation Center $20,817 818 819 820 821 822 823 824 825 826 827 828 829 830 831 832 833 834 835 836 837 838 839 840 841 842 843 844 845 846 847 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 31 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 11. City of Birmingham for City Walk Maintenance 250,000, 12. City of Fairfield, Willie Mays Park 250,000, 13. City of Hoover for Park Upgrades 100,000, 14. City of Muscle Shoals for Public Safety 100,000, 15. City of Oxford for Regional Public Safety 250,000, 16. City of Trussville Park Upgrades 600,000, 17. Community Action Agency 750,000 to be distributed as a grant to the Community Action Association of Alabama, which shall distribute the funds to the 22 recognized community action administering agencies provided for in sections 11-96-1 through 11-96-6, Code of Alabama 1975, based on their populations below the poverty level. The Community Action Association of Alabama shall not expend more than 10% of the funds for administrative expenses. 18. Crenshaw County Park Improvements 400,000, 19. East Alabama Food Bank Capital Improvements 700,000, 20. East Metro Crime Center 250,000, 21. Electric Vehicle Infrastructure and Planning Grant Program 1,500,000, 22. Escambia County Sheriff Regional Safety Program 250,000, 23. Food Bank Grant Program 750,000, 24. Healthy Food Financing Initiative 200,000, 25. Highway 31 Traffic Study by ALDOT 350,000 from Spanish Fort to Flomaton. 26. Madison County BRAC 75,000, 27. Main Street Alabama Program 1,500,000 to be equally distributed to the members of the Main Street Alabama Program as of October 1, 2026. 848, 849, 850, 851, 852, 853, 854, 855, 856, 857, 858, 859, 860, 861, 862, 863, 864, 865, 866, 867, 868, 869, 870, 871, 872, 873, 874, 875, 876, 877, 878, 879. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 32 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 28, Memorial Park Renovations 50,000, 29, Military Stabilization Committee 460,000, 30, Municipal Public Emergency Response Grant Program 2,500,000 for a grant program for municipalities with populations of 2,500 or fewer residents as of the last U.S. decennial census that are a minimum of 25 miles from a hospital to aid in capital startup costs related to establishing a public emergency response program or ambulance service. Priority shall be given to municipalities that contribute matching funds or have already acquired real property for this purpose. Grant recipients shall comply with Alabama Administrative Code Rules 420-2-1.15. 420-2-1.16, 420-2-1.19, and 420-2-1.20 related to emergency medical services within 6 months of receipt of the grant. Any municipality receiving a grant that fails to meet the above requirements within 6 months shall repay the grant funds to the department. 31. PAL/Adopt a Mile Program 200,000, 32. Port of Beulah Battery 250,000, 33. Redemption Earn 200,000, 34. Roebuck YMCA Project 125,000, 35. Southern Rails Commission 60,000 to pay the state's membership dues. 36. The Good Sport 250,000, 37. Town of Ardmore 25,000, 38. Town of Elkmont 25,000, 39. Town of Killen 25,000, 40. Town of Lexington 25,000, 41. Town of St. Florian Park Upgrades 25,000, 42. Town of Waterloo 25,000, 43. Walker County Courthouse Security 100,000, 44. Woodlawn Foundation 150,000, C. Energy Management Program 6,063,195 84,619,643 90,682,838 880 881 882 883 884 885 886 887 888 889 890 891 892 893 894 895 896 897 898 899 900 901 902 903 904 905 906 907 908 909. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 33 State General Fund Other Funds Total, D, Law Enforcement Planning and Development Program 1,003,759 116,616,035 117,619,794, E, Surplus Property Program 540,953 3,533,813 4,074,766, F, Water Resources Program 3,128,598 7,787,076 10,915,674 1. Coalition of Alabama Waterways Association 325,000 to be expended equally for the Coosa Alabama River Improvement Association, the Tri-Rivers Water Development Association, the Tennessee River Valley Association, the Warrior Tombigbee Waterway Association, and the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway Council. 2. State Property Floodplain Management Program 1,200,000. 3. Legal fees for the Tri-State Water Litigation 538,650 up to the amount above, maximum. G. Broadband Program 2,000,000 The above appropriation shall be expended for the Broadband Accessibility Grant Program. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 51,086,072, 2. Administrative transfers and other departmental receipts 15,169,364, 3. Federal and local funds 518,221,246, 4. Neighbors Helping Neighbors Fund 25,000, 5. Domestic Violence Trust Fund 3 million, 6. Juvenile Accountability Incentive Block Fund 9 million, 7. State Safety Coordinating Fund 3 million, 8. Traffic Safety Trust Fund 3,500,910 911 912 913 914 915 916 917 918 919 920 921 922 923 924 925 926 927 928 929 930 931 932 933 934 935 936 937 938 939 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 34 State General Fund Other Funds Total 9 Administrative Transfers from Federal Donated Surplus Property Sales Estimated 2,163,473 10 Administrative Transfers from State-Owned Surplus Property Sales Estimated 1,370,340 Total Economic and Community Affairs Alabama Department of 51,086,072 555,449,423 606,535,495 It is the intent of the legislature that all grants shall follow the standard and proper grant process and shall meet all departmental guidelines. The Director of the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs shall report to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer all funds and grants expended specifically in areas with high unemployment and low personal income levels. The report shall detail the amount of funds available in each program and the amount of funds expended in these targeted areas. The Director of the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs shall report within 30 days after the end of each quarter all grants made by the department in the previous quarter to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer. The report shall include the recipient of the grant, the source of funds for each grant, and the purpose of each grant. Each quarter's appropriation to the Department of Economic and Community Affairs is contingent upon the receipt of the previous quarter's report. The Director of the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs shall notify all members of the local legislative delegation 5 days prior to the announcement of any grant made to any entity located in the legislative jurisdiction. The 5 days prior notice requirement shall be waived in the event of a declared emergency. The Governor shall encourage the Department to disperse the funds provided herein on a non-discriminatory basis. 40. Electrical Contractors, Board of 940 941 942 943 944 945 946 947 948 949 950 951 952 953 954 955 956 957 958 959 960 961 962 963 964 965 966 967 968 969 970 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 35 State General Fund Other Funds Total A Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 950,000 Source of Funds 1 Alabama Board of Electrical Contractors Fund 950,000 as provided in Section 3436-17 Code of Alabama 1975 Total Electrical Contractors Board of 950,041 Electronic Security Board of Licensure Alabama A Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 475,000 Source of Funds 1 Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensure Fund 475,000 Total Electronic Security Board of Licensure Alabama 475,042 Emergency Management Agency A Readiness and Recovery Program 9,983,612 159,653,654 169,637,266 1. Alabama Disaster Relief Fund 500,000 2. DeKalb County EMA 400,000 Source of funds 1. State General Fund 9,373,612 2. State General Fund Transfer, Local EMA Assistance Fund 610,000 3. Federal Operating Funds 12,518,735 971 972 973 974 975 976 977 978 979 980 981 982 983 984 985 986 987 988 989 990 991 992 993 994 995 996 997 998 999 L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 36 State General Fund Other Funds Total 4 Federal Prior Year Disaster Funds 146,524,919 5 Local EMA Assistance Fund 610,000 from the above appropriation, the amounts necessary to comply with the provisions of Sections 31-9-60 through 31-9-62, Code of Alabama 1975, are hereby appropriated and shall be expended for the purposes provided for in Section 31-9-62, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Emergency Management Agency 9,983,612 159,653,654 169,637,266 43. Employee Suggestion Incentive Board Alabama, A. Employee Suggestion Incentive Program 9,500 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 9,500 Total Employee Suggestion Incentive Board Alabama 9,500 The Employee Suggestion Incentive Board shall collaborate with the Department of Finance to ensure that all state employees are informed of the financial incentive awards available to state employees whose adopted suggestions result in substantial financial savings or improvements in the efficiency of state operations pursuant to Section 36-1-7.1. Code of Alabama 1975. 44. Engineers and Land Surveyors, State Board of Licensure for Professional, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 2,295,038 2,295,038 Source of Funds, 1. Professional Engineers and Professional Land Surveyors Fund 2,295,038 1,000 1,001 1,002 1,003 1,004 1,005 1,006 1,007 1,008 1,009 1,010 1,011 1,012 1,013 1,014 1,015 1,016 1,017 1,018 1,019 1,020 1,021 1,022 1,023 1,024 1,025 1,026 1,027 1,028 1,029 1,030. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 37 State General Fund Other Funds Total as provided in Section 34-1136, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Engineers and Land Surveyors, State Board of Licensure for Professional 2,295,038 2,295,038 45. Environmental Management, Department of, A. Environmental Management Program 27,899,671 299,304,248 327,203,919 1. State match required for federal funding from Drinking Water State Revolving Funds and the Clean Water State Revolving Funds 3 million. 2. State match required for federal funding from Drinking Water State Revolving Funds and the Clean Water State Revolving Funds, as established by Sections 50,102 and 50,210 of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. 14,871,776. 3. Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation Program, CAFO, 375,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 27,899,671. 2. Alabama Recycling Fund 3,505,000 in accordance with Sections 22-27-17 and 22-27-18, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Departmental Receipts 831,962. 4. Environmental Management Fines and Fees 43,920,990 as provided in Section 22-22A11, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Federal funds 23,673,800, 1,031, 1,032, 1,033, 1,034, 1,035, 1,036, 1,037, 1,038, 1,039, 1,040, 1,041, 1,042, 1,043, 1,044, 1,045, 1,046, 1,047, 1,048, 1,049, 1,050, 1,051, 1,052, 1,053, 1,054, 1,055, 1,056, 1,057, 1,058, 1,059, 1,060, 1,061. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 38 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 6, Federal Match, Public Water Authority 112 million, 7, Federal Match, Water Pollution Control Authority 50,943,484, 8, Hazardous Substance Cleanup Fund 493,966 as provided in sections 2230A3 through 2230A11, Code of Alabama 1975. 9. Pollution Control Grant Fund 600,000 as provided in section 22-22A16, Code of Alabama 1975. 10. Public Water SRF Administrative Fees 3,851,845, 11. Scrap Tire Fund 6,600,000 as provided in section 22-40A15, Code of Alabama 1975. 12. Scrap Tire Fund, transfer 1,610,000 as provided in section 22-4822, Code of Alabama 1975. 13. Solid Waste Fund 5,750,000 in accordance with sections 22-27-17 and 22-27-18, Code of Alabama 1975. 14. SRF Administrative Fees 5,973,466 as provided in section 2234-3, Code of Alabama 1975. 15. Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund 36,800,000 as provided in section 2235-5, Code of Alabama 1975. The above appropriation shall be conditioned upon the expenditure of such funds solely for the purposes provided for in Chapter 35 of Title 22, Code of Alabama 1975. 16. Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund Transfer 2,749,735 as provided in Section 2235-9, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Environmental Management, Department of 27,899,671 299,304,248 327,203,919 1,062 1,063 1,064 1,065 1,066 1,067 1,068 1,069 1,070 1,071 1,072 1,073 1,074 1,075 1,076 1,077 1,078 1,079 1,080 1,081 1,082 1,083 1,084 1,085 1,086 1,087 1,088 1,089 1,090 1,091. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 39 State General Fund Other Funds Total 46. Ethics Commission, Alabama, A. Regulation of Public Officials and Employees Program 2,543,641 2,543,641 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund, estimated 2,543,641 Total Ethics Commission, Alabama 2,543,641 2,543,641 as provided in Section 36-25-29, Code of Alabama 1975. The minimum appropriation provision shall include the reversion reappropriated amount, if any. 47. Finance, Department of, A. Fiscal Management Program 2,607,190 19,529,078 22,136,268, B. Administrative Support Services Program 1,291,936 100,490,225 101,782,161, C. State Capital Program 3,033,128 3,033,128 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 6,096,130, 2. State General Fund, Transfer 836,124, 3. Accounting and Administration Fund 3,169,712, 4. Controller Revolving Fund, estimated 8,398,187, 5. Debt Management Fund, estimated 451,421, 6. Finance Directors Revolving Fund 984,736, 7. Office of Indigent Defense Services Fund, estimated 1,555,031, 8. State Procurement Fund, estimated 4,969,991, 1,092, 1,093, 1,094, 1,095, 1,096, 1,097, 1,098, 1,099, 1,100, 1,101, 1,102, 1,103, 1,104, 1,105, 1,106, 1,107, 1,108, 1,109, 1,110, 1,111, 1,112, 1,113, 1,114, 1,115, 1,116, 1,117, 1,118, 1,119, 1,120, 1,121. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 40 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 9, Capital Complex Maintenance and Repair Fund, estimated 36,245,458, 10, Craft Training Fund, estimated 9,548,690, 11, Education Liability Trust Fund, administration 749,972, 12, Employee Injury Compensation Trust Fund administration 5,756,439 as provided in sections 36-29A1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 13, General Liability Trust Fund, administration 1,303,533 as provided in sections 36-1-6.1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 14, Legal Revolving Fund 1,812,614, 15, Mail and Supply Revolving Fund, estimated 5 million, 16, Personnel Revolving Fund 574,411, 17, Real Property Management Fund, estimated 6,801,620, 18, State Business Systems Fund, estimated 26,589,050, 19, State Insurance Fund Administration 6,108,438 as provided in sections 41-15-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Finance, Department of 6,932,254 120,019,303 126,951,557 Flexible Employees Benefit Board, A, Fringe Benefits Program, estimated 1,951,235 1,951,235 in accordance with sections 36-29-20 through 36-2930, Code of Alabama 1975. 1,122, 1,123, 1,124, 1,125, 1,126, 1,127, 1,128, 1,129, 1,130, 1,131, 1,132, 1,133, 1,134, 1,135, 1,136, 1,137, 1,138, 1,139, 1,140, 1,141, 1,142, 1,143, 1,144, 1,145, 1,146, 1,147, 1,148, 1,149, 1,150, 1,151. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 41 State General Fund Other Funds Total Source of Funds, 1. Flexible Employees Benefit Board Fund, estimated 1,951,235 total Flexible Employees Benefit Board 1,951,235 1,951,235 49. Forensic Sciences, Department of, A, Forensic Science Services Program 28,333,242 13,734,611 42,067,853 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 28,333,242, 2. Chemical Test Fund, estimated 1,120,149 as provided in sections 36-18-51 and 32-5A191, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. DNA Fund, estimated 6,990,980, 4. Federal and local funds 3,231,691, 5. Forensic Services Fund, estimated 2,391,791 as provided in sections 36-18-6 through 36-18-8, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Forensic Sciences, Department of 28,333,242 13,734,611 42,067,853 Foresters, Alabama State Board of Registration for, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 200,000 Source of Funds, 1. Professional Foresters Fund 200,000 as provided in Section 34-1236, Code of Alabama 1975. 1152, 1153, 1154, 1155, 1156, 1157, 1158, 1159, 1160, 1161, 1162, 1163, 1164, 1165, 1166, 1167, 1168, 1169, 1170, 1171, 1172, 1173, 1174, 1175, 1176, 1177, 1178, 1179, 1180. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 42 State General Fund Other Funds Total Foresters, Alabama State Board of Registration for 200,051. Forestry Commission, Alabama, A. Forest Resources Protection and Development Program 18,214,485 22,695,414 40,909,899 All monies received by the Forestry Commission for volunteer fire departments or rural fire protection, from whatever source, must be used for those purposes and an accounting of same shall be filed with both houses of the legislature before the third legislative day of the following regular session. The state forester shall notify all members of the local legislative delegation 5 days prior to the presentation of any funds to any of the volunteer fire departments within that legislative district. The state forester shall make every effort to involve the members of the local legislative delegation who wish to participate in the presentation of each grant. 1. Forest Products Economic Development Specialist 200,000. 2. Forest Worker Training Institute 500,000 for logging operation equipment and training. 3. Logging Efficiency Grant Fund 1 million. 4. Procurement and maintenance of forest firefighting vehicles and equipment 1,750,000. 5. Rural and community fire protection 2 million. 6. Workforce development 1 million. Source of funds 1. State General Fund transfer 18,214,485. 2. Emergency Forest Fire Fund, estimated 543,139, 1,181, 1,182, 1,183, 1,184, 1,185, 1,186, 1,187, 1,188, 1,189, 1,190, 1,191, 1,192, 1,193, 1,194, 1,195, 1,196, 1,197, 1,198, 1,199, 1,200, 1,201, 1,202, 1,203, 1,204, 1,205, 1,206, 1,207, 1,208, 1,209, 1,210, 1,211. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 43 State General Fund Other Funds Total The above appropriation from the Emergency Forest Fire Fund shall be conditioned as provided by Section 9-3-10.1. Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Forestry Commission Fund 22,152,275 Total Forestry Commission, Alabama 18,214,485 22,695,414 40,909,899 52. Forever Wildland Trust, Board of Trustees, A. Capital Outlay Program 15,464,265 15,464,265, B. Administrative Services Program 1,615,737 1,615,737 of the above appropriation to the Administrative Services Program, an amount equal to 15% of capital outlay expenditures shall be transferred to the Forever Wildland Trust Stewardship Account, in accordance with Alabama Constitution of 2022 219.07. Source of funds, 1. Forever Wildland Trust Fund 17,080,000 and 2 Total Forever Wildland Trust, Board of Trustees 17,080,000 and 2 17,080,000 and 2 The above appropriation is in accordance with Alabama Constitution of 2022 219.07. 53. Forever Wild Trust Fund, Stewardship Board, A. Alabama Natural Heritage Program 3 million Source of funds, 1. Forever Wild Trust Fund Stewardship Fund, estimated 3 million Total Forever Wild Trust Fund, Stewardship Board 3 million 54. Funeral Service Alabama Board of 1,212, 1,213, 1,214, 1,215, 1,216, 1,217, 1,218, 1,219, 1,220, 1,221, 1,222, 1,223, 1,224, 1,225, 1,226, 1,227, 1,228, 1,229, 1,230, 1,231, 1,232, 1,233, 1,234, 1,235, 1,236, 1,237, 1,238, 1,239, 1,240. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 44 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A, Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 1,211,314 1,211,314 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Funeral Directors and Embalmers Fund 1,104,314 as provided in Section 34-13-23, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. Funeral Board Property Acquisition Fund 107,000 Total Funeral Service Alabama Board of 1,211,314 1,211,314 55. Genetic Counseling, Alabama Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 95,000 Source of Funds, 1. Genetic Counseling Fund 95,000 Total Genetic Counseling, Alabama Board of 95,000 56. Geological Survey, A. Discovery and Development of Mineral, Energy, and Water Resources, Geologic Research and Topographic Mapping Program 4,678,961 3,612,808 8,291,761 1. Choctawhatchee, P. and Yellow Rivers Watershed Management Authority 456,811 to be a program under the State Geologist of the Geological Survey of Alabama acting in consultation with the authority. 1,241, 1,242, 1,243, 1,244, 1,245, 1,246, 1,247, 1,248, 1,249, 1,250, 1,251, 1,252, 1,253, 1,254, 1,255, 1,256, 1,257, 1,258, 1,259, 1,260, 1,261, 1,262, 1,263, 1,264, 1,265, 1,266, 1,267, 1,268, 1,269, 1,270, 1,271. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 45 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. State Water Assessment Program 802,750 in coordination with the Office of Water Resources. Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 4,678,961, 2. Federal and local funds 3,612,800 total Geological Survey 4,678,961 3,612,800 8,291,761 57. Geologists, Alabama Board of Licensure for Professional, A. Discovery and Development of Mineral, Energy, and Water Resources, Geologic Research and Topographic Mapping Program 75,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Licensure for Professional Geologists Fund 75,000 as provided in Section 34-41-6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Geologists, Alabama Board of Licensure for Professional 75,000 58. Governor's Contingency Fund, A. Executive Direction Program 110,044 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 110,044 Total Governor's Contingency Fund 110,044 110,044 1,272 1,273 1,274 1,275 1,276 1,277 1,278 1,279 1,280 1,281 1,282 1,283 1,284 1,285 1,286 1,287 1,288 1,289 1,290 1,291 1,292 1,293 1,294 1,295 1,296. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 46 State General Fund Other Funds Total Each expenditure from the contingency fund, the purpose of each expenditure, and to whom each payment was made shall be reported on open.alabama.gov. The governor shall report monthly to the chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the legislative fiscal officer each expenditure from the contingency fund, the purpose of each expenditure, and to whom each payment was made. 59. Governor's Mansion Authority, A. Historical Resources Management Program 1,120,000 1,120,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 1,120,000 Total Governor's Mansion Authority 1,120,000 1,120,000 in fiscal year 2026. The Governor's Mansion Authority shall report to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer prior to the first day of the 2026 regular session regarding amounts expended and the status of mansion repairs and improvements. 60. Governor's Office, A. Executive Direction Program 6,725,117 6,725,117 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 6,725,117 Total Governor's Office 6,725,117 6,725,117 61. Governor's Office on Disability, A. Executive Direction Program 162,448 162,448 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 162,448 Total Governor's Office on Disability 162,448 162,448 1,297 1,298 1,299 1,300 1,301 1,302 1,303 1,304 1,305 1,306 1,307 1,308 1,309 1,310 1,311 1,312 1,313 1,314 1,315 1,316 1,317 1,318 1,319 1,320 1,321 1,322 1,323 1,324 1,325 1,326. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 47 State General Fund Other Funds total 62. Governor's Office of Volunteer Services, A. Administrative Support and Service Program 129,775 4,917,617 5,047,392 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 129,775, 2. Federal and local funds 4,917,617 Total Governor's Office of Volunteer Services 129,775 4,917,617 5,047,392 63. Health, Department of Public, A. Administrative Services Program 18,163,169 30,958,663 49,121,832, 1. Office of Primary Care and Rural Health 500,000 1,327 1,328 1,329 1,330 1,331 1,332 1,333 1,334 1,335 1,336 1,337 1,338 1,339 1,340. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 48 State General Fund Other Funds total for award payments to licensed physicians or nurse practitioners who agree to practice full-time in primary care in a medically underserved rural area for an agreed upon number of years. No payment shall be allowed for a physician or nurse practitioner who has practiced within 3 years of October 1, 2025, in a primary care service area with a deficit, or surplus of less than 2.0 primary care physicians, as shown by the most recent status report of the Alabama Primary Care Physician Workforce from the Office for Family Health Education and Research at the UAB Huntsville Regional Medical Campus. The Office of Primary Care and Rural Health may pay an eligible physician or nurse practitioner as much as $50,000 a year for each year of service, in a medically underserved rural area, agreed to by contract by the physician or nurse practitioner, but any payment shall be for no more than 3 years. Contracts shall set out refund and penalty requirements for failure by a physician or nurse practitioner to meet the contract terms. A medically underserved rural area as determined by the office shall be, 1. In a rural primary care service area with a deficit of primary care physicians as shown by the most recent status report of the Alabama Primary Care Physician Workforce, and 2. In a county in which no more than 2 physicians have worked or are scheduled to be working within 12 months to repay a loan awarded by the Alabama Board of Medical Scholarship Awards. The office shall file a report with the chairs of the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund and the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Legislative Fiscal Officer and the Finance Director by October 15, 2026, on how the money was spent in fiscal year 2026 and the names of participants and where they agreed to practice or were practicing in return for payments from the office. 2. Prescription Drug Monitoring Program 1,396,916. B. Public Health Services Program 53,648,710 817,999,017 871,647,727. 1. Addiction Prevention Coalition 400,000. 2. Alabama Cancer Research Consortium 265,000. 3. Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis, ALS, Association 750,000 for the care and treatment of individuals with ALS and regional multidisciplinary care clinics. 4. Association of Free Clinics 1,500,000 1,341 1,342 1,343 1,344 1,345 1,346 1,347 1,348 1,349 1,350 1,351 1,352 1,353 1,354 1,355 1,356 1,357 1,358 1,359 1,360 1,361 1,362 1,363 1,364 1,365 1,366 1,367 1,368 1,369 1,370 1,371 1,372. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 49 State General Fund Other funds total distributed to the association based upon an approved plan for expenditures submitted to the Alabama Department of Public Health. 5. Baldwin County Coroners Training Commission 50,000. 6. Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program 600,000. 7. Colorectal Cancer and Prostate Screenings 300,000. 8. Communicable Disease Program 4 million. 9. Disease Events, Outbreaks, and Surveillance Activities 2,500,000 including, but not limited to, the Alabama Drug Assistance Program and other AIDS programs. 10. Epilepsy Foundation 150,000. 11. Fetal and Infant Review Committee 25,000. 12. Good Samaritan Coleman 250,000 for indigent care. 13. Hepatitis A and B vaccines 170,000 to be provided to adults. 14. Huntsville Hospital Health System 2,500,000 for workforce development schools for in-demand health professionals. 15. Kid 1 Transport 100,000. 16. Kidney Foundation 225,000 for dialysis patient transportation. 17. Magic Moments 50,000. 18. Maternal Mortality Review Program 478,000. 19. Office of Data Analytics 1,500,000. 20. Office of Emergency Medical Services 2,500,000 1,373 1,374 1,375 1,376 1,377 1,378 1,379 1,380 1,381 1,382 1,383 1,384 1,385 1,386 1,387 1,388 1,389 1,390 1,391 1,392 1,393 1,394 1,395 1,396 1,397 1,398 1,399 1,400. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 50 State General Fund Other funds total to award matching grants for ambulances for emergency medical services operating in rural counties. The office may consider requests for matching grants to buy an ambulance, rapid response vehicle, or cardiac monitor or other durable medical equipment to be placed in an ambulance or rapid response vehicle, from a county, city, hospital, or ambulance service. The office may award a grant equal to no more than 75% of the cost of the ambulance, rapid response vehicle, or equipment, the percentage depending on the financial resources of the applicant and the need for the vehicle or equipment as judged by officials with the state's regional emergency medical services offices. Preference shall be given to grants for an ambulance or rapid response vehicle that would be based in a county with 2 or fewer ambulances. The office shall file a report with the chairs of the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund and the House Ways and Means General Fund, the Legislative Fiscal Officer and the Finance Director by October 15, 2026, on how the money was spent in fiscal year 2026. The report shall list each vehicle or piece of equipment purchased or planned to be purchased with a grant from the office, the government, or other organization that bought or planned to buy the vehicle or equipment, the total cost of the vehicle or equipment and the grant amount awarded to help pay for it, and why the office awarded each grant. 21. Project Help U.S. Medical Reserve Corps 200,000. 22. TSC Alliance 275,000. 23. USA Health, University of South Alabama Health System 1 million for workforce development, classroom, equipment, law enforcement, and teaching needs. 24. USA Trauma Center 2 million. C. Children's Health Insurance Program 85,464,751 370,713,110 456,177,861 Source of funds. 1. State General Fund 71,811,879. 2. State General Fund Transfer 85,464,751. 3. Cigarette Tax, 1 cent and 2 cents. 5,993,688 as provided in sections 40-25-2 and 40-25-23, Code of Alabama 1975. 1,401, 1,402, 1,403, 1,404, 1,405, 1,406, 1,407, 1,408, 1,409, 1,410, 1,411, 1,412, 1,413, 1,414, 1,415, 1,416, 1,417, 1,418, 1,419, 1,420, 1,421, 1,422, 1,423, 1,424, 1,425, 1,426, 1,427, 1,428, 1,429, 1,430, 1,431, 1,432. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 51 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 4, Controlled Substance Database Fund 691,507, 5, Federal Funds 582,068,124, 6, Miscellaneous Funds 74,969,329, 7, Emergency Medical Fund 369,412, 8, Hospital Licenses Fund 2,237,977, 9, Local Health Departments Fund 169,948,700, 10, Milk Processing Fund 150,800, 11, Plan Review Fund 905,274, 12, Public Health Management Entity Fund 51,556, 13, Radiation Safety Fund 3,462,616, 14, Vital Statistics Fund 8,108,697, 15, Federal Funds, CHIP 370,713,110 Total Health, Department of Public 157,219,630,1,219,670,791,376,947,420 The Department of Public Health will reimburse the Alabama Medicaid Agency the state match necessary to cover increased revenues for services as a result of fee increases. The Department of Public Health will be responsible to the Alabama Medicaid Agency for any disallowance of public health department costs as a result of federal or state audits. In addition to the above appropriations to the Department of Public Health, there is hereby appropriated such funds as become available from the Penny Trust Fund for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, pursuant to Section 41-15A2, Code of Alabama 1975, and Alabama Constitution of 2022 to 19.06. 64. Health Planning Agency, State, A. Health Planning Development and Regulation Program 8,478 2,262,069 2,270,547 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 8,478 1,433 1,434 1,435 1,436 1,437 1,438 1,439 1,440 1,441 1,442 1,443 1,444 1,445 1,446 1,447 1,448 1,449 1,450 1,451 1,452 1,453 1,454 1,455 1,456 1,457 1,458 1,459 1,460 1,461 1,462. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 52 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. Departmental Receipts 2,262,069 Total Health Planning Agency, State 8,478 2,262,069 2,270,547 65. Hearing Instrument Dealers, Alabama Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 67,067,000 Source of Funds, 1. Hearing Instrument Dealers Fund 67,000 as provided in Section 34-1433, Code of Alabama 1975. Total hearing instrument dealers, Alabama Board of 67,066. Heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration contractors, Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 1,600,000 1,600,000 Source of funds, 1. Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors Fund 1,600,000 as provided in sections 3431-18 through 3431-34, Code of Alabama 1975. Total heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration contractors, Board of 1,600,000 1,600,000 67. Historical Commission, Alabama, 1,463 1,464 1,465 1,466 1,467 1,468 1,469 1,470 1,471 1,472 1,473 1,474 1,475 1,476 1,477 1,478 1,479 1,480 1,481 1,482 1,483 1,484 1,485 1,486 1,487 1,488 1,489 1,490 1,491. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 53 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A. Historical Resources Management Program 5,550,176 8,254,341 13,804,517, 1. Alabama Veterans Museum and Archives 50,000, 2. Arlington House 25,000, 3. Briarfield Ironworks Historical State Park 50,000, 4. Community Foundation of Northeast Alabama 50,000, 5. Eufaula Heritage Association 75,000, 6. Historic Blakely Authority 50,000, 7. Historic Fendel Hall, Eufaula 100,000, 8. Historic Holman House, Ozark 100,000, 9. Historic Kennedy Cox House 200,000, 10. Historical Commission, Alabama 4,257,084, 11. Historical Commission, Alabama Governor's Mansion and State Capitol 223,092, 12. Museum of East Alabama 50,000, 13. Pioneer Museum, Troy 20,000, 14. St. Stephen's Historical Commission 50,000, 15. Swift Coal House, Baldwin County 50,000, 16. Tannehill Ironworks Historical State Park 50,000, 17. Rosa Parks and Helen Keller Monuments 150,000. This appropriation represents the final state appropriation for these monuments. The entity shall file a detailed report with the chairs of the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund and the Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Legislative Fiscal Officer, and the Finance Director by January 15, 2026, regarding the total cost of these monuments and a breakdown of the funding sources contributing to the cost. 1,492 1,493 1,494 1,495 1,496 1,497 1,498 1,499 1,500 1,501 1,502 1,503 1,504 1,505 1,506 1,507 1,508 1,509 1,510 1,511 1,512 1,513 1,514 1,515 1,516 1,517 1,518 1,519 1,520 1,521 1,522 1,523. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 54 State General Fund Other Funds Total, B. Capital Outlay Program 10,735,000 10,735,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 5,550,176, 2. Alabama State Historical Preservation Fund Departmental Receipts 13,954,341, 3. Federal and Local Funds 4,260,000, 4. Soldiers Fund 775,000 as provided in Section August 3, 40, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Historical Commission, Alabama 5,550,176 18,989,341 24,539,517 68. Historic Ironworks Commission, A. Historical Resources Management Program 2,458,500 2,458,500 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Historical Ironworks Commission 2,458,500 Total Historic Ironworks Commission 2,458,500 2,458,569. Home Builders Licensure Board, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 5,750,000 5,750,000 Source of funds, 1. Home Builders Licensure Board Fund 4,550,000 in accordance with Sections 34-14A1 through 34-14A17, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. Home Builders Licensure Board Recovery Fund 500,000 1,524 1,525 1,526 1,527 1,528 1,529 1,530 1,531 1,532 1,533 1,534 1,535 1,536 1,537 1,538 1,539 1,540 1,541 1,542 1,543 1,544 1,545 1,546 1,547 1,548 1,549 1,550 1,551 1,552 1,553 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 55 State General Fund Other Funds Total 3 Home Builders Property Acquisition Fund 700,000 Total Home Builders Licensure Board 5,750,000 5,750,000 70 Home Medical Equipment Services Providers Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 356,200 356,200 Source of funds 1. Home Medical Equipment Services Fund 356,200 in accordance with Sections 34-14C1 to 34-14C8, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Home Medical Equipment Services Providers, Board of 356,200 356,271. Human Resources, Department of A. Human Services Program 148,988,977 2,744,847,775 2,893,836,752 1. Alabama CASA Network Incorporated 500,000 to be expended for court-appointed special advocate, CASA, programs. The above entity shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer by the first day of the 2026 regular session regarding the expenditure and usage of the funds appropriated in fiscal year 2026. 2. Alabama Network of Children's Advocacy Centers 1,850,000. 3. Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers 2,025,000 1,350,000 1,554 1,555 1,556 1,557 1,558 1,559 1,560 1,561 1,562 1,563 1,564 1,565 1,566 1,567 1,568 1,569 1,570 1,571 1,572 1,573 1,574 1,575 1,576 1,577 1,578 1,579 1,580 1,581 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 56 State General Fund Other Funds Total of the above appropriation from the State General Fund, $1,800,000 shall be distributed equally to the 24 current members of the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers and $225,000 shall be distributed equally to 3 emerging sites including Eli Thrive in Jefferson County, Family Services Center Barber County / Clearinghouse in Barber County, and Hearts of Cleburne in Cleburne County. Funding from DHR contingent upon current centers remaining in good standing with the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers and the emerging sites progressing towards membership and in good standing with the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers. Of the above appropriation from other funds, $1,200,000 of the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, funds shall be distributed equally to the 24 current members of the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers and $150,000 of TANF funds shall be distributed equally to 3 emerging sites including Eli Thrive in Jefferson County, Family Services Center Barber County / Clearinghouse in Barber County, and Hearts of Cleburne in Cleburne County. Funding from DHR contingent upon current centers remaining in good standing with the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers and the emerging sites progressing towards membership and in good standing with the Alabama Network of Family Resource Centers. The Family Resource Centers shall expend these funds to assist the department in moving individuals and families into Alabama's workforce and facilitating economic security and to serve these families by providing resources and removing barriers to accomplish these outcomes. The Family Resource Centers, current and emerging, shall provide reports and/or information per the department's request to ensure accountability of these funds. The department shall provide to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer a report by the first day of the 2026 regular session regarding the expenditure and usage of the funds appropriated above to the Family Resource Centers in fiscal year 2026. 4. Alabama Sheriff's Youth Ranch 300,000. The above entity shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer by the first day of the 2026 regular session regarding the expenditure and usage of the funds appropriated in fiscal year 2026. 5. Boys and Girls Clubs of Alabama 360,000 1,800,000 1,582 1,583 1,584 1,585 1,586 1,587 1,588 1,589 1,590 1,591 1,592 1,593 1,594 1,595 1,596 1,597 1,598 1,599 1,600 1,601 1,602 1,603 1,604 1,605 1,606 1,607 1,608 1,609 1,610 1,611 1,612 1,613. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 57 State General Fund Other funds total of this amount, $360,000 shall be from the State General Fund and $1,800,000 from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, funds. To be expended exclusively to contract with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Alabama for TANF approved programs. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Alabama shall provide reports and/or information, per the Department's request, and/or contract to enhance accountability of any TANF funds. The Department shall provide to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee and the Legislative Fiscal Officer a report by the first day of the 2026 regular session on the individual contracts and amounts and the expenditure usage of the funds appropriated above to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Alabama. A. A.G. Gaston Boys and Girls Club 10,000. 6. Hart Gallery Alabama 75,000. 7. Transportation Pilot Program 425,000 for SAFE, Mary Hill Family Services Center, and Circle of Care Center for Families. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 148,988,977, 2. Pension Residue 20,773,500, 3. ABC Profits 1,102,107, 4. Beer Tax, estimated 11,800,000, 5. Child Support Collections, estimated 300,000, 6. Cigarette Tax, estimated 2,400,000, 7. Contractors Gross Receipts Tax, estimated 5,769,420, 8. Federal and local funds 2,472,657,406, 9. Fortified Wine, estimated 500,000, 10. Foster Care Trust Fund 50,000, 11. Miscellaneous Receipts, estimated 6,636,056 1,614 1,615 1,616 1,617 1,618 1,619 1,620 1,621 1,622 1,623 1,624 1,625 1,626 1,627 1,628 1,629 1,630 1,631 1,632 1,633 1,634 1,635 1,636 1,637 1,638 1,639 1,640 1,641 1,642. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 58 State General Fund Other funds total, 12. Public Welfare Trust Fund unencumbered balance brought forward, estimated 54,152,982, 13. Sales tax 1,322,000, 14. Sales tax for food stamps, estimated 88 million in accordance with Section 40-2335, Code of Alabama 1975. 15. Transfer from facilitation team agencies, estimated 1,800,000, 16. Use tax for foster care 500,000, 17. Whiskey tax, estimated 77,084,304 total human resources, Department of 148,988,977 2,744,847,775 2,893,836,752 No funds from the sales tax for the issuance of food stamps shall be reverted by the Department of Human Resources to the Education Trust Fund. Any funds appropriated which are in excess of the amount needed to fund the food stamp program shall be retained by the department and expended for direct services to children, including the TANF program. 72. Indian Affairs Commission, Alabama, A. Social Services Program 542,868 542,868. The above appropriation is to be expended in accordance with sections 41-9-708, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 1. Maui Band of Indians 155,000. Source of funds. 1. State General Fund 542,868. Total Indian Affairs Commission, Alabama 542,868 542,868. 73. Industrial Development Authority, State, 1,643 1,644 1,645 1,646 1,647 1,648 1,649 1,650 1,651 1,652 1,653 1,654 1,655 1,656 1,657 1,658 1,659 1,660 1,661 1,662 1,663 1,664 1,665 1,666 1,667 1,668 1,669 1,670 1,671 1,672. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 59 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A. Industrial Development Program 15,2,320,000 17,320,000 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 15 million, 2. Alabama Capital Improvement Trust Fund 2 million, 3. SIDA Application Fees Fund 320,000 Total Industrial Development Authority, State 15,2,320,000 17,320,000 74. Information Technology, Office of, A. Administrative Support Services Program 2,926,615 86,917,066 89,843,681, 1. Cybersecurity 2,926,615 The Office of Information Technology shall report semi-annually to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer on the status of the updates to the state cybersecurity system. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 2,926,615, 2. Telecommunications Revolving Fund, estimated 86,917,066 Total Information Technology, Office of 2,926,615 86,917,066 89,843,681 Pursuant to Sections 41-28-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 75. Insurance Board, State Employees, A. Administrative Support Services Program 8,979,487 8,979,487 1,673 1,674 1,675 1,676 1,677 1,678 1,679 1,680 1,681 1,682 1,683 1,684 1,685 1,686 1,687 1,688 1,689 1,690 1,691 1,692 1,693 1,694 1,695 1,696 1,697 1,698 1,699 1,700 1,701 1,702. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 60 State General Fund Other Funds Total Source of Funds, 1. State Employees Insurance Board Expense Fund 8,979,487 Total Insurance Board, State Employees 8,979,487 8,979,487 76. Insurance, Department of, A. Regulatory Services Program 84,749,919 84,749,919 Source of Funds, 1. Center for Risk and Insurance Research Fund 1,500,000, 2. Fire Marshals Fund 728,198 as provided in sections 3433-11, 8-17-211, and 8-17-255, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Insurance Department Fund 50,951,999 as provided in section 27-239, Code of Alabama 1975. 4. Insurance Fraud Unit Fund 361,943 as provided in sections 27-12A1 through 27-12A42, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Reduced Cigarette Ignition Propensity Standards and Firefighter Protection Act Fund 47,408 as provided in section 8-17-278, Code of Alabama 1975. 6. Service Contract Fund 51,259 as provided in section 832-3, Code of Alabama 1975. 7. Special Examination Revolving Fund 11,109,112. 8. Strengthen Alabama Homes Fund 20 million as provided in section 2731E2, Code of Alabama 1975. Total insurance, Department of 84,749,919, 84,749,919, 1,703, 1,704, 1,705, 1,706, 1,707, 1,708, 1,709, 1,710, 1,711, 1,712, 1,713, 1,714, 1,715, 1,716, 1,717, 1,718, 1,719, 1,720, 1,721, 1,722, 1,723, 1,724, 1,725, 1,726, 1,727, 1,728, 1,729, 1,730, 1,731, 1,732. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 61 State General Fund Other Funds total 77. Interior Designers, Alabama Board for Registered, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 50,000 Source of Funds, 1. Interior Design Fund 50,000 as provided in Section 34-15C14, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Interior Designers, Alabama Board for Registered 50,000 78. Interpreters and Transliterators, Alabama Licensure Board for, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 95,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Licensure Board for Interpreters and Transliterators Fund 95,000 as provided in Section 34-16-9, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Interpreters and Transliterators, Alabama Licensure Board for 95,000 79. Landscape Architects, Board of Examiners of, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 95,000 Source of Funds, 1,733, 1,734, 1,735, 1,736, 1,737, 1,738, 1,739, 1,740, 1,741, 1,742, 1,743, 1,744, 1,745, 1,746, 1,747, 1,748, 1,749, 1,750, 1,751, 1,752, 1,753, 1,754, 1,755, 1,756, 1,757, 1,758, 1,759, 1,760, 1,761, 1,762. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 62 State General Fund Other Funds total, 1. Landscape Architects Fund 95,000 as provided in Section 34-17-6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Landscape Architects, Board of Examiners of 95,000 80. Law Enforcement Agency, State, A. Department of Public Safety Program 104,181,535 40,206,094 144,387,629, 1. Alabama Human Trafficking Partnership 100,000, 2. Alabama Metro Crime Suppression Unit 3 million, 3. Capital Security 1,500,000, 4. Fast Driver's License System 7,200,000 in fiscal year 2026. The law enforcement agency shall report semi-annually to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer on the status of the Fast Driver's License System. 5. Helicopter flight time for safety flights along the Gulf Coast 400,000. 6. State House Security 700,000. 7. Vaping Enforcement 200,000. B. State Bureau of Investigation Program 8,838,117 37,859,370 46,697,487. C. Administrative Bureau Program 30,148,104 53,412,365 83,560,469 Source of Funds 1. State General Fund transfer 143,167,756. 2. Federal and local funds 38,379,708. 3. Impaired Driving Prevention and Enforcement Fund 407,051,763, 1,764, 1,765, 1,766, 1,767, 1,768, 1,769, 1,770, 1,771, 1,772, 1,773. 1,774, 1,775, 1,776, 1,777, 1,778, 1,779, 1,780, 1,781, 1,782, 1,783, 1,784, 1,785, 1,786, 1,787, 1,788, 1,789, 1,790, 1,791, 1,792, 1,793. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 63 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 4, Interlock Ignition Fund 140,000, 5, Miscellaneous Funds 3,069,230, 6, Transfer from Highway Traffic Safety Fund 53,024,600, 7, Transfer from Marine Police Fund 8,105,893, 8, Transfer from Revenue Administration Fund 1,200,000, 9, DPS Automated Fingerprint Identification System 2,744,044, 10, Transfer from ABC Board Fund 17,712,246, 11, Transfer from ACJIC Automation Fund 5,176,058, 12, Victim Notification Fund 19,000, 13, Motor Vehicle Replacement Fund 1 million, 14, DOJ Equitable Sharing Funds 250,000, 15, Treasury Equity Sharing Funds 250,000 Total Law Enforcement Agency, State 143,167,756 131,477,829 274,645,585 81. Lieutenant Governor, Office of the A. Legislative Operations and Support Program 704,440 704,440 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 704,440 Total Lieutenant Governor, Office of the 704,440 704,440 1,794 1,795 1,796 1,797 1,798 1,799 1,800 1,801 1,802 1,803 1,804 1,805 1,806 1,807 1,808 1,809 1,810 1,811 1,812 1,813 1,814 1,815 1,816 1,817 1,818 1,819 1,820 1,821 1,822 1,823. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 64 State General Fund Other Funds Total 82. Liquefied Petroleum Gas Board, A. Regulatory Services Program 2,522,608 2,522,608 Source of Funds, 1. Liquefied Petroleum Gas Board Fund 2,322,608, 2. Liquefied Petroleum Gas Research and Education Fund 200,000 Total Liquefied Petroleum Gas Board 2,522,608 2,522,608 83. Manufactured Housing Commission, Advisory Board, A. Regulatory Services Program 4,792,000 4,792,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Manufactured Housing Commission Fund 4,792,000 as provided in Section 24-6-4, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Manufactured Housing Commission, Advisory Board 4,792,000 4,792,084. Marriage and Family Therapy, Board of Examiners in, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 100,000 Source of Funds, 1. Board of Examiners in Marriage and Family Therapy Fund 100,000 as provided in Section 34-17-825, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Marriage and Family Therapy, Board of Examiners in 100,000, 100,000, 1,824, 1,825, 1,826, 1,827, 1,828, 1,829, 1,830, 1,831, 1,832, 1,833, 1,834, 1,835, 1,836, 1,837, 1,838, 1,839, 1,840, 1,841, 1,842, 1,843, 1,844, 1,845, 1,846, 1,847, 1,848, 1,849, 1,850, 1,851, 1,852, 1,853. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 65 State General Fund Other Funds total 85. Massage Therapy, Alabama Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 425,000 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Massage Therapy Fund 425,000 as provided in Section 34-43-14, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Massage Therapy, Alabama Board of 425,086. Medicaid Agency Alabama, A. Medical Assistance through Medicaid Program 1,179,8,954,150,955 10,133,150,955. The Medicaid Agency will reimburse the Department of Public Health for actual costs, in compliance with OMB Circular A87 and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Guidelines, for services provided. The Department of Public Health shall transfer to the Medicaid Agency the state funds attributable to the difference between their costs and Medicaid's routine reimbursement fee. The Medicaid Agency shall make every effort to maintain level funding for the adult prosthetic and orthotic program in fiscal year 2026. Any requirements for prior authorization of antipsychotic drugs will be for the limited purpose of managing off-label utilization. The Medicaid Agency shall make every effort to provide access for medications prescribed in accordance with FDA-approved indications for mental illness and HIV/AIDS. The Alabama Medicaid Agency shall not pay for a generic drug that is more expensive than its brand name drug, net of rebates. The Alabama Medicaid Agency shall continue to fund and support the PACE program in accordance with written agreements. 1. Dental Services Project for Handicap/Indigent Patients 50,000, 1,854, 1,855, 1,856, 1,857, 1,858, 1,859, 1,860, 1,861, 1,862, 1,863, 1,864, 1,865, 1,866, 1,867, 1,868, 1,869, 1,870, 1,871, 1,872, 1,873, 1,874, 1,875, 1,876, 1,877, 1,878, 1,879, 1,880, 1,881, 1,882, 1,883. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 66 State General Fund Other Funds total, 2. Payment of hospital inpatient and outpatient services $15 million for the purposes of state share and the related federal matching funds for payment of hospital inpatient and outpatient services delivered in Alabama by hospitals as defined by 42 U.S. Code Chapter 7, Subchapter 18, Part E, 1395 WW, D, 1, B, 3, and who participate directly as qualified entities to receive funding under 42 U.S. Code, Chapter 6A, Subchapter 2, Part D, Subpart 9, 256E. This appropriation shall be separate from and in addition to funds described in Alabama Code Title 40 Chapter 26B Article 5. 3. Payment of hospital inpatient and outpatient services delivered in Alabama by rural hospitals $7 million for the purposes of state share and the related federal matching funds for payment of hospital inpatient and outpatient services delivered in Alabama by rural hospitals. Rural hospitals shall be defined as those hospitals whose hospital physical address qualifies for the definition of CMS Rural for Rural Health Clinics Program. This appropriation shall be separate from and in addition to funds described in Alabama Code Title 40 Chapter 26B Article 5. 4. Postpartum Coverage Pilot Project $4 million for a pilot project to extend postpartum coverage from 60 days to 12 months. It is the intent of the legislature to view this coverage as a pilot program for the Alabama Medicaid Agency to review and assess costs, postpartum services utilization, and health outcomes. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund $1,179,000,000, 2. Alabama Healthcare Trust Fund, estimated $460,446,720, 3. Certified Public Expenditures, estimated $3,498,816, 4. Court-ordered settlements $359,646, 5. Departmental receipts, estimated $24,902,372, 6. Drug rebates, estimated 168,051,752. 7. Federal and local funds 7,196,257,802 1,884 1,885 1,886 1,887 1,888 1,889 1,890 1,891 1,892 1,893 1,894 1,895 1,896 1,897 1,898 1,899 1900 1901 1902 1903 1904 1905 1906 1907 1908 1909 1910 1911 1912 1913 1914 1915. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 67 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 8, Intergovernmental Transfers, estimated 525,648,032, 9, Medicaid Emergency Reserve Fund 100 million, 10, Transfer from Department of Human Resources 30,192,216, 11, Transfer from Department of Mental Health 229,775,773, 12, Transfer from Department of Public Health 36,969,832, 13, Transfer from Department of Rehabilitation Services 14,578,924, 14, Transfer from Department of Senior Services 27,620,296, 15, Transfer from Department of Youth Services 4,196,518, 16, Transfer from Medicaid Trust Fund, estimated 26,387,619, 17, Transfer from Public Schools, estimated 51,787,598, 18, Unencumbered balance brought forward, estimated 53,477,039 total Medicaid agency Alabama 1,179,8,954,150,950,955 10,133,150,955 87. Medical Cannabis Commission, Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 1,500,000 1,500,000 3 million Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,500,000 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 1923 1924 1925 1926 1927 1928 1929 1930 1931 1932 1933 1934 1935 1936 1937 1938 1939 1940 1941 1942 1943 1944 1945. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 68 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2, Medical Cannabis Commission Fund 1,500,000 Total Medical Cannabis Commission, Alabama 1,500,000 1,500,000 3,088. Mental Health, Department of, A. Substance Abuse Program 9,590,542 106,204,369 115,794,911, 1. Calhoun County Substance Abuse Prevention Services 135,000, 2. Community Provider Rate Increase 3,482,142, B. Administrative Services Program 7,617,341 33,254,468 40,871,809, C. Special Services Program 6,772,710 12,100,021 18,872,731, 1. Alabama Interagency Autism Coordinating Council 60,000, 2. ARC of Jackson County 100,000, 3. ARC of Madison County 105,298 for a mobile unit for autism testing. 4. Substance Abuse Prevention Services 310,000, 5. For services to Medicaid-eligible children and youth with severe emotional disturbance or autism spectrum disorder 4,750,000, D. Institutional Treatment and Care of Intellectually Disabled Program 64,291,228 623,565,561 687,856,789, 1. Residential Habilitation Provider Rates Increase 1,237,025, 2. Community Provider Rates Increase 11,071,429 1946 1947 1948 1949 1950 1951 1952 1953 1954 1955 1956 1957 1958 1959 1960 1961 1962 1963 1964 1965 1966 1967 1968 1969 1970 1971 1972 1973 1974 1975. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 69 State General Fund Other Funds Total, E. Institutional Treatment and Care of Mental Illness Program 156,196,146 347,420,133 503,616,279, 1. Anti-Eviction Defense Program 650,000, 2. Black Women's Mental Health 100,000, 3. Civil Commitment/Residential Services 8 million to increase the number of civil commitment beds and prevent the loss of current civil commitment beds due to lack of financial sustainability. 4. Community Mental Health Centers 6,250,000. The funding provided in this act for community mental health centers shall be combined with $5,750,000 of the funding provided in the Education Trust Fund Appropriations Act, so that a total of at least $10 million in state funds is allocated to community mental health centers. 5. Crisis Intervention Training Program 1 million. 6. Existing 6 crisis diversion centers within the state 36 million in fiscal year 2026. The department shall report to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer regarding the status of construction of each center and, if completed, the operating expenses of each center, including the number of employees and the number of persons served at each center. 7. Existing 5 rural crisis care programs 6 million in fiscal year 2026. The department shall report to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer regarding the status of construction, if any, for the 5 programs and, if completed, the operating expenses of the programs, including the number of employees, and the number of persons served through each program. 1976, 1977, 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981, 1982, 1983, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 70 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 8. Pilot Program for Mobile Crisis Centers for Children and Adolescents 5 million in fiscal year 2026. The department shall report to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Finance Director, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer regarding the expenses of the pilot program, including the number of employees and the number of persons served by the mobile crisis centers. 9. Stepping Up Initiative Expansion 1,829,250, 10. To comply with the terms of the consent decree in Hunter v. Bashir 3,715,000, 11. Veterans PTSD Treatment Program 200,000, 12. 988 Call Center Capacity Building 500,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 244,467,967, 2. Federal and Local Funds, estimated 879,511,526, 3. Indigent Offender Alcohol/Drug Treatment Fund 115,000, 4. Special Mental Health Trust Fund, estimated 236,364,491, 5. Cigarette Tax 5,018,178, 6. Departmental Receipts 1,495,357, 7. Alabama Behavioral Analyst Licensing Board Fund 40,000 Total Mental Health, Department of 244,467,967 1,122,544,552 1,367,012,519 Midwifery, State Board of A. Alabama State Board of Midwifery Program 25,000 2006 2007 2008 2009 2010 2011 2012 2013 2014 2015 2016 2017 2018 2019 2020 2021 2022 2023 2024 2025 2026 2027 2028 2029 2030 2031 2032 2033 2034 2035 2036 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 71 State General Fund Other Funds Total Source of Funds, 1. State Board of Midwifery Fund 25,000 as provided in Section 34-19-12, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Midwifery, State Board of 25,090. Military Department, A. Military Operations Program 11,931,694 11,931,694 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund, Active Military Service 3,222, 2. State General Fund, Jeep Program 313,334, 3. State General Fund Operations 10,397,671, 4. State General Fund, State share utilities 1,217,467 total military department 11,931,694 11,931,694 91 Military Department, Armory Commission of Alabama, A. Military Operations Program 82,393,657 82,393,657 B. Capital Outlay Program 5,026,840,000 31,840,000 1. Armory Maintenance and Revitalization 2 million in fiscal year 2026. The Military Department Armory Commission shall report to the Chair of the House and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer regarding the physical condition of the armories and the expenditure and use of these funds. Source of funds: 1. State General Fund 5 million, 2. Federal and local funds 98,107,136 2037 2038 2039 2040 2041 2042 2043 2044 2045 2046 2047 2048 2049 2050 2051 2052 2053 2054 2055 2056 2057 2058 2059 2060 2061 2062 2063 2064 2065 2066 L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 72 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 3, Federal Counter Drug, U.S. Attorney Fund 39,000, 4, Military, Federal Air Fund 9,400,521, 5, Military Department Bleeding Revolving Fund, estimated 1,687,000 total Military Department, Armory Commission of Alabama 5,109,233,657 114,233,657 92 Nursing Home Administrators, Board of Examiners of, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 120,000 Source of Funds, 1. Board of Examiners of Nursing Home Administrators Fund 120,000 as provided in Section 34-20-7, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Nursing Home Administrators, Board of Examiners of 120,093. Occupational Therapy, Alabama State Board of, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 378,291 378,291 Source of Funds, 1. Board of Occupational Therapy Fund 378,291 as provided in Section 3439-6, Code of Alabama 1975. 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 73 State General Fund Other Funds Total Occupational Therapy, Alabama State Board of 378,291 378,291 94 Oil and Gas Board, A. Management and Regulation of Oil and Gas Exploration and Development Program 4,230,867 791,235 5,022,102 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 4,230,867, 2. Oil and Gas Board Special Fund 741,235, 3. Surety Bond Deposits, estimated 50,000 as provided in Section 9-17-6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Oil and Gas Board 4,230,867 791,235 5,022,102 95 On-Site Wastewater Board Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 558,850 558,850 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama On-Site Wastewater Fund 558,850 as provided in Section 34-21A6, Code of Alabama 1975. Total On-Site Wastewater Board Alabama 558,850 558,850 96 Optometry, Alabama Board of, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 397,397,000 Source of Funds, 2096 2097 2098 2099 2100 2101 2102 2103 2104 2105 2106 2107 2108 2109 2110 2111 2112 2113 2114 2115 2116, 2117, 2118, 2119, 2120, 2121, 2122, 2123, 2124, 2125. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 74 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. Optometry Board Fund 397,000 Total Optometry, Alabama Board of 397,397,097. Pardons and Paroles, Board of, A. Administration of Pardons and Paroles Program 90,601,758,900,099,501,750, 1. Alabama Prison Arts and Education Project 200,000, 2. Electronic Monitoring Program 800,000, 3. Pilot Program to Support Small Business Development by Ex-Offenders 125,000 in collaboration with the Department of Corrections. 4. Reentry Services Program 100,000, 5. The Dannon Project 150,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 90,601,750, 2. Probationers Upkeep Fund, estimated 8,900,000 as provided in Section 15-22-2, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Pardons and Paroles, Board of 90,601,758,900,000 99,501,750 Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund Board Alabama, A. Retirement Systems Program 1,151,151,151,150 Source of Funds, 1. Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund 1,151,150 as provided in Section 36-21-66, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund Board Alabama 1,151,151,151,152,126 2,127 2,128 2,129 2,130 2,131 2,132 2,133 2,134 2,135 2,136 2,137 2,138 2,139 2,140 2,141 2,142 2,143 2,144 2,145 2,146 2,147 2,148 2,149 2,150 2,151 2,152 2,153 2,154 2,155 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 75 State General Fund Other Funds Total 99. Personnel Department, State, A. Administrative Support Services Program 12,275,000 12,275,000 transfers to the State Personnel Department shall be as follows, 1. Agriculture and Industries, Department of 136,784, 2. Alcoholic Beverage Control Board 355,338, 3. Soil and Water Conservation Committee, State 3015, 4. Agricultural and Conservation Development Commission 1507, 5. Agricultural Museum Board 754, 6. Alabama Office of Minority Affairs 1884, 7. Architects, Board of Registration of 1130, 8. Archives and History, Department of 29,015, 9. Arts, Alabama State Council on the 7,913, 10. Attorney General, Office of the 63,682, 11. Auditor, State 3,391, 12. Bail Bonding Board Alabama Professional 377, 13. Banking Department, State 35,421, 14. Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention, Department of 9,420, 15. Chiropractic Examiners, Alabama State Board of 2,638, 16. Choctawhatchee, P. and Yellow Rivers Watershed Management Authority 1,132,156 2,157 2,158 2,159 2,160 2,161 2,162 2,163 2,164 2,165 2,166 2,167 2,168 2,169 2,170 2,171 2,172 2,173 2,174 2,175 2,176 2,177 2,178 2,179 2,180 2,181 2,182 2,183 2,184 2,185 2,186 2,187 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 76 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 17, Commerce, Department of 30,145, 18, Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of 495,137, 19, Corrections, Contract Team, 145,000, 20, Corrections, Department of 1,205,059, 21, Cosmetology, Alabama Board of 9,797, 22, Ethics Commission, Alabama 5,652, 23, Counseling, Alabama Board of Examiners in 754, 24, Court Reporting, Alabama Board of 377, 25, Credit Union Administration 4,145, 26, Crime Victims Compensation Commission, Alabama 10,174, 27, Dietetics and Nutrition Practice, State Board of Examiners for 1,130, 28, Early Childhood Education 100,233, 29, Economic and Community Affairs, Department of 64,812, 30, Education, Department of 328,207, 31, Educational Television Commission 14,319, 32, Emergency Management Agency Alabama 39,189, 33, Engineers and Land Surveyors, State Board of Licensure of Professional 3,391, 34, Environmental Management, Department of 226,844, 35. Examiners of Public Accounts 79,131, 36, Finance, Department of 147,335, 37, Forensic Sciences, Department of 85,161 2,188 2,189 2,190 2,191 2,192 2,193 2,194 2,195 2,196 2,197 2,198 2,199 2,200 2,201 2,202 2,203 2,204 2,205 2,206 2,207 2,208 2,209 2,210 2,211 2,212 2,213 2,214 2,215 2,216 2,217. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 77 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 38, Foresters, Alabama State Board of Registration for 377, 39, Forestry Commission, Alabama 100,610, 40, Funeral Service Alabama Board of 2,638, 41, General Contractors, State Licensing Board for 5,275, 42, Geological Survey 18,087, 43, Governor's Mansion Authority 1,884, 44, Governor's Office 20,348, 45, Health Planning and Development Agency, State 4,145, 46, Hearing Instrument Dealers 377, 47. Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors, Board of 4,522, 48. Historical Commission, Alabama 27,884, 49. Home Builders Licensure Board 8,667, 50. Home Medical Equipment Service Provider Board 377, 51. Human Resources, Department of 1,446,599, 52. Indian Affairs Commission 1,130, 53, Insurance, Department of 65,943, 54, Judicial Inquiry Commission 2,638, 55, Labor, Department of 283,366, 56, Liquefied Petroleum Gas Board 3,768, 57, Manufactured Housing Commission, Alabama 9,420, 58, Massage Therapy, Alabama Board of 377, 59, Medicaid Agency Alabama 230,989, 60, Medical Cannabis Commission 2,638, 61, Mental Health, Department of 462,731 2,218 2,219 2,220 2,221 2,222 2,223 2,224 2,225 2,226 2,227 2,228 2,229 2,230 2,231 2,232 2,233 2,234 2,235 2236, 2237, 2238, 2239, 2240, 2241, 2242, 2243, 2244, 2245, 2246, 2247, 2248. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 78 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 62, Military Department 97,219, 63, Nursing Home Administrators, Board of Examiners of 377, 64, Nursing, Alabama Board of 25,247, 65, Occupational Therapy, Board of 754, 66, Office of Information Technology 42,957, 67, Oil and Gas Board 10,928, 68, On-Site Wastewater Board 1,507, 69, Pardons and Paroles, Board of 305,598, 70, Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund, Alabama 1,130, 71, Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, Alabama 1,884, 72, Physical Fitness, Commission on 1,130, 73, Physical Therapy, Board of 1,507, 74, Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examining Board 5,275, 75, Polygraph Examiners, Board of 377, 76, Port Authority, Alabama State 60,291, 77, Psychology, Alabama Board of Examiners in 754, 78, Public Education Employees Health Insurance Board, PHIP, 13,942, 79, Public Library Service Alabama 12,058, 80, Public Service Commission 23,739, 81, Real Estate Appraisers Board Alabama 2,638, 82, Real Estate Commission, Alabama 13,189, 83, Rehabilitation Services, Department of 299,569, 84, Retirement Systems 128,494, 2,249, 2,250, 2,251, 2,252, 2,253, 2,254, 2,255, 2,256, 2,257, 2,258, 2,259, 2,260, 2,261, 2,262, 2,263, 2,264, 2,265, 2,266, 2,267, 2,268, 2,269, 2,270, 2,271, 2,272, 2,273, 2,274, 2,275, 2,276, 2,277, 2,278, 2,279. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 79 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 85, Revenue, Department of 446,528, 86, Secretary of State 15,073, 87, Securities Commission 26,377, 88, Security Regulatory Board Alabama 1,130, 89, Senior Services, Department of 21,102, 90, Social Work Examiner, Alabama State Board of 1,507, 91, Speech Pathology and Audiology, Alabama Board of Examiners for 377, 92, State Employees Insurance Board 17,710, 93, State Law Enforcement Agency 514,731, 94, Surface Mining Commission, Alabama 8,290, 95, Tax Tribunal, Alabama 2,261, 96, Tourism Department, Alabama 25,624, 97, Transportation, Alabama Department of 1,618,804, 98, Transportation, Alabama Department of, Contract Team, 980,000, 99, Treasurer, State 10,551, 100, Veterans Affairs, Department of 10,174, 101, Veterinary Medical Examiners, Alabama State Board of 1,507, 102, Youth Services, Department of 154,495, 103, Health, Department of Public 1,013,637, 104, Women's Commission 377. Source of funds, 1, State agency collections 12,275,000 total personnel department, state 12,275,000 12,275,000 2,280 2,281 2,282 2,283 2,284 2,285 2,286 2,287 2,288 2,289 2,290 2,291 2,292 2,293 2,294 2,295 2,296 2,297 2,298 2,299 2,300 2,301 2,302 2,303 2,304 2,305 2,306 2,307 2,308 2,309 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 80 State General Fund Other funds total. The above appropriations for the contract teams of the Department of Corrections and the Department of Transportation are for an estimated amount as agreed upon by the State Personnel Department and said departments for model work teams. 100. Physical Therapy, Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 806,602 806,602 Source of funds, 1. Physical Therapist Fund 806,602 as provided in Section 34-24-195, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Physical Therapy, Board of 806,602 806,602 101. Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examining Board, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 2,470,407 2,470,407 Source of funds, 1. Board of Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examiners Fund 2,470,407 as provided in Section 3437-5, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examining Board 2,470,407 2,470,407 102. Podiatry Board Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 120,000 Source of funds, 1. Podiatry Board 120,000 Total Podiatry Board Alabama 120,000 2,310 2,311 2,312 2,313 2,314 2,315 2,316 2,317 2,318 2,319 2,320 2,321 2,322 2,323 2,324 2,325 2,326 2,327 2,328 2,329 2,330 2,331 2,332 2,333 2,334 2,335 2,336 2,337 2,338 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 81 State General Fund Other funds total 103. Polygraph Examiners, Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 40,000 Source of funds, 1. Board of Polygraph Examiners Fund 40,000 as provided in Section 34-25-5, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Polygraph Examiners, Board of 40,104. Private Investigation Board Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 242,000 Source of funds, 1. Private Investigation Board Fund 242,000 as provided in Section 34-25B7, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Private Investigation Board Alabama 242,105. Prosecution Services, Office of A. Prosecution, Training, Education, and Management Program 1,777,056 2,819,083 4,596,139 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,777,056 2,339 2,340 2,341 2,342 2,343 2,344 2,345 2,346 2,347 2,348 2,349 2,350 2,351 2,352 2,353 2,354 2,355 2,356 2,357 2,358 2,359 2,360 2,361 2,362 2,363 2,364 2,365 2,366 2,367 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 82 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2, Office of Prosecution Services Fund 2,219,083, 3, Victim Service Officer Fund 600,000 Total Prosecution Services, Office of 1,777,056 2,819,083 4,596,139 106. Prosthetists and Orthotists, Alabama State Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 250,000 Source of Funds, 1. State Board of Prosthetists and Orthotists Fund 250,000 Total Prosthetists and Orthotists, Alabama State Board of 250,000 in accordance with Sections 34-25A1 through 34-25A14, Code of Alabama 1975. 107. Psychology, Alabama Board of Examiners in A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 425,973 425,973 Source of Funds, 1. Board of Examiners in Psychology Fund 425,973 as provided in Section 34-26-43, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Psychology, Alabama Board of Examiners in 425,973 425,973 108. Public Service Commission, A. Regulatory Services Program 22,116,408 22,116,408 2,368 2,369 2,370 2,371 2,372 2,373 2,374 2,375 2,376 2,377 2,378 2,379 2,380 2,381 2,382 2,383 2,384 2,385 2,386 2,387 2,388 2,389 2,390 2,391 2,392 2,393 2,394 2,395 2,396. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 83 State General Fund Other Funds Total notwithstanding any other laws to the contrary, the above appropriation includes a transfer to the State General Fund of $6 million to be made in 4 equal amounts at the end of each quarter of the fiscal year. Source of funds, 1. Gas Pipeline Safety Fund 2,262,056, 2. Public Service Commission Fund 12,553,352 The above appropriation to the Alabama Public Service Commission shall be payable only from inspection and supervision fees paid by utilities, radio companies, transportation companies, and such parts or percentages of fees and taxes paid by motor carrier or motor transportation companies as are now or may be set aside by law to be used by the Commission. 3. Public Service Commission Fund, transfer to the State General Fund $6 million. 4. State Dual Party Relay Fund $1,301,000 in accordance with Section 37-1-80.2. Code of Alabama 1975. Total Public Service Commission 22,116,408 22,116,408 The Public Service Commission shall, from the funds appropriated above, pay the state's annual membership fees to the Southern States Energy Board for the calendar year 2026. 109. Real Estate Appraisers Board Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 1,469,693 1,469,693 Source of funds, 1. Real Estate Appraisers Board Fund 1,469,693 in accordance with Sections 34-27A1 through 34-27A29, Code of Alabama 1975. 2,397 2,398 2,399 2,400 2,401 2,402 2,403 2,404 2,405 2,406 2,407 2,408 2,409 2,410 2,411 2,412 2,413 2,414 2,415 2,416 2,417 2,418 2,419 2,420 2,421 2,422 2,423 2,424 2,425 2,426. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 84 State General Fund Other Funds Total Real Estate Appraisers Board Alabama 1,469,693 1,469,693 110. Real Estate Commission, Alabama, A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 5,961,276 5,961,276 Source of funds: 1. Alabama Real Estate Commission, Recovery Fund 200,000. 2. Alabama Real Estate Commission Fund 5,761,276 as provided in Section 34-27-4, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Real Estate Commission, Alabama 5,961,276 5,961,276 111. Respiratory Therapy, Alabama State Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 350,000 Source of funds: 1. Respiratory Therapy Board Fund 350,000 as provided in Sections 34-27B1 through 34-27B14, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Respiratory Therapy, Alabama State Board of 350,112. Revenue, Department of A. State Revenue Administration Program 363,227,374,399 227,737,399 2,427 2,428 2,429 2,432 2,431 2,432 2,433 2,434 2,435 2,436 2,437 2,438 2,439 2,440 2,441 2,442 2,443 2,444 2,445 2,446 2,447 2,448 2,449 2,450 2,451 2,452 2,453 2,454 2,455. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 85 State General Fund Other funds total of the above appropriation to the Revenue Administration Program, the amount of $16,505,000 shall be transferred to the State General Fund in 4 equal payments at the beginning of each quarter of the fiscal year. Source of funds: 1. State General Fund, Board of Equalization 113,000. 2. State General Fund Transfer 250,000 as provided in Section 40-7-70, Code of Alabama 1975, to maintain a program for the equalization of ad valorem assessments. 3. Federal and local funds 24,224,671. 4. Inspection fees for restored vehicles 876,634 as provided in Section 32-8-87, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Transfer from the gross proceeds of gasoline tax collections 12,665,526. 6. Transfer from the gross proceeds of motor carrier mileage tax collections 381. 7. Transfer from the gross proceeds of motor fuel tax collections 1,360,110. 8. Transfer from the gross proceeds of motor vehicle license collections 330,712 2,456 2,457 2,458 2,459 2,460 2,461 2,462 2,463 2,464 2,465 2,466 2,467 2,468 2,469 2,470 2,471 2,472 2,473 2,474 2,475 2,476 2,477 2,478 2,479 2,480 2,481. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 86 State General Fund Other funds total 9. Transfer from the gross proceeds of motor vehicle license collections for the purchase only of motor vehicle license tags, estimated $2,644,002. 10. Transfer from the gross proceeds of sales tax collections $127,795,552. 11. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the aviation fuel tax collection $6,733. 12. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the construction industry fee collections $250,000 as provided in Sections 41-10-727 through 41-10-732, Code of Alabama 1975. 13. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the contractor's gross receipts privilege tax collections $36,839. 14. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the dry cleaning environmental fee collections $50,000. 15. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the forest severance tax collections $291,407. 16. Transfer from the gross proceeds of the hydroelectric privilege tax collections 254, 2482 2483 2484 2485 2486 2487 2488 2489 2490 2491 2492 2493 2494 2495 2496 2497 2498 2499 2500 2501 2502 2503 2504 2505 2506 2507 2508 2509 2510 2511 2512 L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF substitute HB 186 page 87 State General Fund Other Funds total 17 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the lubricating oil excise tax 12,957 18 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the nursing facility privilege tax collections 58,688 19 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the pharmaceutical services privilege tax collections 165,774 20 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the scrap tire environmental fee collection 60,000 as provided in section 22-40A14 Code of Alabama 1975 21 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the store license tax collections 485,509 22 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the tobacco tax collections 440,921 23 Transfer from the gross proceeds of the utility tax collections 312,621 24 Transfer from the gross proceeds of used tax collections 3,986,074 25 Transfer from the income tax collections 44,035,642 2,513 2,514 2,515 2,516 2,517 2,518 2,519 2,520 2,521 2,522 2,523 2,524 2,525 2,526 2,527 2,528 2,529 2,530 2,531 2,532 2,533 2,534 2,535 2,536 2,537 2,538 2,539 2,540 2,541 2,542 L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF substitute HB 186 page 88 State General Fund Other Funds total 26 Transfer from the pension fund as part of the cost of collections of the 1 mil ad valorem tax 1,820,848 27 Transfer from the public school fund as part of the cost of collections of the 3 mil ad valorem tax 5,462,544 total revenue Department of 363,227,374,399 227,737,399 2,543 2,544 2,545 2,546 2,547 2,548 2,549 2,550 2,551 L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF substitute HB 186 page 89 State General Fund Other Funds total The amounts herein above appropriated for the cost of maintenance and operations of the Department of Revenue are in lieu of any other statutory provisions for the payment of the cost of operating said department for collections of the taxes as authorized by law. Provided, however, in addition to the amount herein above appropriated, there is hereby appropriated to the Department of Revenue all sums allowed the Department of Revenue by acts of the legislature as a charge for the collection of taxes or licenses. The Revenue Department shall not be limited in any way whatsoever in its ability to utilize or spend its full appropriation and all sums allowed to the Department of Revenue by acts of the legislature as a charge for the collection of taxes or licenses. It is the intent of the legislature that the Department of Revenue utilize the appropriations made to it in this act to 1. Significantly reduce the amount of delinquent taxes owed to the state, 2. Employ sufficient examiners and audit personnel to ensure that taxes owed to the state are collected accurately and timely, and 3. Update its personal computers and related equipment to become more efficient in the collection of taxes owed to the state. During FY 2026, the Department shall report semi-annually to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer on all actions taken by the Department in furtherance of these goals. The reports shall include, but not be limited to, 1. The number and amount of delinquent taxes collected during the quarter and the number and amounts of delinquent taxes outstanding as of the end of the quarter. 2. The number of additional examiners and audit personnel employed during the quarter, not including examiners and audit personnel employed to replace personnel that retire or otherwise leave state service, and 3. the number of new personal computers and related equipment put into use during the quarter. 113. Secretary of State, A. Administrative Support Services Program 12,386,000 12,386,000 Source of Funds, 1. Office of Voter Registration 200,000 in accordance with Section 17-4-62, Code of Alabama 1975. 2,552, 2,553, 2,554, 2,555, 2,556, 2,557, 2,558, 2,559, 2,560, 2,561, 2,562, 2,563, 2,564, 2,565, 2,566, 2,567, 2,568, 2,569, 2,572, 2,571, 2,572, 2,573, 2,574, 2,575, 2,576, 2,577, 2,578, 2,579, 2,580, 2,581, 2,582. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 90 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. Corporations Fund, estimated 3,619,500, 3. Electronic Voting Fund 6,000, 4. Farmers Credit Protection Fund 63,000 in accordance with Section 7-9A320, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Federal Fund 6 million, 6. Information Bulk Sales Fund 1,650,000 in accordance with Section 7-9A523, Code of Alabama 1975. 7. Uniform Commercial Code Fund 847,500 total Secretary of State 12,386,000 12,386,114. Securities Commission, A. Regulatory Services Program 17,422,538 17,422,538 notwithstanding any other laws to the contrary, the above appropriation includes a transfer to the State General Fund of $1 million to be made in 4 equal amounts at the beginning of each quarter of the fiscal year. Source of funds, 1. Industrial Revenue Bond Notification Fund 15,000, 2. Securities Commission Fund 16,407,538, 3. Securities Commission Fund transfer to the State General Fund 1 million total Securities Commission 17,422,538 17,422,538 115. Security Regulatory Board Alabama, A. Licensing, Regulation and Enforcement Program 950,000 Source of funds, 1. Security Certification Fund 950,000 2,583 2,584 2,585 2,586 2,587 2,588 2,589 2,590 2,591 2,592 2,593 2,594 2,595 2,596 2,597 2,598 2,599 2,600 2,601 2,602 2,603 2,604 2,605 2,606 2,607 2,608 2,609 2,610 2,611. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 91 State General Fund Other Funds Total Security Regulatory Board Alabama 950,000 in accordance with Sections 34-27C1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. 116. Senior Services, Department of, A. Planning and Advocacy for the Elderly Program 17,372,538 43,943,921 61,316,459, 1. Adult Guardianships 150,000, 2. Elderly Nutrition Program 500,000, 3. Ombudsman Program 500,000, 4. Retired Senior Volunteer Program 457,580, 5. Silver-Haired Legislature 25,000, B. Medicaid Waiver Services Program 31,397,450 200,348,811 231,746,261, C. Elderly Medication Program 1,758,466 1,758,466 The Alabama Senior RX Program shall provide assistance obtaining prescription medications and shall be expanded to allow comprehensive benefits screening and application assistance through an area agency on aging designated by the department as an Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC. It is the intent of the legislature that applicants apply through local area agencies on aging and their provider networks to ensure services are maximized and that paperwork and inconvenience to the clients are minimized to receive access to local and public benefits and prescription assistance. The Department of Senior Services shall report semi-annually to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Governor, the Director of Finance, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer. The reports shall include the number of clients served by an ADRC, the number of unduplicated SeniorRx participants, the number of prescriptions filled, and the estimated value of the drugs provided. Source of funds: 1. State General Fund 17,372,538, 2,612, 2,613, 2,614, 2,615, 2,616, 2,617, 2,618, 2,619, 2,620, 2,621, 2,622, 2,623, 2,624, 2,625, 2,626, 2,627, 2,628, 2,629, 2,630, 2,631, 2,632, 2,633, 2,634, 2,635, 2,636, 2,637, 2,638, 2,639, 2,640, 2,641, 2,642. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 92 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 2. State General Fund Medicaid Waiver 31,397,450, 3. State General Fund Transfer, Alabama Senior RX 1,758,466, 4. Federal and local funds 244,292,732 total senior services, Department of 50,528,454 244,292,732 294,821,186 in addition to the appropriations herein above made, there is hereby appropriated such amounts as become available from the Senior Services Trust Fund in accordance with Section 41-15C1, Code of Alabama 1975, to the Department of Senior Services for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. 117. Social Work Examiners, Alabama State Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 471,341 471,341 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama State Board of Social Work Examiners Fund 471,341 as provided in Section 3436, Code of Alabama 1975. Total social work examiners, Alabama State Board of 471,341 471,341 118. Soil and Water Conservation Committee, State, A. Water Resource Development Program 4,015,995 50,054,015,995, 1. Regional Conservation Partnership Program, RCPP, State Match 81,403, 2. Feral Hawk Program 200,000 2,643 2,644 2,645 2,646 2,647 2,648 2,649 2,650 2,651 2,652 2,653 2,654 2,655 2,656 2,657 2,658 2,659 2,660 2,661 2,662 2,663 2,664 2,665 2,666 2,667 2,668 2,669 2,670 2,671. L5 Q1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 93 State General Fund Other Funds Total, B. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 6,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 4,015,995, 2. Departmental Receipts 50 million, 3. Soil Classifiers Fund 6,000 as provided in Section 3432-19, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Soil and Water Conservation Committee, State 4,015,995 50,064,021,995 119. Speech Pathology and Audiology, Alabama Board of Examiners for A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program 329,478 329,478 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama Board of Examiners for Speech Pathology and Audiology Fund 329,478 as provided in Section 34-28A44, Code of Alabama 1975. Total speech pathology and audiology, Alabama Board of Examiners for $329,478, $329,478, 120. Surface Mining Commission, Alabama, A. Industrial Safety and Accident Prevention Program 1,018,380, $10,784,125, $11,802,505. Source of funds, 2,672, 2,673, 2,674, 2,675, 2,676, 2,677, 2,678, 2,679, 2,680, 2,681, 2,682, 2,683, 2,684, 2,685, 2,686, 2,687, 2,688, 2,689, 2,690, 2,691, 2,692, 2,693, 2,694, 2,695, 2,696, 2,697, 2,698, 2,699, 2,700. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 94 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund Transfer 1,018,380, 2. Bond Forfeiture / Reclamation Projects, estimated 7 million as provided in Section 9-16-103, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Federal and local funds 2,391,681, 4. Surface Mining Commission fees 1,392,444 Total Surface Mining Commission, Alabama 1,018,380 10,784,125 11,802,505 121. Tax Tribunal, Alabama, A. Administrative Services Program 1,312,881 1,312,881 Source of funds, 1. Alabama Tax Tribunal Fund 1,312,881 Total Tax Tribunal, Alabama 1,312,881 1,312,881 122. Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway Development Authority, A. Water Resource Development Program 150,000 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 150,000 Total Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway Development Authority 150,000 123. Tourism Department, Alabama, A. Tourism and Travel Promotion Program 10,437,889 31,127,450 41,565,339, 1. Alabama Base Trail 300,437, 2. Alabama Scenic River Trail 600,000, 3. Alabama Sports Festival 475,000 2,701 2,702 2,703 2,704 2,705 2,706 2,707 2,708 2,709 2,710 2,711 2,712 2,713 2,714 2,715 2,716 2,717 2,718 2,719 2,720 2,721 2,722 2,723 2,724 2,725 2,726 2,727 2,728 2,729 2,730. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 95 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 4. Indy Grand Prix of Alabama 500,000, 5. Bear Creek Development Authority 150,000, 6. Birmingham Civil Rights Museum 300,000, 7. Birmingham Negro Baseball Museum 100,000, 8. Black Belt Adventure 775,000, 9. Buckmasters 300,000, 10. Dothan Area Botanical Gardens 175,000 100,000, 11. Early Works Museum 100,000, 12. Freshwater Land Trust 325,000, 13. Friends of Rookwood Field 50,000, 14. Geneva River Festival 100,000, 15. Honda Battle of the Bands 250,000, 16. Jazz Hall of Fame 150,000, 17. Jefferson County Greenways Commission 250,000, 18. Local and State Economy Tourism Grants 3 million, 19. Magic City Classic 350,000, 20. Major League Fishing Anglers Association National Headquarters 150,000, 21. McWayne Science Center 50,000, 22. Motorsports Hall of Fame 250,000, 23. Nature Discovery Center Project 100,000, 24. Regents Tradition Golf Tournament 100,000, 25. Talladega Superspeedway 750,000 for security expenses. 26. Talladega Superspeedway 500,000 for tourism generally. 27, Railroad Park 100,000, 28, Red Mountain Theater 50,000, 29, SEC Baseball Tournament 75,000 2,731 2,732 2,733 2,734 2,735 2,736 2,737 2,738 2,739 2,740 2,741 2,742 2,743 2,744 2,745 2,746 2,747 2,748 2,749 2,750 2,751 2,752 2,753 2,754 2,755 2,756 2,757 2,758 2,759 2,760 2,761 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 96 State General Fund Other Funds Total 30 Singing River Trail 200,000 31 SWAC Championship 400,000 32 USS Alabama Battleship 750,000 33 World Police and Fire Games 1,250,000 34 Year of Aviation Support 100,000 35 Coleman Tourism Board 200,000 Source of Funds 1 State General Fund 10,437,889 2 Lodging Tax 1 cent 31,127,450 receipts collected under the provisions of sections 40-26-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Tourism Department, Alabama 10,437,889 31,127,450 41,565,339 124. Transportation, Department of A. Surface Transportation Improvement and Preservation Program 2,165,856,019 2,165,856,019 Proposed spending plan for the above, A. Includes the following, Industrial Access Improvements and Assistance, 11 million, B. General Administration Program 188,201,823 188,201,823 Proposed spending plan for the above, B. Includes the following, Captive County Health Insurance, 75,000, C. General Aviation and Aeronautic Improvement and Assistance Program 70 million. 70 million, D. Rebuild Alabama Program 265 million, E. Electronic Transportation Infrastructure Grant Program 800,000 Source of Funds, 2,762 2,763 2,764 2,765 2,766 2,767 2,768 2,769 2,770 2,771 2,772 2,773 2,774 2,775 2,776 2,777 2,778 2,779 2,780 2,781 2,782 2,783 2,784 2,785 2,786 2,787 2,788 2,789 2,790 2,791 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 97 State General Fund Other Funds Total 1 Federal Aid 1,804,057,842 2 Public Road and Bridge Fund 550,002,792 2,793 L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF F KHF Substitute HB 186 page 98 State General Fund Other Funds Total There is hereby appropriated for payment of the principal of and the interest on all bonds heretofore or hereafter issued for public highways and bridge purposes, or either, by the State of Alabama, Alabama Federal Aid Highway Finance Authority, Alabama Highway Finance Corporation, or Alabama Industrial Access Road and Bridge Corporation, a total of $133,755,861 or so much thereof as may be necessary. For payment of said principal and interest at their respective maturities, of the revenues pledged for such payment. There is also hereby appropriated an amount not to exceed $25 million as an annual contribution to the Alabama Transportation Infrastructure Bank, if needed, for payment of debt service. The Director of Transportation, with the consent of the Governor and the Director of Finance, shall have the authority to transfer any appropriation or any portion thereof between and among subdivisions, A, B, and C, of this section whenever such transfer shall be necessary to assure maximum utilization of federal matching funds which shall become available. In the event that there shall not be sufficient funds available for payment of all appropriations herein above made, the following provisions shall be applicable. In the event of such insufficiency in respect of said revenues accruing to the Department of Transportation, 1. The appropriation made for debt service in subdivisions, A, and B, hereof shall be paid in full, and 2. The appropriations from the revenues accruing to the Department of Transportation that are herein made for the purposes referred to in subdivisions, A, B, and C, except for debt service, hereof shall be allocated among the purposes referred to in said subdivisions in such order and with such priorities as the Director of the Department of Transportation shall from time to time direct. The funds appropriated in subdivisions, A, and C, hereof, for the matching federal funds, shall not revert at the end of the fiscal year for which such appropriations are made but shall remain available for the purposes for which such appropriations were made. In addition to all appropriations herein above made, there is hereby appropriated to the Department of Transportation all federal funds accruing thereto to be expended only for the purpose for which such funds are made available. 3. Federal grants. Aeronautics 70,2794 2,795 2,796 2,797 2,798 2,799 2,800 2,801 2,802 2,803 2,804 2,805 2,806 2,807 2,808 2,809 2,810 2,811 2,812 2,813 2,814 2,815 2,816 2,817 2,818 2,819 2,820 2,821 2,822 2,823 2,824 2,825. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 99 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 4, Rebuild Alabama Fund $265,800,000 Total Transportation, Department of $2,689,857,842 $2,689,857,842 In addition to the above appropriation, there is hereby appropriated to the Department of Transportation such amounts as may be received by the Department for Resolution of Civil Action No. 85 T655N. 125. Treasurer, State, A. Fiscal Management Program 6,418,295 6,418,295 Source of Funds, 1. Alabama College Education Savings Administrative Fund 434,612 as provided in Section 1633 C10, Code of Alabama 1975. 2. Prepaid Affordable College Tuition Fund 481,874, 3. State Treasury Operations Fund 5,501,809 as provided in Section 36-17-20, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Treasurer, State 6,418,295 6,418,295 126. Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund Management Board Alabama, A. Administration of Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund Management Board Program 150,000 1. Continuing Education and Training Program 150,000 This amount may be used for a continuing education and training program related to storage tank release prevention and cleanup. Such continuing education shall be provided by a qualified program approved by the Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund Management Board. 2,826 2,827 2,828 2,829 2,830 2,831 2,832 2,833 2,834 2,835 2,836 2,837 2,838 2,839 2,840 2,841 2,842 2,843 2,844 2,845 2,846 2,847 2,848 2,849 2,850 2,851 2,852 2,853 2,854 2,855. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 100 State General Fund Other Funds Total Source of Funds, 1. Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund 150,000 as provided in Section 2235-4, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Underground and Aboveground Storage Tank Trust Fund Management Board Alabama 150,150,127. Veterans Affairs, Department of, A. Administration of Veterans Affairs Program 3,837,477 9,101,686 12,939,163, 1. Department of Alabama Disabled American Veterans 113,400 A Women's Auxiliary 5,000, 2. Still Serving Veterans 70,000, 3. Suicide prevention $300,000 to support efforts to prevent suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. 4. Lakeshore Foundation support our veterans program $550,000. B. Veterans Homes Administration Program $152,922,114 $152,922,114. C. Capital Outlay Program $20,540,000 $20,540,000. D. Veterans Cemetery Program $1,279,764 $1,279,764. E. Veterans Grant Program $7 million Source of funds. 1. State General Fund $3,837,477. 2. Veterans Assistance Fund $99,853,364. The appropriation from the Veterans Assistance Fund may be expended for operation of the Veterans Nursing Homes, any other direct expenditure for veteran services, and capital outlay. 2,856, 2,857, 2,858, 2,859, 2,860, 2,861, 2,862, 2,863, 2,864, 2,865, 2,866, 2,867, 2,868, 2,869, 2,870, 2,871, 2,872, 2,873, 2,874, 2,875, 2,876, 2,877, 2,878, 2,879, 2,880, 2,881, 2,882, 2,883, 2,884, 2,885. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 101 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 3. Veterans Home Trust Fund Transfer $90,990,200 Total Veterans Affairs, Department of $3,837,477 $190,843,564 $194,681,041 128. Veterinary Medical Examiners, Alabama State Board of A. Professional and Occupational Licensing and Regulation Program $786,989 $786,989 Source of Funds, 1. State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners Fund $786,989 as provided in Section 34-29-70, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Veterinary Medical Examiners, Alabama State Board of $786,989 $786,989 129. Women's Commission, Alabama, A. Employment and Social Opportunities Program $35,000 Source of Funds, 1. Women's Commission Fund $35,000 Total Women's Commission, Alabama $35,130. Workforce, Alabama Department of, formerly Labor, Department of, A. Regulatory Services Program $4,739,807 $4,739,807, B. Administrative Services Program $350,037 $151,027 $37,501,027, 1. Statewide Transportation for Workforce Development $200,000, C. Employment Security Program $182,136,544 $182,136,544 2,886 2,887 2,888 2,889 2,890 2,891 2,892 2,893 2,894 2,895 2,896 2,897 2,898 2,899 2,900 2,901 2,902 2,903 2,904 2,905 2,906 2,907 2,908 2,909 2,910 2,911 2,912 2,913 2,914 2,915. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 102 State General Fund Other Funds Total, D. Industrial Safety and Accident Prevention Program $1,254,618 $47,075,655 $48,330,273, 1. Mine Safety Inspection Program $350,000, E. Regulation Workers' Compensation Program $7,356,066 $7,356,066 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund $1,604,618, 2. Boiler and Pressure Vessel Inspection Fee Receipts $1,516,466 as provided in Section 25-12-18, Code of Alabama 1975. 3. Child Labor Fund $346,008, 4. Elevator safety review fee receipts $3,369,556 as provided in Section 25-13-6, Code of Alabama 1975. 5. Employment Security Administration Fund $6,820,863, 6. Federal and local funds $212,204,485, 7. Federal funds, abandoned mine land $18,328,690, 8. Federal funds, abandoned mine land, BILF $25,480,004, 9. State Abandoned Mine Land Reclamation Fund $3,036,961, 10. Professional Employer Organization Registration Fund $717,747, 11. Workers' Compensation Administration Trust Fund $6,638,319, 2,916, 2,917, 2,918, 2,919, 2,920, 2,921, 2,922, 2,923, 2,924, 2,925, 2,926, 2,927, 2,928, 2,929, 2,930, 2,931, 2,932, 2,933, 2,934, 2,935, 2,936, 2,937. 2,938, 2,939, 2,940, 2,941, 2,942, 2,943. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 103 State General Fund Other Funds Total Workforce, Alabama Department of, formerly Labor, Department of, 1,604,618 278,459,099 280,063,717 131. Youth Services, Department of, A. Financial Assistance Program, School District, 716,795 716,795, B. Youth Services Program 7,375,805 31,717,887 39,093,692, 1. Juvenile Corrections 300,000, C. Diversion Program 1,000,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 8,375,805, 2. Youth Services Fund 32,434,682 Total Youth Services, Department of 8,375,805 32,434,682 40,810,487 It is the intent of the legislature that the department notify the members of each local legislative delegation, whenever possible, prior to grants being awarded in each legislative district. The department shall notify the legislative delegation of the amount of the grant, the recipient of the grant, and the date the grant is to be awarded. Any appropriation expended for youth detention facilities shall be allocated as follows. Part I. Each detention facility will receive $14,000 for each county the detention facility serves. Part 2. The balance of such funds shall be allocated based upon the population of the county or counties served by the detention facility, statewide among 12 detention facilities. D. Other. 1. Arrest of absconding felons. A. Criminal Investigation Program, estimated 24,735 Source of Funds, 2,944 2,945 2,946 2,947 2,948 2,949 2,950 2,951 2,952 2,953 2,954 2,955 2,956 2,957 2,958 2,959 2,960 2,961 2,962 2,963 2,964 2,965 2,966 2,967 2,968 2,969 2,970 2,971 2,972 2,973. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 104 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund 24,735 as provided in Sections 15-9-1 and 15-9-3, Code of Alabama 1975. Total arrest of absconding felons 24,735 24,735 2. Automatic appeal expense, A. Legal Advice and Legal Services Program, estimated 3333 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 33 as provided in Sections 12-22-150 and 12-22-241, Code of Alabama 1975. Total automatic appeal expense 3333. Correctional Facilities Maintenance Fund, A. Correctional Facilities Maintenance Fund Program 1,835,000 1,835,000 established in Section 14-2-21, D, Code of Alabama 1975. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,835,000 Total Correctional Facilities Maintenance Fund 1,835,000 1,835,000 4. County Government Capital Improvement Fund, A, Special Services Program, estimated 29,193,307 29,193,307 Source of funds, 1. Alabama Trust Fund Income, estimated 29,193,307 Total County Government Capital Improvement Fund 29,193,307 29,193,307 5. Court assessed costs not provided for, 2,974 2,975 2,976 2,977 2,978 2,979 2,980 2,981 2,982 2,983 2,984 2,985 2,986 2,987 2,988 2,989 2,990 2,991 2,992 2,993 2,994 2,995 2,996 2,997 2,998 2,999 3,000 3001 3002 3003. L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 105 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A, Special Services Program, estimated 5,500,000 5,500,000 as provided in sections 22-52-14, 22-11A1 through 22-11A41, 12-15-215, 26-17-636, and 12-21-131, Code of Alabama 1975. B. Legal Advice and Legal Services Program 264,500 264,500 It is the intent of the legislature that the appropriation in this subsection be expended for court costs, which include cost of depositions, witness fees and expenses, filing and docket fees, court reporters, court judgments, attorney's fees, out-of-court settlements, and other expenses ordered by the court or normally identified as costs of court, when any of the above is approved by the Attorney General. The Attorney General shall provide a report semi-annually to the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer on the detailed expenditures of this appropriation. C. Automatic Appeal Cases Expense Program 15,630 15,630 The above appropriation shall be used to reimburse reasonable expenses incurred by attorneys representing defendants under sentence of death in state collateral proceedings, such as those under Rule 32 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure. Provided, in no case may any amount be paid unless the court determines by written order in advance that the cost is both necessary and reasonable, and in no event may any amount be paid out of this appropriation as fees to any attorney for services or to compensate any attorney for time either as an attorney in the proceeding or as a witness. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 264,500, 2. State General Fund, estimated 5,500,000, 3. State General Fund Automatic Appeal Cases 15,630 3,004 3,005 3,006 3,007 3,008 3,009 3,010 3,011 3,012 3,013 3,014 3,015 3,016 3,017 3,018 3,019 3,020 3,021 3,022 3,023 3,024 3,025 3,026 3,027 3,028 3,029 3,033 3,031 3,032 3,033 3,034. L5 1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 106 State General Fund Other Funds Total Court Assessed Costs Not Provided for 5,780,135,780,136. Court Costs, A, Court Operations Program, estimated 8181 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 81 pursuant to Act No. 558, 1957, page 777. Total court costs 81,817. Distribution of public documents, A. Administrative Support Services Program, estimated 483,483,000 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 483,000 as provided in sections 35-14-1, 36-14-11, 17-5-11, and 41-21-8, Code of Alabama 1975. Total distribution of public documents 483,483,008. Election expenses, A. Special Services Program, estimated 9,476,500 9,476,500, B. Training of election officials 32,849 32,849 for payment of expenses pursuant to the court order entered by the U.S. District Court, Middle District of Alabama in Civil Action No. 84 T595N. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 32,849, 2. State General Fund, estimated 9,476,500 3,035 3,036 3,037 3,038 3,039 3,040 3,041 3,042 3,043 3,044 3,045 3,046 3,047 3,048 3,049 3,050 3,051 3,052 3,053 3,054 3,055 3,056 3,057 3,058 3,059 3,060 3,061 3,062 3,063 3,064. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 107 State General Fund Other Funds Total election expenses 9,509,349 9,509,349 as provided in Section 17-16-7, Code of Alabama 1975. 9. Emergency Fund, Departmental, A. Special Services Program 6,807,038 6,807,038 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 6,807,038 Total Emergency Fund, Departmental 6,807,038 6,807,038 This is the appropriation contemplated in Section 41-4-94, Code of Alabama 1975, and shall be the only amount appropriated and the total amount expended under the provisions of said section. This appropriation shall be expended solely for the purpose of addressing a financial emergency within a state department, board, commission, bureau, office, or agency. At least 10 days prior to the release of any of this appropriation to any state department, board, commission, bureau, office, or agency, the Director of Finance shall notify the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer of such pending transfer. 10. Emergency Prisoner Feeding Fund, A. Institutional Services Corrections Program, estimated 750,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 750,000 Total Emergency Prisoner Feeding Fund 750,000 11. Fair Trial Tax Transfer, A. Court Operations Program, estimated 85,692,909 85,692,909 Source of Funds, 3,065 3,066 3,067 3,068 3,069 3,070 3,071 3,072 3,073 3,074 3,075 3,076 3,077 3,078 3,079 3,080 3,081 3,082 3,083 3,084 3,085 3,086 3,087 3,088 3,089 3,090 3,091 3,092 3,093 3,094. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 108 State General Fund Other Funds Total, 1. State General Fund Transfer 85,692,909 Total Fair Trial Tax Transfer 85,692,909 85,692,909 12. Feeding of Prisoners, A. Institutional Services Corrections Program, estimated 15,300,000 15,300,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 15,300,000 for expenses of feeding prisoners in county jails in accordance with Sections 14-6-42 and 14-6-43, Code of Alabama 1975. Total feeding of prisoners 15,300,000 15,300,000 13. Finance, CMIA, Department of, A. Fiscal Management Program, estimated 120,000 Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 120,000 as provided in Section 41-438, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Finance, CMIA, Department of 120,000 14. Finance, FEMA, Department of, A. Readiness and Recovery Program, estimated 5,760,099 5,760,099 for payment of the state's share of administrative costs and matching grants furnished by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Source of Funds, 1. State General Fund 5,760,099 Total Finance, FEMA, Department of 5,760,099, 5,760,099, 3,095, 3,096, 3,097, 3,098, 3,099, 3,100, 3,101, 3,102, 3,103, 3,104, 3,105, 3,106, 3,107, 3,108, 3,109, 3,110, 3,111, 3,112, 3,113, 3,114, 3,115, 3,116, 3,117, 3,118, 3,119, 3,120, 3,121, 3,122, 3,123. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 109 State General Fund Other funds total the above appropriation to the Department of Finance, FEMA from the State General Fund is conditioned upon the declaration of a man-made, technological, biological, or natural disaster area by the President of the United States and conditioned further upon the requirement by the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the state of Alabama to pay a state match for FEMA grants. 15. Forest Fire Fund, Emergency, A. Forest Resources Protection and Development Program 250,000 250,000 The appropriation to the Emergency Forest Fire Fund shall be conditioned as provided in Section 9-3-10.1. Code of Alabama 1975. Source of funds, 1. State General Fund transfer 250,000 The appropriation to the Emergency Forest Fire Fund shall be conditioned as provided by Section 9-3-10.1. Code of Alabama 1975. Total Forest Fire Fund, Emergency 250,000 250,000 16. Governor's Conference, National, A. Executive Direction Program, estimated 156,624 156,624 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 156,624 Total Governor's Conference, National 156,624 156,624 17. Governor's Proclamation Expenses, A. Executive Direction Program, estimated 236,250 236,250 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 236,253,124 3,125 3,126 3,127 3,128 3,129 3,130 3,131 3,132 3,133 3,134 3,135 3,136 3,137 3,138 3,139 3,140 3,141 3,142 3,143 3,144 3,145 3,146 3,147 3,148 3,149 3,150 3,151 3,152 3,153. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 110 State General Fund Other funds total as provided in Section 17-12-18 and 17-14-53, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Governor's Proclamation expenses 236,250 236,250 18. Governor's Widow Retirement, A. Executive Direction Program, estimated 6,048 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund 6,048 as provided in Section 36-13-12, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Governor's Widow Retirement 6,048 19. Law Enforcement Agency, Alabama Emergency Code, A. Readiness and Recovery Program 56,700 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 56,700 Total Law Enforcement Agency, Alabama Emergency Code 56,720. Law Enforcement Agency, Alabama State Bureau of Investigation Cost of Evidence Fund, A. Special Services Program 118,125 118,125 Source of funds, 1. State General Fund Transfer 118,125 3,154 3,155 3,156 3,157 3,158 3,159 3,160 3,161 3,162 3,163 3,164 3,165 3,166 3,167 3,168 3,169 3,170 3171, 3172, 3173, 3174, 3175, 3176, 3177, 3178, 3179, 3180. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 111 State General Fund Other Funds Total Law Enforcement Agency, Alabama State Bureau of Investigation Cost of Evidence Fund 118,125 118,125 The above appropriation to the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency SBI Cost of Evidence Fund shall be conditioned as provided in Section February 11, 32, Code of Alabama 1975, and shall remain in the State General Fund until a demonstrated need is determined and recommended by the Director of Finance and approved by the Governor. 21. Law Enforcement Fund, A. Criminal Investigation Program, estimated 10,000 source of funds, 1. State General Fund 10,000 Total Law Enforcement Fund 10,000 22. Law Enforcement Legal Defense, A. Legal Advice and Legal Services Program, estimated 819 source of funds, 1. State General Fund 819 to carry out provisions of Section 36-21-1, Code of Alabama 1975. Total Law Enforcement Legal Defense 819 23. Military, Emergency Active Duty Pay, A. Military Operations Program, estimated 1,394,000 source of funds, 1. State General Fund 1,394,000 as provided in Section 31-2-133, Code of Alabama 1975. 3,181, 3,182, 3,183, 3,184, 3,185, 3,186, 3,187, 3,188, 3,189, 3,190, 3,191, 3,192, 3,193, 3,194, 3,195, 3,196, 3,197, 3,198, 3,199, 3,200, 3,201, 3,202, 3,203, 3,204, 3,205, 3,206, 3,207, 3,208, 3,209. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 112 State General Fund Other Funds Total Military, Emergency Active Duty Pay 1,394,000 1,394,024. Municipal Government Capital Improvement Fund, A. Special Services Program, estimated 29,193,307 29,193,307 source of funds, 1. Alabama Trust Fund Income, estimated 29,193,307 Total Municipal Government Capital Improvement Fund 29,193,307 29,193,307 25. Port Authority Transfer Alabama State, A. State Port Authority Program 3,500,000 source of funds, 1. State General Fund 3,500,000 The above appropriation to the Alabama State Port Authority shall be conditioned upon the availability of funds and shall remain in the State General Fund until a demonstrated need is determined and recommended by the Director of Finance and approved by the Governor. Total Port Authority Transfer Alabama State 3,500,000 3,500,000 26. Printing of Codes and Supplements, Secretary of State, A. Administrative Support Services Program, estimated 250,000 source of funds, 1. State General Fund 250,000 as provided in Sections 41-21-1 through 41-21-8, Code of Alabama 1975. 3,210, 3,211, 3,212, 3,213, 3,214, 3,215, 3,216, 3,217, 3,218, 3,219, 3,220, 3,221, 3,222, 3,223, 3,224, 3,225, 3,226, 3,227, 3,228, 3,229, 3,230, 3,231, 3,232, 3,233, 3,234, 3,235, 3,236, 3,237, 3,238, 3,239. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 113 State General Fund Other Funds Total Printing of Codes and Supplements, Secretary of State 250,000 It is the intent of the legislature that the number of codes and supplements printed and distributed shall be limited to the minimum number actually needed, utilized, and required by law. Procedures should be adopted to verify the need and utility of required printed sets to ensure printing cost savings when possible. 27. Printing of legislative acts and journals. A. Administrative Support Services Program, estimated 50,000 source of funds. 1. State General Fund 50,000 total printing of legislative acts and journals 50,000 28. Registration of voters, photo voter identification. A. Special Services Program, estimated 904,000 source of funds. 1. State General Fund 904,000 in accordance with Section 17-930, Code of Alabama 1975. Total registration of voters photo voter identification 904,000 all expenses from the above appropriation shall be reported by the Secretary of State to the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee at least semi-annually for fiscal year 2026. 29. Registration of voters, voter registrars, 3,240, 3,241, 3,242, 3,243, 3,244, 3,245, 3,246, 3,247, 3,248, 3,249, 3,250, 3,251, 3,252, 3,253, 3,254, 3,255, 3,256, 3,257, 3,258, 3,259, 3,260, 3,261, 3,262, 3,263, 3,264, 3,265, 3,266, 3,267, 3,268. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 114 State General Fund Other Funds Total, A. Special Services Program, estimated 4,080,000 source of funds. 1. State General Fund 4,080,000 in accordance with Section 17-3-5 and 17-3-57, Code of Alabama 1975. Total registration of voters voter registrars 4,080,000 30. Removal of prisoners. A. Administrative Services and Logistical Support Program, estimated 1,100,000 source of funds. 1. State General Fund 1,100,000 as provided in sections 15-10-70 through 15-10-73, 15-9-62, 15-9-65, and 15-9-81, Code of Alabama 1975. Total removal of prisoners 1,100,000 31. Sheriff's Advancement in Education, Technology, and Training Fund, A. Special Services Program 5 million source of funds. 1. State General Fund Transfer 5 million total Sheriff's Advancement in Education, Technology, and Training Fund 5 million 32. Grimes, Dan, A. Special Services Program 50,000 to pay the award by the Committee on Compensation for Wrongful Incarceration for the wrongful incarceration of Dan Grimes. 3,269, 3,270, 3,271, 3,272, 3,273, 3,274, 3,275, 3,276, 3,277, 3,278, 3,279, 3,280, 3,281, 3,282, 3,283, 3,284, 3,285, 3,286, 3,287, 3,288, 3,289, 3,290, 3,291, 3,292, 3,293, 3,294, 3,295, 3,296, 3,297, 3,298. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 115 State General Fund Other Funds Total Source of Funds. 1. State General Fund 50,000 Total Grimes, Dan 50,000 33. Dandridge, Benaiah, A. Special Services Program 50,000 to pay the award by the Committee on Compensation for Wrongful Incarceration for the wrongful incarceration of Benaiah Dandridge. Source of funds. 1. State General Fund 50,000 Total Dandridge, Benaiah 50,000 34. Lee, Bridget, A. Special Services Program 18,768 to pay the award by the Committee on Compensation for Wrongful Incarceration for the wrongful incarceration of Bridget Lee. Source of funds. 1. State General Fund 18,768 total Lee, Bridget 18,768, 18,768, 3,299, 3,300, 3,301, 3,302, 3,303, 3,304, 3,305, 3,306, 3,307, 3,308, 3,309, 3,310, 3,311, 3,312, 3,313, 3,314, 3,315, 3,316. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 Finance and Taxation General Fund Substitute to HB 186 offered by Senator Alberton page 116 Section 4. The State General Fund appropriations in this Act anticipate a beginning balance in the State General Fund for fiscal year 2026, excluding reversions and adjustments, of $333,607,538. If the State General Fund beginning balance for fiscal year 2026, excluding reversions and adjustments, is greater than the above stated anticipated amount, then the first $37,500,000 of the unanticipated and unappropriated beginning balance is hereby appropriated from the State General Fund to Legislative Council for expenses related to the new State House. The remaining amount of the unanticipated and unappropriated beginning balance, not to exceed a total of $4 million, shall be appropriated from the State General Fund to the following entities: 1. State Industrial Development Authority to provide grants for the assessment of and subsequent development of sites, $3 million, and 2. State Law Enforcement Agency for Capital Security, $1 million. Section 5. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this Act or any other Act, any amounts from appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, to the various state agencies in this Act which were unexpended and reverted on September 30, 2025, are hereby reappropriated to the respective offices for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025. Section 6. In addition to all other appropriations heretofore or hereafter made, there is hereby appropriated 3,317, 3,318, 3,319, 3,320, 3,321, 3,322, 3,323, 3,324, 3,325, 3,326, 3,327, 3,328, 3,329, 3,330, 3,331, 3,332, 3,333, 3,334, 3,335, 3,336, 3,337, 3,338, 3,339, 3,340, 3,341, 3,342, 3,343. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 117 such amounts as may be necessary for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, to the retirement systems of Alabama from the Senior Services Trust Fund to comply with Section 41-15C1, Code of Alabama 1975. Section 7. In addition to all other appropriations heretofore and hereafter made, there is hereby appropriated such amounts as may be necessary for public funds transferred into the State Treasury, in accordance with Executive Order No. 726. Section 8. In addition to all other appropriations heretofore or hereafter made, there is hereby conditionally appropriated any and all amounts from tobacco settlement or litigation for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. The amounts are conditioned upon the state of Alabama receiving revenue from tobacco settlement or litigation and upon the recommendation of the Director of Finance, the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee and the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the approval of the Governor. The conditional appropriation made herein shall be allocated pursuant to Sections 41-10-620 through 41-10-639 and Sections 41-15B1 through 41-15B8, Code of Alabama 1975. Section 9. Except as may be herein otherwise provided, amounts herein specifically appropriated shall be in lieu of the amounts heretofore provided or appropriated by law for such purposes. The amounts herein appropriated are the maximum amounts to be expended for the purposes herein designated and 3,344, 3,345, 3,346, 3,347, 3,348, 3,349, 3,350, 3,351, 3,352, 3,353, 3,354, 3,355, 3,356, 3,357, 3,358, 3,359, 3,360, 3,361, 3,362, 3,363, 3,364, 3,365, 3,366, 3,367, 3,368, 3,369, 3,370. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 118. In no event shall the maximum expenditure provided for any items of expense exceed the amount allocated herein except as may be further provided for under this Act, as provided in the Budget Management Act of 1976, Sections 41-19-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975, and those appropriations herein made, except appropriations to the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the purchase of alcoholic beverages, are and shall be subject to the terms, conditions, provisions, and limitations of Sections 41-4-80, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975, and the Budget Management Act of 1976, Sections 41-19-1, ETSEQ, Code of Alabama 1975. Section 10. Any surplus remaining in any appropriation herein made from the State General Fund to any office, department, bureau, board, commission, or agency may be transferred, on order of the Governor, to any other appropriation herein made from the State General Fund when such appropriation to any office, department, bureau, board, commission, or agency is insufficient to pay salaries in that office, department, bureau, board, commission, or agency. Section 11. A. In addition to appropriations herein made, all gifts, grants, insurance proceeds, contributions, or entitlements, in excess of the amount carried in this Act, including grants by the Congress of the United States, municipalities, or counties, to any department, division, board, bureau, commission, agency, institution, office, or officer of the state of Alabama are hereby appropriated and, in the event the same are recurring, are reappropriated to 3,371, 3,372, 3,373, 3,374, 3,375, 3,376, 3,377, 3,378, 3,379. 3,380, 3,381, 3,382, 3,383, 3,384, 3,385, 3,386, 3,387, 3,388, 3,389, 3,390, 3,391, 3,392, 3,393, 3,394, 3,395, 3,396, 3,397. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 119 Such department, division, board, bureau, commission, agency, institution, office, or officer to be used only for the purpose or purposes for which the grant or contribution was or shall be made. Further, all state, county, municipal, and educational entities are authorized to disperse such sums as deemed necessary by mutual agreement among said entities, the state of Alabama, and the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts to partially defray the cost of auditing services performed by said agency. All such sums are hereby appropriated and reappropriated if necessary to the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts for audit services, to be expended through the fund established by Section 41-5A22, Code of Alabama 1975. B. Provided, however, this section shall not apply to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund or the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund provided by the Congress of the United States to the state of Alabama from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, except for any balance of such funds remaining from any appropriations made for fiscal year 2025 that remain unspent at the end of fiscal year 2025 shall be reappropriated for the same purposes originally appropriated. C. This section shall also not apply to any additional federal stimulus funds provided to the state in fiscal year 2026 for purposes directly related to the coronavirus pandemic, other than additional funds provided for existing federal programs. Section 12. The Department of Examiners of Public 3,398, 3,399, 3,400, 3,401, 3,402, 3,403, 3,404, 3,405, 3,406, 3,407, 3,408, 3,409, 3,410, 3,411, 3,412, 3,413, 3,414, 3,415, 3,416, 3,417, 3,418, 3,419, 3,420, 3,421, 3,422, 3,423, 3,424. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F, KHF Substitute HB 186 page 120 Accounts is hereby authorized to examine as deemed necessary all appropriations herein made for compliance with the laws of the state of Alabama. Any examination performed shall be in accordance with the provisions of Title 41, Chapter 5A, Code of Alabama 1975. It is the intent of the legislature that all state agencies cooperate with the examiners of public accounts to provide the information necessary to conduct recovery audits as provided for in Section 41-5A6, Code of Alabama 1975. Section 13. Upon certification to the Director of Finance by the State Attorney General that a federal court has ordered the state of Alabama to pay claims, attorney fees, or other costs relating to said court order, funds are hereby appropriated to the affected department, board, bureau, or commission from the appropriate fund or funds of such department, board, bureau, or commission in the amount necessary to satisfy that court order. Such appropriations are in addition to any other appropriation heretofore or hereafter made in this Appropriation Act. Such appropriations are conditioned upon the availability of funds and a determination by the Director of Finance that existing appropriations are not available for the court-ordered payments. Section 14. All interest earned from funds paid into account No. 0396 by Act 87 to 761, Act 88 to 947, Act 89 to 79, Act 90 to 556, and Act 91 to 572 are hereby appropriated to the Governor's contingency fund to be spent at the discretion of the Governor. Any other interest earned by the state from 3425 3426 3427 3428 3429 3430 3431 3432 3433 3434 3435 3436 3437 3438 3439 3440 3441 3442 3443 3444 3445 3446 3447 3448 3449 3450 3451. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 121 Revenue Sharing Investments under the State and Local Fiscal Assistance Act of 1972, as amended, Public Law 92 to 512, 92nd Congress, together with any accruals or reversions thereon are hereby appropriated to the State General Fund. Section 15. All encumbered balances of a previous fiscal year appropriation, other than the exclusions authorized by this Act or in Section 41-4-93, Code of Alabama 1975, shall lapse no later than September 30th of the fiscal year immediately following the fiscal year for which the appropriation was made and shall revert to the credit of the State General Fund or earmarked fund from which the appropriation or appropriations were made. Section 16. The appropriations made herein to the departments, boards, offices, commissions, and agencies include the amounts necessary, and said departments, boards, offices, commissions, and agencies are hereby directed to make the transfer of funds to the State Personnel Department in said amounts enumerated in this Act. All agencies enumerated in this Act and receiving services from other governmental agencies enumerated in this Act shall make full payment in a timely manner for such services. Section 17. All funds collected under Section 40-12-43.1, Code of Alabama 1975, between the effective date of Act 98 to 191 and September 30th, 2025, are hereby appropriated to the Auburn University Center for Governmental Services for the administration of the Examiner Certification Program established by the Alabama Local Tax Institute of Standards 3452 3453 3454 3455 3456 3457 3458 3459 3460 3461 3462 3463 3464 3465 3466 3467 3468 3469 3470 3471 3472 3473 3474 3475 3476 3477 3478. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 122 and training as provided in Section 40-12-43.1. Code of Alabama 1975. Section 18. It is the intent of the legislature that the funds appropriated to the office of the Senate President pro tempore in subsection 6 of Section 3 of this Act which are not otherwise designated may be expended by the Senate President pro tempore for the same purposes as are authorized for the Lieutenant Governor pursuant to Section 29-4-50, Code of Alabama 1975, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives pursuant to Section 29-4-60, Code of Alabama 1975. Section 19. The appropriations made herein to the departments, boards, offices, commissions, and agencies include the amounts necessary to pay the SEB. The SEB rate shall be $1,025 per month for each full-time employee for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. In addition to the amounts otherwise appropriated in this Act, there is hereby appropriated from the State General Fund in the same proportion as the salaries of the several state officials and employees are paid, additional amounts to pay for the increase in employer contributions to SEB. The additional amounts appropriated in this section from the State General Fund shall not exceed $2,500,000 for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. The Director of Finance shall ensure first priority shall be given to all State General Fund payrolls, including the payroll of the legislature. State agencies may receive additional allocations from the appropriation made in this 3,479, 3,480, 3,481, 3,482, 3,483, 3,484, 3,485, 3,486, 3,487, 3,488, 3,489, 3,490, 3,491, 3,492, 3,493, 3,494, 3,495, 3,496, 3,497, 3,498, 3,499, 3,500, 3,501, 3,502, 3,503, 3,504, 3,505. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 123 section from the State General Fund in amounts necessary to pay for the increase. The remainder of this appropriation from the State General Fund may be allocated by the Director of Finance to those agencies which receive transfers from the State General Fund. The SEB shall adjust the insurance program wherever appropriate to maintain the aforementioned fixed rate. Section 20. It is the intent of the legislature that the Director of Finance shall notify the Chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer of any interagency transfers, of any type, including contracting, of any of the funds appropriated in this Act. Section 21. All non-governmental entities, identified by the Legislative Services Agency, which are allocated funds in Section 3 of this Act shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, Finance Director, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer prior to the start of the 2026 regular session, regarding the proposed expenditures and usage of the funds appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. The Legislative Services Agency shall provide notice to the identified non-governmental entities within 60 days following enactment of this Act regarding the reporting requirements and the methodology to submit reports and format to be used, which may include in 3,506, 3,507, 3,508, 3,509, 3,510, 3,511, 3,512, 3,513, 3,514, 3,515, 3,516, 3,517, 3,518, 3,519, 3,520, 3,521, 3,522, 3,523, 3,524, 3,525, 3,526, 3,527, 3,528, 3,529, 3,530, 3,531, 3,532. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 124 online platform. Section 22. Any state agency providing direct assistance or support to local governments from state funds appropriated in this Act shall file a report with the chairs of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, Finance Director, and the Legislative Fiscal Officer prior to the start of the 2026 regular session, regarding the cost of the assistance provided with state funds and the amount of local contribution. The agencies shall also provide copies of any MOUs between the state agency and the local government. Section 23. If any section, paragraph, sentence, clause, provision, or portion of this Act or all or any portion of any appropriations herein made be held unconstitutional or invalid, it shall not affect any other section, paragraph, sentence, clause, provision, or portion of this Act or any other appropriation or appropriations or portion thereof hereby made not in and of itself unconstitutional or invalid. Section 24. All laws or parts of laws, general, special, private, or local that are in conflict with or inconsistent with the provisions of this Act are hereby expressly repealed. Section 25. Each agency of the state funded through the provisions of this Act shall provide an equal opportunity for employment and business opportunities for all citizens of the state without regard to sex or race. 3,533, 3,534, 3,535, 3,536, 3,537, 3,538, 3,539, 3,540, 3,541, 3,542, 3,543, 3,544, 3,545, 3,546, 3,547, 3,548, 3,549, 3,550, 3,551, 3,552, 3,553, 3,554, 3,555, 3,556, 3,557, 3,558, 3,559. L5 K1 April 23, 2025 KHF, F. KHF Substitute HB 186 page 125 Section 26. This Act shall become effective October 1, 2025. 3,500.
Mr. President, move for final passage, HB 186 as amended, using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? All right. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams. Senator Stewart. You want on that?
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 186 passes. All right.
Mr. President,
Senator Gudger.
I'd like to make a motion that when we adjourn tonight, that we adjourn at 9 a.m. on Thursday, May 1st.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 97 of the calendar, House Bill number 185 by Representative Reynolds and Blackshear regarding supplemental appropriations.
Mr. President.
They are pending.
We have a committee sub. I'd move for adoption of the sub. Be using previous rule without objection.
Need to adopt the BIR first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 97 of the calendar, House Bill number 185 by Representative Reynolds and Blackshear regarding supplemental appropriations. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, move for the adoption of the committee substitute using previous rule without objection.
An objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-one ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Ream received the amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for House Bill number 185 by Senator Albritton. Replace line 88 on page 4 with the following.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
This amendment is a simple changing additional state small business credit initiative fund to the Department of Finance. Other than that, I move for adoption of the amendment using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Albritton amendment is adopted. All right, Senator Albritton.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a supplemental, just taking federal monies and appropriating them as needed. If there's no objections or questions, I move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 185 passes amended. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 98 of the calendar, House Bill number 182 by Representative Reynolds regarding emergency medical transport providers. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 98 of the calendar, House Bill number 182 by Representative Reynolds regarding medical transport providers. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Albritton.
There's a committee amendment pending on this. Then I move for adoption of the committee amendment.
Use previous rule?
Using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, this is the provider taxes for emergency medical transport. I move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 182 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 95 of the calendar, House Bill number 181 by Representatives Underwood and Reynolds regarding the Alabama Building Renovation Authority. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 95 of the calendar, House Bill number 181 by Representative Underwood regarding the Building Renovation Authority.
Mr. President, move for final passage. There is no amendments or anything to this bill. It is from the Department of Finance allowing Alabama Building Renovation Finance Authority to issue bonds. Without any questions or comments, I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 181 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 98 of the calendar, House Bill number 183 by Representatives Warren and Reynolds regarding the Children First Trust Fund. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 98 of the calendar, House Bill number 183 by Representatives Warren and Reynolds regarding the Children First Trust Fund.
Mr. President?
Senator Albritton.
There's no amendments or subs on this. This is the Children's First Trust Fund. Move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 183 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 184 by Representatives Hall and Reynolds regarding the Coalition Against Domestic Violence. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 184 by Representatives Hall and Reynolds.
Mr. President, this is the appropriation for the Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 184 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 312 by Representatives Lee and Reynolds regarding hospitals. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 312 by Representatives Lee and Reynolds regarding hospitals.
Mr. President, this is the hospital provider privilege tax. I move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 312 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 101 of the calendar, House Bill number 405 by Representative Blackshear regarding nursing facilities. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 101 of the calendar, House Bill number 405 by Representative Blackshear regarding nursing facilities.
Mr. President, this is the nursing home privilege assessment tax. Move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 405 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 460 by Representative Reynolds and Moore, P, regarding appropriations. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 100 of the calendar, House Bill number 460 by Representatives Reynolds and Moore, P, regarding supplemental appropriations.
Mr. President, this is the opioid settlement, supplemental appropriations for the opioid settlement program. And if there's no questions, I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 460 passes. Thanks, Senator Albritton.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Orr regarding criminal procedure. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move adoption of the BIR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Orr regarding criminal procedure.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Move third reading using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 89 passes. Thanks, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 265 by Senator Elliott regarding motor vehicles. BIR pending.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, move adoption of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 265 by Senator Elliott regarding motor vehicles.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I have a substitute.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for Senate Bill 265 by Senator Elliott.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, this substitute adopts concerns and requests from trial, the Department of Revenue, my friends in the Jefferson County delegation, and my friends in the Huntsville delegation. When we brought this before committee, we committed to making sure that all of their concerns were addressed, and we've done so in the substitute. And at this time, I'd like to move adoption of the substitute using previous rule without objection.
All right, you want to speak on the substitute?
Yeah, could I speak on?
Yeah, you're recognized.
Yeah. Senator, appreciate your diligence in this piece of legislation. I do have a company that sits in my district that was very concerned, JM Family Enterprises. It's a pretty big lending and insurance institution for vehicles. 370-something odd employees that sit in a facility in my district. They did have some concerns. Been assured that those concerns will be addressed before this passes the House. So I just appreciate you being willing to accept that agreement as that they would work on those concerns. And yes, I just want to say I appreciate them working on that. And with that, I have no other comments. I don't know if Senator Smitherman did.
You want to be recognized? All right.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. That was good. All right. Senator Elliott.
Act 2, Scene 2 of Hamlet. Brevity is the soul of wit, my friend. Mr. President, I renew my motion to adopt the substitute.
All right, would you like to use previous role?
Previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Elliott, substitutes adopted. All right, Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, move final passage of 265 as substituted. Using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. 31.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 265 passes. Thanks, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 79 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 318 by Senator Singleton regarding service contracts. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for BR use previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 79 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 318 by Senator Singleton regarding service contracts. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, move for the adoption of committee amendment use previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment is adopted. All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, move for third reading dispense with use previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 218 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill 277 by Senators Shelnut and Roberts regarding public schools. BR pending.
Mr. President?
Senator Shelnut.
Yeah, I'd like to move the BR using previous role if no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 277 by Senator Shelnut regarding education.
Senator Shelnut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to briefly explain, highlight what this bill does. This bill requires all sexual education, human reproductive curricula, or programs to exclusively teach sex risk avoidance, which is better known as SRA. SRA is a sex education approach based on the public health model for optimal health known as risk avoidance or primary prevention. Focuses on elimination or avoidance or abstaining from sexual risk leading to potential negative life and health outcomes. It differs from risk reduction, known as comprehensive sex education or CSE model, which is primarily focused on increasing contraceptive use and normalizes teen sex. This is Planned Parenthood's largest producer of CSE. Focus on the whole person and importance of healthy decision making to future life outcomes. It teaches the skills of the success sequence, which is finish school, obtain full-time employment, and have children after marriage. Less than 5% of living in poverty as a result as an adult. Components of healthy relationships, future family formation, and the impact that waiting for sex can have on academic success. Research shows that teens who wait to have sex increase their chances for a happier marriage, healthy future family, a life of personal responsibility, and productive citizenship. I believe my colleague over there has a friendly amendment that she would like to explain. Maybe ask a question or two.
I do have an amendment.
Senator Coleman Madison, you have an amendment? All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 277 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace lines 55 through 56 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 190 on page 7 with the following.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Shelnut.
I like Shelnut.
I do have some concerns. What that amendment does, first of all, well, let me ask you, well, we're on the amendment. Let me move adoption for the amendment using previous role.
Would you like to explain the amendment for him?
The
for
amendment,
my colleague?
the amendment, what the amendment does is requires reporting. We need statistics to be able to compare, to find out if it is working. We know, based on information that we have from CDC, first of all, that the U.S. birth rate per 1,000 ages 15 to 19 years old, according to CDC, declined 79% from 1981 to 2021. That's documented. And so what we need to have, based on changing what has been acceptable and what is really working, we need to have some facts and figures. So this bill requires reporting so that we will know what the numbers are for the state of Alabama as far as increases or decreases in pregnancy rate here in the state of Alabama. So it's reporting. If there are no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move
I
the amendment.
urge my colleagues to please vote for the amendment. It's a friendly amendment.
All right. What, do you want to vote for the amendment using previous role?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
No, long roll.
This is,
No, it's the amendment.
It's amendment, sorry.
All right. Anyway, yeah, go ahead and call it.
Short roll.
Short roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Coleman Madison, amendment is adopted.
Thank you, sir. I have a question, Senator Shelner. What will be taught under the scenario that you have? What are you and how do you propose it being taught? And if the law is broken, who enforces it, and how do we monitor that?
all right. Well, it's the SRA, which is the sexual risk avoidance model.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear. We got a little bit too much background noise, please.
All right. Well, it's the SRA model, sexual risk avoidance. You know, it's focused on the elimination or avoidance, abstaining from sexual risk. You know, which leads to the negative life and health outcomes that we know of.
So it just talks about abstaining. Does it not teach about, you know, the just say no didn't work? And teenagers now, because there is more access to things that's online, if you pick up your phone and go on Facebook, I mean, it's there. It's just everything that's there. Television, music, the lyrics and things that kids are into. You know, I mean, I'm listening to some of this stuff. I'm like, you know, the music, the rhythm sounds great, but if you stop and listen to some of the words that's being spewed out there, but our kids are listening to this and they are really all into it. I really have doubts about whether, what's the term you use for this? What's the term you use for the
sexual risk avoidance?
Sexual risk avoidance. This doesn't go far enough, because if kids are not talked about, and as I told my niece whom I raised, I said, you know, it's not about getting pregnant. You could contract some kind of disease or what have you that you don't know about. So this doesn't talk about what if, and usually fathers talk to their sons about things like this, you know, protection and the whole 9 yards. So none of that will be talked about in the schools. Where do they get it? And where do they learn about it? I would think that when they put sexual education in the classroom, I thought that's a great thing. You have a knowledgeable person, you are teaching it as it should be taught, you're answering those questions because kids are curious. And let's face it, if you don't tell them, they're going to go out and seek the knowledge on their own from their peers in the classroom. The discussion came up in the classroom, and I taught special needs kids. And one of the kids was going to volunteer to tell the others what it was about. I said, okay, just make sure what you tell them is the correct information. At that point, they shut up. My fear is that if nobody tells the kids, and you get a lot of kids that you think know that they don't know, they really don't know, that's going to listen to their friends, they're going to go to other sources, but they're curious and they are going to find out. So this new term that you're using of just say no or abstinence, I don't think is going to work. Not with this new age generation that we have. So I really want to know, is there a standardized curriculum for this? Is it going to be adopted by the State Board of Education? So are you saying that we are not teaching anything?
We're teaching a lot of things. You know, you're taught about the negative impacts of.
But no, I'm serious. I'm wondering if I'm in a classroom, my child is going to school, so are they not going to be taught anything about sex education, either what you're teaching or what you're proposing to be taught, or are you proposing that they don't touch the subject at all in school?
That they learn that sexual avoidance is the best method.
How would you go about teaching sexual avoidance?
Well, I'm not going to be there. You know,
with the kids, it's all about attraction. It's all about feeling.
I'm going to teach my kids. And I mean, you know, this bill, it requires parent or guardian notification 14 days prior to any sex education content taught, and they have the right to opt out. You know, I mean, I really would not prefer for my, you know, I had 2 daughters. I wouldn't want them learning about anything at school or from their colleagues. You know, I would hope me and their mother would have that discussion.
And the only thing about it is they're not going to ask you. They're not going to ask parents. So
sorry, where were you?
I'm trying to get an idea of what this curriculum will include, or are you saying that sex education should not be taught in schools, or it can only be taught to the kids where you have to have parental consent? And if that's what you're saying, that's fine. Parents consenting, that's fine. Only those kids will be taught about sex education. But I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. So are you saying that what is taught now should be taken out of the schools, that should not be taught at all? Because see, when we pass this becomes law. If it is not clear, boards of education, school systems are not going to know what to expect. Basically, now you have K-12. That's kind of a little early, but maybe not, because I'm going to tell you why. And this is real important. There are a lot of kids, small kids, that are taken advantage of. Even small kids in kindergarten are taught to protect personal space. And they ask, you know, don't let people touch you in certain places. That's a form of teaching sex education. But if you're saying we don't teach that, a child that is vulnerable and does not understand that, and as they get older, of why right now is that you don't let anybody touch you there. There's certain, you don't let people hug you like that you don't know. You don't sit on Uncle Joe's knee and what have you. As kids get older, they begin to understand because the body is developing. But if you're saying put blinders on and don't teach, I'm concerned. There are a lot of kids that are being exploited, especially young kids. We know in foreign countries, kids are brought up in a sense but they're brought up to serve an industry, that they go into, but they start them very early, very young, and they have them accustomed to that type of treatment, and they don't know the difference. They really don't know the difference. If a man comes along and does something nice for a young girl who's maybe 9 or 10 years old, she feels that she is obligated to do something else. That's what she's been taught. Nobody taught her anything different. So what would your curriculum look like? Or are you saying you just don't have this at all?
No, it teaches about the harmful effects that sex can lead to. It teaches all the consequences. It mentions about contraceptives, but it's just that's not the first choice. You know, sexual avoidance is truly the best option. It teaches about, you know, the statistics say that the marriages last longer if you avoid sex until marriage. You know, you have better marriages.
Are we going by statistics?
I don't want a teacher at school teaching my daughters about oral sex, about transgenderism, and, you know, and all those crazy things that some entities like to
Are we on a different subject?
No, I mean, I don't understand how anybody can have a problem with this about, you know, the parents get the option to opt out. If they don't want their kids talked about sexual avoidance, then they can opt out of it.
If your
Hey, they
bill-
can teach their kids at home whatever they want to, the crazy stuff that they want to teach them. But I don't want my kids taught that crap. I mean, it's crap. We all know sexual avoidance, you should not have sex before marriage. That is the best. I mean, now kids are out there doing it. They're bombarded with a bunch of crap in the media. You're right. But not all kids are. Some parents do a good job of not letting their kids get on social media, being bombarded by and watching out who their kids hang out with. You know, if your parents are doing a crappy job as a parent, well, that's the parent's problem. That's not my problem. And I don't want teachers, left-wing crazy people teaching my kids about stuff that I don't ever want them to hear about.
Whoa.
So, hey, if you got a problem with it, you got a problem with it. But this is a good bill.
You know, if your bill went to the heart of what you just talked about.
My bill does.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think it does, in my opinion. I think it really goes beyond. If your bill just
Planned Parenthood wants to teach a bunch of crap. They've got an agenda. So, I mean,
is this about Planned Parenthood? Because, you know, to me,
I don't know what this is about for you. I really don't have a clue.
Well, I'm asking you, is that what this is about? Because you've gone from talking about transgender to Planned Parenthood. I mean, you're all over the board with this.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to teach our kids. I mean, sexual avoidance, you know, hey, there is no safe sex before marriage, you know. I mean, that's what we want to teach our kids. It is proven that is the best route to go. There's no doubt in that.
I'm not disagreeing on that point.
So all of that says, but hey, if you want to just stop this bill, go for it.
But are you saying that?
Yeah, hey, you got the rules. Rabbit's got the gun. Let's go.
No, I'm trying to
stop. Hey, that's okay. Hey, there'll be consequences. I got rules too. Remember that. I got things I can do also.
Okay, I am trying to understand what this bill is really about, and understand, for those of you who have children, grandchildren that are in the school system, we need to understand now, we want to rush to get something passed, to say we got a bill so we can get out and hold it up, but the consequences of what's going to happen. I just read you the statistics of CDC, and they talked about basically kids between 15 and 19 years old, pregnancy rate has dropped 78% from 91 to 2021, and that's based on principles that they are already teaching and things like this. Again, I don't know if the school is the culprit here or the teachers. Again, I think technology and what our kids are exposed to in the world has changed from when we grew up. I mean, I grew up with Lassie and Father Knows Best and Dennis the Menace, when, you know, you didn't see the husband and wife even slept in the same bed. They had two separate beds. They were in the same bedroom, but you didn't see anything going on. And my grandfather would always say when we saw them kissing on television, he said, oh, they married. You know, we would kind of laugh because we said, no, they're not married, but you know, that was a concept that you had to be married before you did that. I just don't think this bill goes to what you're trying to get to, Senator. If your bill had simply went to the point and say, before my child can participate in a sex education class, then the parent has to give permission for their child. Otherwise, that child, that's your choice as a parent. But this bill is going to blanket the whole state. And there are a lot of kids out there that really do need to have knowledge about this because some things are not really taught at home. Sad, but there are some things are not taught at home. All parents are not like you. And I will say this, and I'm not going to try to just hold things up because that's not what I'm trying to do. I am concerned about where we're going with this. As I said, you say that I want my child to come to me and tell me X, Y, Z. We know many cases of children being pregnant and the parents didn't know it right there in the house. They have ways that they hide things. There are things that children keep from parents. We just had this bill about whether a child with a mental issue, you know, they said, well, we want them to come to the parent. The parent may be the abuser. And sometimes that's the situation. But I say that simply to say children, and for those of you who have children, you know that children don't tell you everything. You can ask them and you can say, you can come to me, you can tell me anything. They don't. They go to their friends, they'll go to a teacher, they'll go to a guidance counselor or whatever, but not many of them, especially for something as sensitive and personal as are you having sex, they're not going to admit that. So I just don't think your bill gets to the heart of where you're trying to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, I move for final passage as amended, using the long roll.
Long roll. You want to speak? Okay.
All these three speakers.
No, I don't want to speak. Y'all can speak.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Shelnut, I had a problem with your bill. I read the whole bill, and I have a few questions for you. First of all, have you spoken with anyone at the Department of Education to find out what they are teaching exactly under the title of sex education in the public schools in Alabama? Senator?
Answer any more questions?
You're not answering my question?
You've read the bill. You know what the bill does. There's no sense wasting my time answering your questions. Y'all got to, y'all are wanting to stop it, so just, you got the mic, go.
Senator, I am sincerely asking you questions about this bill. Why is it hilarious that this question, when I ask you, have you spoken with the Alabama Department of Education about what is being taught under the title of sex education already? I also wanted to ask you, from that information, what made you come with this particular bill? What is being taught that you know for sure, that you have evidence of, that you would have to bring a bill with these stipulations in it? I think those are legitimate questions.
Do you know what's being taught in schools?
No, I don't. I'm asking you. I'm asking you, Senator. You brought this bill. Do you know?
Do you know what's being taught?
Do you know? You
know what I'm
bill.
Trying to be.
No, do you know?
School. I know what the bill does to try to teach in school, and I want to make sure that crap is not being taught in school.
Is crap being taught? That's what I'm asking you. And what evidence do you have of that?
I'm sure there is.
You're sure there is, but you don't know for a fact. We are about to we are voting on a statute.
You don't think any bad things are being taught across this whole state? There's not one teacher teaching some outlandish.
I don't go by what I think,
You think
Senator.
there's not one person in Alabama teaching some bad stuff about sexual education in our schools.
I
There's
don't
not
go
one
around
person.
saying what I think is happening unless I have evidence of what is happening, Senator.
yeah.
And that's what I'm asking you. We're passing laws. This is a
That's
law,
right, and this is a good law.
that is before us. And you are passing something about what you think, not about what you know.
No, I know what this bill does, and this is a good bill. What it's going to teach, I know what it's going to teach, and it's going to teach the right thing. I don't know exactly what everything out there that is being taught, and I don't think anybody in the world knows what's going on. And that's the problem. We don't know what our kids are being taught. I want to know what our kids are being taught.
I think you should
And
go
that's
to
the
that
problem.
school and ask and talk with the principal,
There's
the
no way
teachers,
to know
to
what
find out
every
what the
crazy
curriculum
person is teaching.
Why can't you talk to the teachers to find out, Senator? I would think
I
that you would
talked
have
to plenty
had
of
some
teachers.
sort of evidence that crap is being taught before you brought this bill to the legislature.
There's no doubt that stuff is being taught that you would not
Give me
like
some
being
evidence.
taught.
Give me the name of the
Nobody in this
school.
chamber would like to
Give
be
me the
taught.
city.
None of their kids, they would be appalled if their kids were exposed to the type of questions and information that was put in front of them in our schools.
I'm not saying that they're not, Senator. I'm just asking you for evidence. I'm asking you for proof. Where are those schools? What exactly are they being taught, other than what you think they're being taught? And I'm asking also, since you're going into the Department of Education here in Alabama, have you spoken with the superintendent, the state superintendent of schools, about you're adding something to a curriculum? They put their curriculum in place well before they start the school year. This bill doesn't go into effect until October 1. Many of the schools in the state of Alabama start in August. Why would they start adding something to the curriculum in the middle of a semester? I'm just asking if you've done your homework and put things in place, gotten people on board to say what needs to be done and when it needs to be done, not based on what you think. Is this one of those model bills from ALEC, Senator?
I am not sure about that. I didn't talk
Well,
about
how did you come up with this language? Where'd you get it from?
this bill. Actually
who
passed the
suggested it
House
to you?
overwhelmingly last year. It
Pardon
passed
me?
The House. It actually started in the House last year, overwhelmingly passed out of the House.
I understand it didn't pass out of the House.
It did last year.
Oh, last year, but it didn't this year.
No, they didn't
Right, we're
start
talking
a
about
bill
this
then.
year. Right. Okay, it didn't pass this year. So another problem that I had with this bill, Senator, was the fact that you're teaching, and believe you me, I brought my boys up teaching them that they were to get married first and then have children. I said, don't bring me any grandbabies until you bring me a daughter-in-law.
Well, good. That's what we want to teach
Let me
everybody.
finish.
That's a good.
One of my sons did not adhere to that, but he was grown. He did not adhere to that. And as you know, we teach our children a lot of things, and they may or may not do what we say.
Exactly.
So I believe in that principle. But you have a lot of people who do have children and who have had children who were not married. And what's to me, what I'm concerned about are those students in these classes who are members of families whose parents did not get married. So it's like the way this bill is worded, they are being told that they came here the wrong way, that their parents have committed a sin. And can you imagine what kind of trauma that might put on some children hearing this lesson being taught? I know we've all heard the stories about a teacher telling a student, you'll never be anything, and that student said, well, I'm not going to try anyway because my teacher said I'm not going to be anything. So teachers have great influence over our children and what they tell them. So I'm concerned about those children in the classroom too. We don't live in a perfect world, Senator. We don't. And God does give us free will. There are some people who don't want to be married, but they want to have children because of what this world is about now. So I'm I'm just wondering, why would we put something like this with these stipulations, and then to add insult to injury, if you will, you've got the Attorney General who's going to enforce it. You had to put that in the bill, that the Attorney General will enforce it. So I can just see the Attorney General and the Assistant Attorney Generals going into classrooms, arresting and hauling off teachers. So I just want to know, why would you bring a bill like this to us? This is not good for Alabama. I totally agree that we should teach our children about sex education. And then for you to say also in this bill that you can't bring in an organization or an agency or someone to come in and teach anything about sex education. So I just want to know, Senator, why would you bring a bill like this? What has your experience been? Have you had a bad experience with somebody?
Well, I heard you say that this is what you taught your kids.
I did.
And I think all kids should be taught that.
And that's at 2054 Clemente Court. That's not everybody else. Just like I don't push what I believe, what my spiritual and religious beliefs are, I don't push them on anybody else. Well, you can't turn somebody into who you want them to be because you didn't make that person.
And the parents have the right to opt out of anything that's going to be taught about sex education. This requires them to be notified, and they can opt out if they wish to.
But see, that's the other thing.
Instead of them being taught what me and you taught our children, if they don't agree with that, they can opt out. And or if they don't want anything taught to their kids, they want to handle it all at home, then they have that right to opt out. They can make that decision, and they're notified that this is going to be taught. I don't see.
That's the other part in your bill where you say 14 days notice. They don't just come up with the class that they teach, and then the child finds out 14 days, or the parents find out 14 days before they go into that class. They enroll before school starts, which I don't know, I don't have small children anymore, and I don't know what my grands only have, I don't know what the dates are that they actually register the children, but the thing is that they know well before 14 days before they're going to teach a particular subject. So that part in the bill doesn't make sense. So I would like to ask you, Senator, to carry this over, and I'd be happy to work with you on trying to clean it up where it does make sense, where somebody's not trying to brainwash children into a particular person's belief, but teach the facts and the figures of sex education. Let's find out exactly what the public school education, the Alabama Department of Public Education is teaching in that subject area. Let's find out exactly what that is, and then go from there. Because they may be teaching everything that a great part of what you're saying, but not in the way that you're saying for it to be taught. Because I'm very, very concerned about those children in the classroom who are from households whose parents were not married when they had them. So I don't know if that concerns you or not, but I think that our children go through enough trauma and things that they hear, things that they see, things that they witness throughout their childhood that gives them that trauma. They call it the ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. And this would have to be one of those ACEs, being in a classroom and you're told that because your parents were not married when you were born, you came into the world the wrong way and they sinned, basically, is what you're saying. And it does not mean either, too, Senator, I heard you say that people who wait the marriages, the success of the marriages, or what exactly were your words when you said that when a person waits? to get married, the success of the marriage is higher. Is that what you said? Do you have those stats, or do you have the reference from where that came?
I think you're asking about the statement I said that said research shows that teens who wait to have sex, it didn't say anything about marriage, increase their chances for a happier marriage, healthier future family, a life of personal responsibility and productive citizenship.
And where did that come from? What reference did that come from?
That came from just statistics. I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. I don't have it with me right now.
You know, the source definitely matters.
Definitely.
So I would like to know what your source is for that statement. Senator, would you agree to carrying this over, and let's work on something that's going to be, that makes a lot more, that would be a lot more
I'm happy with the bill as it is, and the amendment. You know, we've only got 10 more minutes. Y'all have wasted the whole day. So let's just waste the last 10 minutes. I know you want to waste the last 10 minutes. I mean, you can speak for 10 more minutes, I'm sure. That's no problem.
No, because I feel great now. I'm back.
Good.
You know, I have been sick, but hey, yesterday was my first day feeling like my old self. So I can talk for 10 minutes.
I've already made it.
20 minutes. Well, actually, it's like 9 minutes. But I didn't know if one of my other colleagues wanted to talk. You do, Senator Smitherman.
Mr.
President, I'll yield to Senator Smitherman.
Yeah, you can be recognized. Yeah.
Yeah. I came to the mic, and I came for two reasons. One is that I don't think it's wholesome to put labels or brands on people. That's one of the problems that we face now with this liberal versus whatever all that is. You know, I'll tell a little quick story. I can remember, Senator, before you became a senator, that that was a gentleman who was the CEO of Protective Life, and he called a meeting of our delegation, and he called a meeting of the Democrats. And this is what he said. He apologized because he said that I had been putting you all in a category. He said, and I decided to stop and look at the votes and compare votes of members of our delegation. And his response was this, and he was talking to several of us, but I can't speak for other people because they are not here and they haven't given me permission. But this is what he said. He said that I'll never, ever categorize people in those categories, just liberal and conservative and all of that, by looking at whatever party they're in or the color of their skin. And he said that I looked at the voting records of people who supported business. And he said that he was talking to me, he said, your record is as good or better than anybody else in the other party. So I think that what I'm trying to say is that we should refrain from doing that, because it's not nice when somebody else do it back. And so that's the first thing that I think that we should refrain from doing that as well. I do think that in this particular situation, the second thing is this, and then I'm gonna yield to Senator Singleton when I say this. That's the problem. what was said, the second thing was part of the problem. It's what Webster says. That's an opportunity to develop and execute the art of compromise. Okay? Because everybody is representing the people who sent them down here. So, you know, I take exception myself to the fact of anybody telling me that what took place today was a waste. It's only a waste when you don't care nothing about things that we're trying to address or the people we represent. So if I'm characterized as trying to represent the people that I represent and someone want to call it a waste, then so be it. But let's understand one thing, that every rule in this body is available to everybody in this body. And anytime anybody exercises those rules, if they're the rules, that's their prerogative. You shouldn't get personal. You shouldn't attack anybody. You shouldn't try to label people. So with that, Mr. President, I'm just going to yield to Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators. Senator, I think when we first started this conversation tonight, we started this conversation with moving this bill, and we talked about an amendment. And when you and I talked about an amendment, I told you I thought we had an amendment, and the amendment was by the lady from Jefferson. There was another amendment to which I did not have in my hands, so I said to you, okay, well, let's go on and get it up, and we'll put the amendment that's on it. And I asked the question whether or not this bill was a bill dealing with the Attorney General having the authority. I was told, no, it didn't have anything to do with it. So I went and got a copy of the bill, and that what it was. And when I saw the gentleman across from me and I talked to him about the Attorney General's powers in this bill, and let's talk about it. He asked the question, do you want me to carry this over? So now let's just get the amendment on and maybe we can get it on out. Well, it's looked like once we got here, frustration has set in and people want to talk about isms and who is this and that. And when we could have really just worked through this process with people asking legitimate questions, without people keeping calmer heads to themselves, it was being worked out. But here we are, 1 minute and probably 59 seconds left. The bill not worked out, it probably won't get worked out now. Simply because if cooler heads had prevailed while we was trying to work it, it could have worked.
Mr. President.
Mr. Pro Tem.
I appreciate recognizing me at this point. Senator, I'm going to stop us at this point if that's all right. We heard your last comments and understand. But I'm going to make an announcement if that's all right. We have a topping off breakfast on Thursday at the RSA Plaza for the new building at 8 a.m. for all of our legislators. And then I'm also making a motion to adjourn, leaving the journal open to receive House messages. So we go forward. Using short roll without any objection.
You don't have no show, adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Right.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Let's work.
Adjourn.